recording of The Uplift War by David Brin.
Uther Calding looked beyond the fringe of their sunshade, where the bright afternoon had begun to color from an overcast spilling over the mountains. Out there in the bush, his confederate had been laying clues for weeks, ever since the Timbrimi yacht came down where Uther Calding had intended it to, at the edge of the marshlands, far southeast of the mountains. Little Jojo, the throwback chim, who could not even speak except with his hands, moved just ahead of Uther Calding, naked as an animal, laying tantalizing footprints, chipping stone tools to leaven their path, maintaining tenuous contact with Uther Calding through the blue warder globe. It had all been part of a convoluted plan to lead the Thenonin inexorably to the conclusion that pre-sentient life existed on Garth. But Calt had seen none of the clues, none of the specially contrived hints. No, what Calt had finally noticed was Jojo himself, the traces the little chim left as he foraged and lived off the land. Uther Calding realized that Sealth Kuan was exactly right. The joke on himself was rich indeed. He thought he could almost hear Mathacluana's voice once again. "You never know," she seemed to say. "Amazing," he told the Thenonin. "That is simply amazing." Chapter 61. Athaclena. Every now and then she worried that she was getting too used to the changes. The rearranged nerve endings, the redistributed fatty tissues, the funny protrusion of her now so humanoid nose. These were things now so accustomed that she sometimes wondered if she would ever be able to return to standard Timbrimi morphology. The thought frightened Athaclena. Until now there had been good reasons for maintaining these humaniform alterations. While she was leading an army of half-uplifted wolfling clients, looking more like a human female had been more than good politics. It had been a sort of bond between her and the chims and gorillas. "And with Robert," she remembered. Athaclena wondered, would the two of them ever again experiment, as they once had, with the half-forbidden sweetness of interspecies dalliance? Right now it seemed so very unlikely. Their consortship was reduced to a pair of signatures on a piece of tree bark, a useful bit of politics. Nothing else was the same as before. She looked down. In the murky water before her, Athaclena saw her own reflection. "Neither fish nor fowl," she whispered in Anglic, not remembering where she had read or heard the phrase, but knowing its metaphorical meaning. Any young Timbrimi male who saw her in her present form would surely break down laughing. And as for Robert, well, less than a month ago she had felt very close to him. His growing attraction toward her, the raw wolfling hunger of it, had flattered and pleased her in a daring sort of way. Now, though, he is among his own kind again, and I am alone. Athaclena shook her head and resolved to drive out such thoughts. She picked up a flask and scattered her reflection by pouring a quarter-liter of pale liquid into the pool. Plumes of mud stirred near the bank, obscuring the fine web of tendrils that laced through the pond from overhanging vines. This was the last of a chain of small basins, a few kilometers from the caves. As Athaclena worked, she concentrated and kept careful notes, for she knew she was no trained scientist and would have to make up for that with meticulousness. Still, her simple experiments had already begun to bear promising results. If her assistants returned from the next valley in time with the data she had sent for, she might have something of importance to show Major Prathachulthorn. "I may look like a freak, but I am still Timbrimi. I shall prove my usefulness even if the Earthmen do not think of me as a warrior." So intense was her concentration, so quiet the still forest, that sudden words were like thunderclaps. "So this is where you are, Clenny. I've been looking all over for you." Athaclena spun about, almost spilling a vial of umber-colored fluid. The vines all around her suddenly felt like a net woven just to catch her. Her pulse pounded for the fraction of a second it took to recognize Robert, looking down at her from the arching root of a giant near oak. He wore moccasins, a soft leather jerkin, and hose. The bow and quiver across his back made him look like the hero of one of those old-time wolfling romances Athaclena's mother used to read to her when she was a child. It took longer to regain her composure than she would have preferred. "Robert, you startled me." He blushed. "Sorry, didn't mean to." That wasn't strictly true, she knew. Robert's psi shield was better than before, and he obviously was proud of being able to approach undetected. A simple but clear vision of Kinnywullun flickered like a pixie over Robert's head. If she squinted, she might almost imagine a young Timbrimi male standing there. Athaclena shuddered. She had already decided she could not afford this. "Come and sit down, Robert. Tell me what you've been doing." Holding onto a nearby vine, he swung lightly onto the leaf-strewn loam and stepped over to where her experiment case lay open beside the dark pool. Robert slipped off his bow and quiver and sat down, cross-legged. "I've been looking around for some way to be useful," he shrugged. "Pratha Chilthorne's finished pumping me for information. Now he wants me to serve as sort of a glorified Chim morale officer." His voice rose a quarter octave as he mimicked the Terrigan Marine's South Asian accent. "We must keep the little fellows' chins up, on Eagle. Make them feel they're important to the resistance." Athaclena nodded, understanding Robert's unspoken meaning. In spite of the partisans' past successes, Pratha Chilthorne obviously considered the Chims superfluous, at best useful in diversions or as grunt soldiery. Liaison to childlike clients would seem an appropriate cubbyhole to assign the undertrained, presumably spoiled young son of the planetary coordinator. "I thought Pratha Chilthorne liked your idea of using digestion bacteria against the gubru," Athaclena said. Robert sniffed. He picked up a twig and twirled it deftly from finger to finger. Oh, he admitted it was intriguing that the gorilla's gut critters dissolved gubru armor. He agreed to assign Benjamin and some of the Chim techs to my project. Athaclena tried to trace the murky pattern of his feelings. "Did not Lieutenant McHugh help you persuade him?" Robert looked away at the mention of the young Earthling woman. His shield went up at the same time, confirming some of Athaclena's suspicions. "Lydia helped, yeah, but Pratha Chilthorne says it'd be next to impossible to deliver enough bacteria to important gubru installations before they detect it and neutralize it. I still get the impression Pratha Chilthorne thinks it a side issue, maybe slightly useful to his main plan." "Do you have any idea what he has in mind?" "He smiles and says he's going to bloody the birds' beaks. There's been intelligence of some major facility the gubru are building south of Port Helena, and it may make a good target, but he won't go into any more detail than that. After all, strategy and tactics are for professionals, don't you know? Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about Pratha Chilthorne. I brought something to show you." Robert shrugged out of his pack and reached inside to pull out an object wrapped in cloth. He unfolded the coverings. "Look familiar at all?" At first sight, it appeared to be a pile of wrinkled rags with knotted strings hanging off the edges. On closer examination, the thing on Robert's lap reminded Athaclena of a shriveled fungus of some sort. Robert grabbed the largest knot, where most of the thin fibers came together in a clump, and extended the strings until the filmy fabric unfolded entirely in the gentle breeze.
It looks familiar, Robert. I would say it was a small parachute, but it is obviously natural, as if it came from some sort of plant.
She shook her head. Pretty close. Try to think back a few months, Clenny, to a certain rather traumatic day, one I don't think either of us will ever forget. His words were opaque, but flickerings of empathy drew her memories forth.
This?
Ethiclena fingered the soft, almost translucent material.
This is from the plate ivy?
That's right. Robert nodded. In springtime, the upper layers are glossy, rubbery, and so stiff you can flip them and ride them as sleds.
If you are coordinated,
Ethiclena teased. Yeah. But by the time autumn rolls around, the upper plates have withered back until they're like this. He waved the floppy parachute-like plate by its fibrous shrouds, catching the wind. In a few more weeks, they'll be even lighter. Ethiclena shook her head.
I recall you explained the reason. It is for propagation, is it not?
Correct. This little spore pod here. He opened his hand to show a small capsule where the lines met. Gets carried aloft by the parachute into the late autumn winds. The sky fills with the things, making air travel hazardous for some time. They cause a real mess down in the city. Fortunately, I guess, the ancient creatures that used to pollinate the plate ivy went extinct during the Burr Alley fiasco. And nearly all of the pods are sterile. If they weren't, I guess half the Sind would be covered with plate ivy by now. Whatever used to eat it is long dead as well.
Fascinating.
Ethiclena followed a tremor in Robert's aura.
You have plans for these things, do you not?
He folded the spore carrier away again.
Yeah,
an idea at least, though I don't imagine Pratha Chilthorne will listen to me. He's got me too well categorized thanks to my mother. Of course, Megan On-Eagle was partly responsible for the Earthling officer's assessment and dismissal of her son.
How can a mother so misunderstand her own child?
Ethiclena wondered. Humans might have come a long way since their dark centuries, but she still pitied the Kchunon, the poor wolflings. They still had much to learn about themselves.
Pratha Chilthorne might not listen to you directly, Robert, but Lieutenant McHugh has his respect. She will certainly hear you out and convey your idea to the Major.
Robert shook his head. I don't know.
Why not?
Ethiclena asked.
This young Earthwoman likes you, I can tell. In fact, I was quite certain I detected in her aura.
You shouldn't do that, Clenny, Robert snapped. You shouldn't nose around at people's feelings that way. It's none of your business. She looked down.
Perhaps you are right, but you are my friend and consort, Robert. When you are tense and frustrated, it is bad for both of us, no?
I guess so. He did not meet her gaze.
Are you sexually attracted to this Lydia McHugh, then?
Ethiclena asked.
Do you feel affection for her?
I don't see why you have to ask.
Because I cannot ken you, Robert,
Ethiclena interrupted, partly out of irritation.
You are no longer open to me. If you are having such feelings, you should share them with me. Perhaps I can help you.
Now he looked at her, his face flushed.
Help me? Of course. You are my consort and friend. If you desire this woman of your own species, should I not be your collaborator? Should I not help you achieve happiness?
Robert only blinked. But in his tight shield, Ethiclena now found cracks. She felt her tendrils wafting over her ears, tracing the edges of those loose places, forming a delicate new glyph.
Were you feeling guilty over these feelings, Robert? Did you think they were somehow being disloyal to me?
Ethiclena laughed.
But interspecies consorts may have lovers and spouses of their own race. You knew that. So, what would you have of me, Robert? I certainly cannot give you children. If I could, can you imagine what mongrels they would be?
This time Robert smiled. He looked away. In the space between them, her glyph took stronger form.
And as for recreational sex, you know that I am not equipped to leave you anything but frustrated. You over-endowed, under-endowed, wrong-shaped ape-man. Why should I not take joy in it, if you find one with whom you might share such things?
It's not as easy as that, Clenny. She held up a hand and smiled, at once beseeching him to be quiet and to let go.
I am here, Robert,
she said softly. The young man's confusion was like an uncertain quantum potential, hesitating between two states. His eyes darted as he glanced upward and tried to focus on the non-thing she had made. Then he remembered what he had learned and looked away again, allowing kenning to open him to the glyph, her gift.
Lathoon
hovered and danced, beckoning to him. Robert exhaled. His eyes opened in surprise as his own aura unlocked without his conscious will. Uncurling like a flower, something, a twin to
Lathoon,
emerged, resonating, amplifying against Athaklena's corona. Two wisps of nothing, one human, one Timbremi, touched, darted apart playfully, and came together again.
Do not fear that you will lose what you have with me, Robert,
Athaklena whispered.
After all, will any human lover be able to do this with you?
At that he smiled. They shared laughter. Overhead, mirrored Lathoon, manifested intimacy performed in pairs. Only later, after Robert had departed again, did Athaklena loosen the deep shield she had locked around her own innermost feelings. Only when he was gone did she let herself acknowledge her envy.
He goes to her now.
What Athaklena had done was right, by any standard she knew. She had done the proper thing, and yet it was so unfair. I am a freak. I was one before I ever came to this planet. Now I am not even anything recognizable any longer. Robert might have an earthly lover, but in that area Athaklena was all alone. She could seek no such solace with one of her own kind.
To touch me, to hold me, to mingle his tendrils and his body with mine, to make me feel a flame.
With some surprise, Athaklena noticed that this was the first time she had ever felt this thing, this longing to be with a man of her own race, not a friend or a classmate, but a lover, perhaps a mate. Mathakluwana and Utha Kalving had told her it would happen someday, that every girl has her own pace. Now, however, the feeling was only bitter. It enhanced her loneliness. A part of her blamed Robert for the limitations of his species. If only he could have changed his body as well. If only he could have met her halfway. But she was the Timbremi, one of the masters of adaptability. How far that malleability had gone was made evident when Athaklena felt wetness on her cheeks. Miserably she wiped away salty tears, the first in her life. That was how her assistants found her hours later, when they returned from the errand she had sent them on, sitting by the edge of a small muddy pool, while autumn winds blew through the treetops and sent gravid clouds hurrying eastward toward the gray mountains. Chapter 62. Galactics. The suzerain of cost and caution was worried. All signs pointed to a molting, and the direction things appeared to be going was not to its liking. Across the pavilion, the suzerain of beam and talon paced in front of its aides, looking more erect and stately than ever. Beneath the shaggy outer feathers, there was a faint reddish sheen to the military commander's under plumage. Not a single gubru present could help but notice even a trace of that color. Soon, perhaps within only a 12-day, the process would have progressed beyond the point of no return. The occupation force would have a new queen. The suzerain of cost and caution contemplated the unfairness of it all as it preened its own feathers. They, too, were starting to dry out, but there were still no discernible signs of a final color. First, it had been elevated to the status of candidate and chief bureaucrat after the death of its predecessor. It had dreamed of such a destiny, but not to be plunged into the midst of an already mature triumvirate. Its peers were already well on the way toward sexuality by that time. It had been forced to try to catch up. At first, that had seemed to matter little. To the surprises of all, it had won many points from the start. Discovering the foolishness the other two had been up to during the interregnum had enabled the suzerain of cost and caution to make great leaps forward. Then a new equilibrium was reached. The admiral and the priest had proven brilliant and imaginative in the defense of their political positions. But the molting was supposed to be decided by correctness of policy. The prize was supposed to go to the leader whose wisdom had proven most sage. It was the way. And yet the bureaucrat knew that these matters were as often decided by happenstance or by quirks of metabolism.
Or by alliance of two against the third,
it reminded itself. The suzerain of cost and caution wondered if it had been wise to support the military against propriety these last few weeks, giving the admiral by now an almost unassailable advantage. But there had been no choice. The priest had to be opposed, for the suzerain of propriety appeared to have lost all control. First had come that nonsense about garthlings. If the bureaucrat's predecessor had lived, perhaps the extravagance might have been kept down. As it was, however, vast amounts had been squandered, bringing in a new planetary branch library, sending expeditions into the dangerous mountains, building a hyperspace shunt for a ceremony of adoption before there was any confirmation that anything existed to adopt. Then there was the matter of ecological management. The suzerain of propriety insisted that it was essential to restore the Earthlings' program on Garth to at least a minimal level. But the suzerain of beam and talon had adamantly refused to allow any humans to leave the islands. So at great cost, help was sent for off-planet. A shipload of Linton gardeners, neutrals in the present crisis, were on the way, and the great egg only knew how they were to pay for them. Now that the hyperspace shunt was nearing completion, both the suzerain of propriety and the suzerain of beam and talon were ready to admit that the rumors of garthlings were just a Timbrimi trick. But would they allow construction to be stopped? No. Each, it seemed, had its reasons for wanting completion. If the bureaucrat had agreed, it would have made a consensus, a step toward the policy so much desired by the roostmasters. But how could it agree with such nonsense? The suzerain of cost and caution chirped in frustration. The suzerain of propriety was late for yet another colloquy. Its passion for rectitude did not extend, it seemed, to courtesy to its peers. By this point, theoretically, the initial competitiveness among the candidates should have been transforming into respect, and then affection, and finally true mating. But here they were, on the verge of a molt, still dancing a dance of mutual loathing. The suzerain of cost and caution was not happy about how things were turning out, but at least there would be one satisfaction if things went on in the direction they seemed headed, when propriety was brought down from its haughty perch at last. One of the chief bureaucrat's aides approached, and the suzerain took its proffered message slab. After picking its contents, it stood and thought. Outside there was a commotion, no doubt the third peer arriving at last. But for a moment the suzerain of cost and caution still considered the message it had received from its spies.
Soon, yes, soon. Very soon we will penetrate secret plans which may not be good policy. Then perhaps we shall see a change in sexuality. Soon.
Chapter 63. Fibbin. His head ached. Back when he had been a student at the university, he had also been forced to study hour after hour, days at a stretch, cramming for tests. Fibbin had never thought of himself as a scholar, and sometimes examinations used to make him sick in anticipation. But at least back then there were also extracurricular activities, trips home, breathing spells, when a Chen could cut loose and have some fun. And back at the university, Fibbin had liked some of his professors. Right at this moment, though, he had had just about as much as he could take of Galet Jones.
So you think galactic sociology's stuffy and tedious?
Galet accused him after he threw down the books in disgust and stalked off to pace in the farthest corner of the room.
Well, I'm sorry planetary ecology isn't the subject instead, she said. Then maybe you'd be the teacher and I'd be the student.
Fibbin snorted.
Thanks for allowing for the possibility. I was beginning to think you already knew everything. That's not fair.
Galet put aside the heavy book on her lap.
You know the ceremony's only weeks away. At that point, you and I may be called upon to act as spokesmen for our entire race. Shouldn't we try to be as prepared as possible beforehand?
And you're so certain you know what knowledge will be relevant? What's to say that planetary ecology won't be crucial then, Galet shrugged.
It might very well be.
Or mechanics, or space piloting, or beer swilling, or sexual aptitude, for good all's sake.
In that case, our race will be fortunate you were selected as one of its representatives, won't it?
Galet snapped back. There was a long, tense silence as they glared at each other. Finally, Galet lifted a hand.
Fibbin, I'm sorry. I know this is frustrating for you, but I didn't ask to be put in this position either, you know.
No, but that doesn't matter, he thought. You were designed for it. Neo-chimpdom couldn't hope for a chimmy better suited to be rational, collected, and oh so cool when the time comes.
As for galactic sociology, Fibbin, you know there are several reasons why it's the essential topic.
There it was again, that look in Galet's eyes. Fibbin knew it meant that there were levels and levels in her words. Superficially, she meant that the two Chim representatives would have to know the right protocols and pass certain stringent tests during the rituals of acceptance, or the officials of the Institute of Uplift would declare the ceremonies null and void. The suzerain of propriety had made it abundantly clear that the outcome would be most unpleasant if that happened. But there was another reason Galet wanted him to know as much as possible. Sometime soon we pass the point of no return, when we can no longer change our minds about cooperating with the suzerain. Galet and I cannot discuss it openly, not with the guru probably listening in all the time. We'll have to act in consensus, and to her that means I've got to be educated. Or was it simply that Galet did not want to bear the burden of their decision all by herself when the time came? Certainly Fibbin knew a lot more about galactic civilization than before his capture, perhaps more than he had ever wanted to know. the intricacies of a 3-billion-year-old culture made up of 1,000 diverse, bickering patron-client clan lines, held together loosely by a network of ancient institutes and traditions, made Fibbin's head swim. Half the time he would come away cynically disgusted, convinced that the Galactics were little more than powerful, spoiled brats, combining the worst qualities of the old nation-states of Earth before mankind's maturity. But then something would crystallize, and Galet would make clear to him some tradition or principle that displayed uncanny subtlety and hard-won wisdom developed over hundreds of millions of years. It was getting to the point where he didn't even know what to think anymore. "I gotta get some air," he told her. "I'm going for a walk." He stepped over to the coat rack and grabbed his parka. "See you in an hour or so." He rapped on the door. It slid open. He stepped through and closed it behind him without looking back.
"Need an escort, Fibbin?"
The chimney Sylvie picked up a data well and scribbled an entry. She wore a simple ankle-length dress with long sleeves. To look at her now, it was hard to imagine her up on the dance mound at the Apes' Grape, driving crowds of Chens to the verge of mob violence. Her smile was hesitant, almost timid, and it occurred to Fibbin that there was something unaccountably nervous about her tonight. "What if I said no?" he asked. Before Sylvie could look alarmed, he grinned. "Just kidding. Sure, Sylvie, give me Rover 12. He's a friendly old globe, and he doesn't spook the natives too much."
"Watch robot RVG-12, logged as escort to Fibbin Bulger for release outside,"
she said into the data well. A door opened down the hallway behind her, and out floated a remote vigilance globe, a simple version of a battle robot whose sole mission was to accompany a prisoner and see that he did not escape.
"Have a nice walk, Fibbin."
He winked at Sylvie and affected an airy burr. "Now, lass, what other kind is there for a prisoner?" "The last one," Fibbin answered himself. "The one leading to the gallows." But he waved gaily. "Come on, Rover." The front door hissed as it slid back to let him emerge into a blustery autumn afternoon. Much had changed since their capture. The conditions of their imprisonment grew gentler as he and Galet seemed to become more important to the suzerain of propriety's inscrutable plan. "I still hate this place," Fibbin thought as he descended concrete steps and made his way through an unkempt garden toward the outer gate. Sophisticated surveillance robots rotated slowly at the corners of the high wall. Near the portal, Fibbin came upon the Chim guards. Iron Grip was not present, fortunately, but the other probationers on duty were hardly friendlier. For although the Gubru still paid their wages, it seemed their masters had recently deserted their cause. There had been no overturning of the Uplift program on Garth, no sudden reversal of the eugenics pyramid. The suzerain tried to find fault in the way neo-chimps are being uplifted, Fibbin knew. But it must have failed. Otherwise, why would it be grooming a blue card and a white card like me and Galet for their ceremony? In fact, the use of probationers as auxiliaries had sort of backfired on the invaders. The Chim population resented it. No words passed between Fibbin and the zip-suited guards. The ritual was well understood. He ignored them, and they dawdled just as long as they dared, without giving him an excuse to complain. Once, when the claviger delayed too long with the keys, Fibbin had simply turned around and marched back inside. He did not even have to say a word to Sylvie. Next watch, those guards were gone. Fibbin never saw them again. This time, just on impulse, Fibbin broke tradition and spoke. "Nice weather, ain't it?" The taller of the two probationers looked up in surprise. Something about the zip-suited Chen suddenly struck Fibbin as eerily familiar, although he was certain he had never met him before. "What, are you kidding?" The guard glanced up at the rumbling cumulonimbus clouds. A cold front was moving in, and rain could not be far off. "Yeah," Fibbin grinned. "I'm kidding. Actually, it's too sunny for my tastes." The guard gave Fibbin a sour look and stepped aside. The gate squeaked open, and Fibbin slipped out onto a back street lined by ivy-decked walls. Neither he nor Gala had ever seen any of their neighbors. Presumably local chims kept a low profile around Iron Grip's crew and the watchful alien robots. He whistled as he walked toward the bay, trying to ignore the hovering watch globe, following just a meter above and behind him. The first time he had been allowed out this way, Fibbin avoided the populated areas of Port Helena, sticking to back alleys and the now almost abandoned industrial zone. Nowadays he still kept away from the main shopping and business areas, where crowds would gather and stare, but he no longer felt he had to avoid people completely. Early on, he had seen other chims accompanied by watch globes. At first, he thought they were prisoners like himself. Chens and chimmies in work clothes stepped aside and gave the guarded chims wide berth, as they did him. Then he noticed the differences. Those other escorted chims wore fine clothes and walked with a haughty bearing. Their watch globes, eye facets, and weaponry faced outward, rather than upon the ones they guarded. Quislings, Fibbin realized. He was pleased to see the faces of many chim citizens cast at these high-level collaborators when their backs were turned, looks of sullen, ill-concealed disdain. After that, in his quarters, he had stenciled the proud letters Prisoner on the back of his parka. From then on, the stares that followed him were less cold. They were curious, perhaps even respectful. The globe was not programmed to let him speak to people. Once, when a chimmy dropped a folded piece of paper in his path, Fibbin tested the machine's tolerance by bending over to pick it up. He awoke some time later in the globe's grasp on his way back to prison. It was several days before he was allowed out again. No matter, it had been worth it. Word of the episode spread. Now chens and chimmies nodded as he passed storefronts and long ration lines. Some even signed little messages of encouragement in hand talk. "They haven't twisted us," Fibbin thought proudly. A few traitors hardly mattered. What counted was the behavior of a people as a whole. Fibbin remembered reading how, during the most horrible of Earth's old pre-contact world wars, the citizens of the little nation of Denmark resisted every effort of the Nazi conquerors to dehumanize them. Instead, they behaved with startling unity and decency. It was a story well worth emulating. "We'll hold out," he replied in sign language. "Terra remembers and will come for us." He clung to the hope, no matter how hard it became. As he learned the subtleties of galactic law from Galet, he came to realize that even if peace broke out all across the spiral arms, it might not be enough to eject the invaders. There were tricks a clan as ancient as the Gubru knew, ways to invalidate a weaker clan's lease on a planet like Garth. It was apparent one faction of the avian enemy wanted to end Earth's tenancy here and take it over for themselves. Fibbin knew that the suzerain of propriety had searched in vain for evidence the Earthlings were mishandling the ecological recovery on Garth. Now, after the way the occupation forces had bollocksed decades of hard work, they dared not raise that issue. The suzerain had also spent months hunting for elusive Garthlings. If the mysterious presentience had proven real, a claim on them would have justified every dime spent here. Finally, they saw through Uther Calding's practical joke, but that did not end their efforts. All along, ever since the invasion, the Gubru had tried to find fault with the way neo-chimpanzees were being uplifted, and just because they seemed to have accepted the status of advanced chims like Galet, that did not mean they had given up completely. There was this business of the damned ceremony of acceptance, whose implications still escaped Fibbin, no matter how hard Galet tried to make them clear to him. He hardly noticed the chims on the street as his feet kicked wind-blown leaves and snatches of Galet's explanations came back to him.
Pliant species pass through phases each marked by ceremonies, sanctioned by the Galactic Uplift Institute. These ceremonies are expensive and can be blocked by political maneuvering. For the Gubru to offer to pay for and support a ceremony for the clients of wolfling humans is more than unprecedented, and the suzerain also offers to commit all its folk to a new policy ending hostilities with Earth. Of course, there is a catch.
Oh, Fibbin could well imagine there would be a catch. He shook his head, as if to drive all the words out of it. There was something unnatural about Galet. Uplift was all very well and good, and she might be a peerless example of neo-chimpdom. But it just wasn't natural to think and talk so much without giving the brain some off time to air out. He came at last to a place by the docks where fishing boats lay tied up against the coming storm. Seabirds chirped and dove, trying to catch a last meal in the time remaining before the water became too choppy. One of them ventured too close to Fibbin and was rewarded with a warning shock from Rover, the watch robot. The bird, no more a biological cousin to the avian invaders than Fibbin was, squawked in anger and took off toward the west. Fibbin took a seat on the end of the pier. From his pocket he removed half a sandwich he had put there earlier in the day. He munched quietly, watching the clouds and the water. For the moment at least, he was able to stop thinking, stop worrying, and no words echoed in his head. Right then, all it would have taken to make him happy would have been a banana and a beer. And freedom. An hour or so later, Rover began buzzing insistently. The watch robot maneuvered to a position, interposing itself between him and the water, bobbing insistently. Fibbin got up and dusted himself off. He walked back along the dock, and soon was headed past drifts of leaves toward his urban prison. Very few chims were still about on the windy streets. The guard with the oddly familiar face frowned at him when Fibbin arrived at the gate, but there was no delay passing him through.
It's always been easier getting into jail than getting out, Fibbin thought.
Sylvie was still on duty at her desk.
Did you have a nice walk, Fibbin?
You ought to come along sometime. We could stop at the park, and I'd show you my cheetah imitation. He gave her an amiable wink.
I've already seen it, remember? Pretty unimpressive, as I recall.
But Sylvie's tone did not match her banter. She seemed tense.
Go on in, Fibbin. I'll put Rover away.
Yeah, well... The door hissed open. All right, Sylvie. Galet was seated on a plush throw rug in front of the weather wall, now tuned to show a scene of steamy savanna heat. She looked up from the book on her lap and took off her reading glasses.
Hello, feeling better?
Yeah, he nodded. Sorry about earlier. I guess I just had a bad case of cabin fever. I'll knuckle down and get back to work now.
No need, we're done for today.
She patted the rug.
Why don't you come over and give me back a scratch? Then I'll reciprocate.
Fibbin did not have to be asked twice. One thing he had to grant Galet, she was a truly fine grooming partner. He shrugged out of his parka and came over to sit behind her. She laid one hand idly on his knee, while he began combing his fingers through her hair. Soon her eyes were closed. Her breath came in soft, low sighs. It was frustrating trying to define the relationship he had with Galet. They were not lovers. For most chimneys, that was only possible or practical during certain parts of their bodily cycles anyway. And Galet had made it clear that hers was a very private sense of sexuality, more like a human female's. Fibbin understood this and had put no pressure on her. Trouble was, he just could not get her out of his mind. He reminded himself not to confuse his sex drive with other things. I may be obsessed with her, but I'm not crazy. Lovemaking with this chimney would require a level of bonding he wasn't sure he was ready to think about. As he worked his way through the fur at the back of Galet's neck, he encountered knots of tension. Say, you're really tight. What's the matter? Have the damn The fingers on his knee dug in sharply, though Galet did not move otherwise. Fibbin thought quickly and changed what he had been about to say. Guards been making moves on you? Have those probationers been getting fresh?
And what if they had? What would you do about it? March out there and defend my honor?
She laughed, but he felt her relief expressed through her body. Something was going on. He had never seen Galet so worked up. As he scratched her back, his fingers encountered an object embedded in the fur, something round, thin, disc-like.
I think there's a knot of hair back there,
Galet said quickly as he started to pull it free.
Be careful, Fibbin.
Okay. He bent over. You're right. It's a knot, all right. I'm gonna have to work this out with my teeth. Her back trembled, and her aroma was sweaty as he brought his face close. Just as I thought. A message capsule. As his eye came even with it, a tiny holographic projector came alight. The beam entered his iris and automatically adjusted to focus on his retina. There were just a few simple lines of text. What he read, however, made him blink in surprise. It was a document written in his own name. Statement of why I am doing this, recorded by Lieutenant Fibbin Bolger, Neo-Chimpanzee. Although I've been well treated since being captured, and I appreciate the kind attention I've been given, I'm afraid I just have got to get out of here. There's still a war going on, and it's my duty to escape if I can. In trying to escape, I don't mean any insult to the suzerain of propriety or the clan of the Gubru. It's just that I'm loyal to the humans and my clan. That makes this something I just have to do. Below the text was an area that pulsed redly, as if expectantly. Fibbin blinked. He pulled back a little, and the message disappeared. Of course, he knew about records such as this. All he had to do was look at the red spot and earnestly will it, and the disk would record his ascent along with his retinal pattern. The document would be at least as binding as a signature on some piece of paper. Escape! The very thought made Fibbin's heart race faster. But how? He had not failed to notice that the record mentioned only his name. If Galet had intended to go with him, she surely would have included herself. And even if it were possible, would it be the right thing to do? He had apparently been chosen by the suzerain of propriety to be Galet's partner in an enterprise as complex and potentially hazardous as any in the history of their race. How could Fibbin desert her at a time like this? He brought his eye close and read the message again, thinking furiously. When did Galet ever have a chance to write this? Was she in contact with elements of the resistance somehow? Also, something about the text struck Fibbin as wrong. It wasn't just the misspellings and less than erudite grammar. Just at a glance, Fibbin could think of several improvements the statement badly needed if it was to do any good at all. Of course, someone other than Galet must have written it, and she was just passing it on for him to read.
Sylvie came in a while ago,
Galet said.
We groomed each other. She had trouble with the same knot.
Sylvie.
So, no wonder the chimney had been so nervous earlier. Fibbin considered carefully, trying to reassemble a puzzle. Sylvie must have planted the disc on Galet. No, she must have worn it herself, let Galet read it, and then transferred it to Galet's fur with her permission.
Maybe I was wrong about Sylvie,
Galet continued.
She strikes me as a rather nice chimney after all. I'm not sure how dependable she is, but my guess is she's pretty solid, down deep.
What was Galet telling him now? That this wasn't her idea at all, but Sylvie's? Galet would have had to consider the other chimmy's proposition without being able to speak aloud at all. She would not even be able to give Fibbin any advice, not out in the open at least. It's a tough knot, Fibbin said, leaving a patch of wet fur as he sat back. I'll try again in a minute.
That's all right. Take your time. I'm sure you'll work it out.
He combed through another area near her right shoulder, but Fibbin's thoughts were far from there.
Come on, think,
he chided himself. But it was also damn murky. The suzerain's fancy test equipment must have been on the fritz when the technicians selected him as an advanced neo-chimp. At that moment, Fibbin felt far from being anyone's sterling example of a sapient being. Okay, he concentrated. So I'm being offered a chance to escape. First off, is it valid? For one thing, Sylvie could be a plant. Her offer could be a trap. But that didn't make any sense. For one thing, Fibbin had never given his parole, never agreed not to run away if he ever got the chance. In fact, as a Terrigan's officer, it was his duty to do so, especially if he could do it politely, satisfying galactic punctilio. Actually accepting the offer might be considered the correct answer. If this were yet another Gubru test, his proper response might be to say yes. It could satisfy the inscrutable ETs, show them he understood a client's duties. Then again, the offer might be for real. Fibbin remembered Sylvie's agitation earlier. She had been very friendly toward him the last few weeks, in ways that Chen would hate to think were just play acting. Okay, but if it's for real, how does she plan to pull it off? There was only one way to find out, and that was by asking her. Certainly any escape would have to involve fooling the surveillance system. Perhaps there was a way to do that, but Sylvie would only be able to use it one time. Once he and Galet started asking open questions aloud, the decision would already have to be made. So what I'm really deciding is whether to tell Sylvie, okay, let's hear your plan. If I say yes, I had better be ready to go. Yeah, but go where? There was only one answer, of course. Up to the mountains to report to Athaclana and Robert all he had learned. That meant getting out of Port Helena as well as this jail.
The sorrow tell a story,
Galet said in a low voice. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed almost relaxed as he rubbed her shoulder.
They tell about a certain Paha warrior back when the Paha were still being uplifted. Would you like to hear it?
Puzzled, Fibbin nodded. Sure, tell me about it, Galet.
Okay. Well, you've surely heard of the Paha. They're tough fighters, loyal to their sorrow patrons. Back then, they were coming along nicely in the tests given by the Uplift Institute, so one day the sorrow decide to give them some responsibility. Sent a group of them to guard an emissary to the 7 Spin clans.
7 Spin. They're a machine civilization, right?
Yes, but they aren't outlaws. They're one of the few machine cultures who've joined Galactic Society as honorary members. They keep mostly out of the way by sticking to high-density spiral arm areas, useless to both oxygen and hydrogen breathers.
What's she getting at? Fibbin wondered.
Anyway, the Sorrow Ambassador is dickering with the high muckety-mucks of the 7 Spinners when this Paha scout detects something out at the edge of the local system and goes to investigate. Well, as luck would have it, he comes upon the scene to find one of the 7 Spinners' cargo vessels under attack by rogue machines.
Berserkers? Planet busters? Galet shuddered.
You read too much science fiction, Fibbin. No, just outlaw robots looking for loot. Anyway, when our Paha scout gets no answer to his calls for instructions, he decides to take some initiative. He dives right in, guns blazing.
Let me guess, he saved the cargo ship?
She nodded. Sent the rogues flying. The 7 Spinners were grateful, too. The reward turned a questionable business deal into a profit for the Sorrow.
So, he was a hero? Galet shook her head.
No, he went home in disgrace for acting on his own without guidance.
Crazy ETs, Fibbin muttered.
No, Fibbin.
She touched his knee.
It's an important point. Encouraging initiative in a new client race is fine, but during sensitive galactic-level negotiations, do you trust a bright child with a fusion power plant?
Fibbin understood what Galet was driving at. The two of them were being offered a deal that sounded very sweet for Earth, on the surface at least. The suzerain of propriety was offering to finance a major ceremony of acceptance for neo-chimps. The Gubru would end their policy of obstructing humanity's patron status and cease all hostilities against Terra. All the suzerain seemed to want in exchange was for Fibbin and Galet to tell the 5 galaxies by hyperspatial shunt what great guys the Gubru were. It sounded like a face-saving gesture for the suzerain of propriety, and a major coup for Earthkind. But Fibbin wondered, did he and Galet have the right to make such a decision? Might there be ramifications beyond what they could figure out for themselves? Potentially deadly ramifications? The suzerain of propriety had told them that there were reasons why they weren't allowed to consult with human leaders out on the island detention camps. Its rivalry with the other suzerains was reaching a critical phase, and they might not approve of how much it was planning on giving away. The suzerain of propriety needed surprise in order to outmaneuver them and present a fait accompli. Something struck Fibbin as odd about that logic. But then aliens were alien by definition. He couldn't imagine any Terran-based society operating in such a way. So was Galet telling him that they should pull out of the ceremony? Fine, as far as Fibbin was concerned, she could decide. After all, they only had to say no. Respectfully, of course. And Galet said, "The story doesn't end there." "There's more?" "Oh, yes. A few years later, the 7 Spin clans came forward with evidence that the Paha warrior really had made every effort to call back for instructions before beginning his intervention.
but subspace conditions had prevented any message from getting through. So that made all the difference to the sorrow. In one case, he was taking responsibility he didn't merit. In the other, he was only doing the best he could. The scout was exonerated posthumously, and his heirs were granted advanced uplift rights.
There was a long silence. Neither of them spoke as Fibbin thought carefully. Suddenly it was all clear to him.
It's the effort that counts. That's what she means. It'd be unforgivable to cooperate with the suzerain without at least trying to consult with our patrons. I might fail, probably will fail, but I must try. Let's take a look at that knot again.
He bent over, brought his eye close to the message capsule. Again the lines of text appeared, along with the pulsing red spot. Fibbin looked right at the expectant blob, and thought hard.
I agree to this.
The patch changed color at once, signifying his assent.
Now what?
Fibbin wondered as he sat back. His answer came a moment later, when the door opened quietly. Sylvie entered, wearing the same ankle-length dress as before. She sat down in front of them.
Surveillance is off. I'm feeding the cameras a tape loop. It ought to work for at least an hour before their computer gets suspicious.
Fibbin plucked the disk out of Galet's fur, and she held out her hand for it.
Give me a minute,
Galet whispered, and hurried over to her personal data well to drop the capsule inside.
No offense, Sylvie, but the wording needs improvement. Fibbin can initial my changes. I'm not offended. I knew you'd have to fix it up. I just wanted it to be clear enough for you two to understand what I was offering.
It was all happening so fast, and yet Fibbin felt the adrenaline already starting to sing in his veins.
So I'm going? We're going,
Sylvie corrected.
You and me. I've got supplies stashed, disguises, and a route out of town. Are you with the underground, then?
She shook her head.
I'd like to join, of course, but this is strictly my own show. I'm doing this for a price.
What is it you want? Sylvie shook her head, indicating she would wait for Galet to return.
If you two agree to take the chance, I'll go back outside and call in the night guard. I picked him out carefully and worked hard to get Iron Grip to assign him duty tonight.
What's so special about that guy?
Maybe you noticed that probationer looks a lot like you, Fibbin, and he's got a similar build, close enough to fool the spy comps in the dark for a while, I'd guess.
So that was why that Chen at the gate had looked so familiar. Fibbin speculated concisely.
Drug him, leave him with Galet, while I sneak out in his clothes, using his pass. There's a lot more to it, believe me.
Sylvie looked nervous, exhausted.
But you get the general idea. He and I both go off shift in 20 minutes, so it's got to be before then.
Galet returned. She handed the pellet to Fibbin. He held it up to one eye and read the revised text carefully, not because he planned to criticize Galet's work, but so he would be able to recite it word for word if he ever did make it back to Athaclena and Robert. Galet had entirely rewritten the message. Statement of Intent, recorded by Fibbin Bolger, H.M. Abhuman, Client Citizen of the Tarragon's Federation, and Reserve Lieutenant, Garth Colonial Defense Force. I acknowledge the courtesy I have been shown during my imprisonment, and am cognizant of the kind attention given me by the exalted and respected suzerains of the great clan of the Gubru. Nevertheless, I find that my duty as a combatant in the present war between my line and that of the Gubru compels me to respectfully refuse further confinement, however courteous. In attempting to escape, I in no way spurn the honor granted me by the exalted suzerain in considering me for the status of race representative. By continuing honorable resistance to the Gubru occupation of Garth, I hope that I am behaving as such a client sophont should, in proper obedience to the will of my patrons. I act now in the traditions of galactic society as best I have been given to understand them.
Yeah.
Fibbin had learned enough under Galet's tutelage to see how much better this version was. He registered his assent again, and once more the recording spot changed color. Fibbin handed the disc back to Galet.
What matters is that we try,
he told himself, knowing how forlorn this venture certainly was.
Now,
Galet turned to Sylvie.
What is this fee you spoke of? What is it you want?
Sylvie bit her lip. She faced Galet, but pointed at Fibbin.
Him,
she said quickly.
I want you to share him with me.
What? Fibbin started to get up, but Galet shushed him with a quick gesture.
Explain?
She asked Sylvie. Sylvie shrugged.
I wasn't sure what kind of marriage arrangement the two of you had.
We don't have any, Fibbin said hotly. And what business?
Shut up, Fibbin,
Galet told him evenly.
That's right, Sylvie. We have no agreement, group or monogamous, so what's this all about? What is it you want from him? Isn't it obvious?
Sylvie glanced over at Fibbin.
Whatever his uplift rating was before, he's now effectively a white card. Look at his amazing war record, and the way he foiled the ETs against all odds, not once but twice, in Port Helena. Any of those would be enough to advance him from blue status, and now the suzerains invited him to be a race representative. That kind of attention sticks. It'll hold whoever wins the war. You know that, Dr. Jones.
Sylvie summarized.
He's a white card. I'm a green. I also happen to like his style. It's that simple.
Me? A good all-damned whitey? Fibbin burst out laughing at the absurdity of it. It was just dawning on him what Sylvie was driving at.
Whoever wins,
Sylvie went on, quietly ignoring him,
whether it's Earth or the Gubru, I want my child to ride the crest of Uplift and be protected by the board. My child is going to have a destiny. I'll have grandchildren and a piece of tomorrow.
Sylvie obviously felt passionately about this, but Fibbin was in no mood to be sympathetic.
Of all the metaphysical claptrap,
he thought. And she wasn't even telling this to him. Sylvie was talking to Galet, appealing to her.
Hey, don't I have anything to say about this? He protested. Of course not, silly,
Galet replied, shaking her head.
You're a Chen. A male Chim will screw a goat or a leaf if nothing better is available.
An exaggeration, but a stereotype based on enough truth to make Fibbin blush.
But Sylvie's attractive and approaching pink. What do you expect you'll do once you get free if all of us have agreed in advance that your duty and pleasure coincide?
Galet shifted.
No, this is not your decision. Now, for the last time, be quiet, Fibbin.
Galet turned back to ask Sylvie a new question, but at that moment Fibbin could not even hear the words. The roaring in his ears drowned out every other sound. All he could think of at that moment was the drummer, poor Igor Patterson.
No. Oh, good all protect me. Males work that way. Yes, of course, but I figure you have a bond with him, whether it's formal or not. Theory is fine, but anyone can tell he's got an honor streak a mile thick. He might prove obstinate unless he knew it was all right with you.
Is this how females think of us chins? Down deep?
Fibbin pondered. He remembered secondary school health classes, when the young male chins would be taken off to attend lectures about procreative rights and see films about VD. Like the other boy chimps, he used to wonder what the chimneys were learning at those times.
Do the schools teach them this cold-blooded type of logic? Or do they learn it the hard way, from us?
I do not own him,
Galet shrugged.
If you are right, nobody will ever have that sort of claim on him. Nobody but the Uplift Board, poor fellow.
She frowned.
All I demand of you is that you get him to the mountains safely. He doesn't touch you till then, understand? You get your fee when he's safe with the gorillas.
A male human would not put up with this,
Fibbin pondered bitterly. But then male humans weren't unfinished client-level creatures who would screw a goat or a leaf if nothing better was available, were they? Sylvie nodded in agreement. She extended her hand. Galet took it. They shared a long look and separated. Sylvie stood up.
I'll knock before I come in. It'll be about 10 minutes.
When she looked at Fibbin, her expression was satisfied, as if she had done very well in a business arrangement.
Be ready to leave by then,
she said, and turned to go. When she had left, Fibbin finally found his voice.
You assume too much with all your glib theories, Galet. What the hell makes you so sure?
I'm not sure of anything,
she snapped back, and the confused, hurt look on her face stunned Fibbin more than anything else that had happened that evening. Galet passed a hand in front of her eyes.
I'm sorry, Fibbin. Just do as you think best. Only please don't get offended. None of us can really afford pride right now. Anyway, Sylvie's not asking all that much on the scale of things, is she?
Fibbin read the suppressed tension in Galet's eyes, and his outrage leaked away. It was replaced by concern for her.
Are you sure you'll be okay?
She shrugged.
I guess so. The suzerain will probably find me another partner. I'll do my best to delay things as long as I can.
Fibbin bit his lip.
We'll get word back to you from the humans, I promise.
Her expression told him that she held out little hope, but she smiled.
You do that, Fibbin.
She reached up and touched the side of his face, gently.
You know,
she whispered,
I really will miss you.
The moment passed. She withdrew her hand, and her expression was serious once more.
Now, you'd better gather whatever you want to take with you. Meanwhile, there are a few things I suggest you ought to tell your general. You'll try to remember, Fibbin?
Yeah, sure.
But for one instant, he mourned, wondering if he would ever again see the gentleness that had shone so briefly in her eyes. All business once more, she followed him around the room as he gathered food and clothing. She was still talking a few minutes later when there came a knock on the door. Chapter 64. Galet. In the darkness, after they had left, she sat on her mattress with a blanket over her head, hugging her knees and rocking slowly to the tempo of her loneliness. Her darkness was not entirely solitary. Far better if it had been, in fact. Galet sensed the sleeping Chen near her, wrapped in Fibbin's bedclothes, softly exhaling faint fumes from the drug that had rendered him unconscious. The Proby guard would not awaken for many hours yet. Galet figured this quiet time probably would not last as long as his slumber. No, she was not quite alone. But Galet Jones had never felt quite so cut off, so isolated.
Poor Fibbin, she thought. Maybe Sylvie's right about him. Certainly he is one of the best Chens I'll ever meet. And yet...
She shook her head.
And yet, he only saw part of the way through this plot, and I could not even tell him the rest, not without revealing what I knew to hidden listeners.
She wasn't sure whether Sylvie was sincere or not. Galet never had been much good at judging people.
But I'll bet gametes to zygotes, Sylvie never fooled the Gubru surveillance.
Galet sniffed at the very idea that one little chimney could have bollocksed the ET's monitors in such a way that they would not have instantly noticed it.
No, this was all far too easy. It was arranged.
By whom? Why? Did it really matter?
We never had any choice, of course. Fibbin had to accept the offer.
Galet wondered if she would ever see him again. If this were just another sapiency test ordered by the suzerain of propriety, then Fibbin might very well be back tomorrow, credited with one more appropriate response, appropriate for an especially advanced neo-chimpanzee at the vanguard of his client-level race. She shuddered. Until tonight she had never considered the implications, but Sylvie had made it all too clear. Even if they were brought together again, it would never be the same for her and Fibbin. If her white card had been a barrier between them before, his would almost certainly be a yawning chasm. Anyway, Galet had begun to suspect that this wasn't just another test arranged by the suzerain of propriety, and if not, then some faction of the Gubru had to be responsible for tonight's escapade. Perhaps one of the other suzerains, or... Galet shook her head again. She did not know enough even to guess. There wasn't sufficient data, or maybe she was just too blind, stupid to see the pattern. A play was unfolding all around them, and at every stage it seemed there was no choice which way to turn. Fibbin had to go tonight, whether the offer of escape was a trap or not. She had to stay and wrestle with vagaries beyond her grasp. That was her written fate. This sensation of being manipulated with no real power over her own destiny was a familiar one to Galet, even if Fibbin was only beginning to get used to it. For Galet, it had been a lifelong companion. Some of the old-time religions of Earth had included the concept of predetermination, a belief that all events were foreordained since the very first act of creation, and that so-called free will was nothing more than an illusion. Soon after contact 2 centuries ago, human philosophers had asked the first galactics they met what they thought of this and many other ideas. Quite often the alien sages had responded patronizingly. "These are questions that can only be posed in an illogical wolfling language," had been a typical response. "There are no paradoxes," they had assured, and no mysteries left to be solved, or at least none that could ever be approached by the likes of Earthlings. Predestination was not all that hard for the galactics to understand, actually. Most thought the Wolfling clan predestined for a sad, brief story. And yet, Galet found herself suddenly recalling a time back when she was living on Earth, when she had met a certain Neo-Dolphin, an elderly, retired poet, who told her stories about occasions when he had swum in the slipstreams of great whales, listening for hours on end to their moaning songs of ancient cetacean gods. She had been flattered and fascinated when the aged Finn composed a poem especially for her. "Where does a ball alight, falling through the bright mid-air? Hit it with your snout." Galet figured the haiku had to be even more pungent in trinary, the hybrid language Neo-Dolphins generally used for their poetry. She did not know trinary, of course, but even in Anglic, the little allegory had stuck with her. Thinking about it, Galet gradually came to realize that she was smiling.
Hit it with your snout, indeed.
The sleeping form next to her snored softly. Galet tapped her tongue against her front teeth and pretended to be listening to the rhythm of drums. He was still sitting there, thinking, some hours later, when the door slid open with a loud bang and light spilled in from the hall. Several four-legged avian forms marched in. Quackoo. At the head of the procession, Galet recognized the pastel-tinted down of the servitor of the suzerain of propriety. She stood up, but her shallow bow received no answer. The quackoo stared at her. Then it motioned down at the form under the blankets.
"Your companion does not rise. This is unseemly."
Obviously, with no gubru around, the servitor did not feel obligated to be courteous. Galet looked up at the ceiling.
Perhaps he is indisposed.
"Does he require medical assistance?"
I imagine he'll recover without it.
The quackoo's three-toed feet shuffled in irritation.
"I shall be frank. We wish to inspect your companion, to ascertain his identity."
She raised an eyebrow, even though she knew the gesture was wasted on this creature.
And who do you think he might be? Grandpa Bonzo? Don't you, Quackoo, keep track of your prisoners?
The avian's agitation increased.
"This confinement area was placed under the authority of neo-chimpanzee auxiliaries. If there was a failure, it is due to their animal incompetence, their unsapient negligence."
Galet laughed.
Bullshit!
The quackoo stopped its dance of irritation and listened to its portable translator. When it only stared at her, Galet shook her head.
You can't palm this off on us, Quackoo. You and I both know putting Chim probationers in charge here was just a sham. If there's been a security breach, it was inside your own camp.
The servitor's beak opened a few degrees. Its tongue flicked, a gesture Galet by now knew signified pure hatred. The alien gestured, and two globuliform robots whined forward. Gently but firmly, they used gravitic fields to pick up the sleeping neo-chimp, without even disturbing the blankets, and backed away with him toward the door. Since the quackoo had not bothered to look under the covers, obviously it already knew what it would find there.
"There will be an investigation,"
it promised. Then it swiveled to depart. In minutes, Galet knew they would be reading Fibbin's goodbye note, which had been left attached to the snoring guard. Galet tried to help Fibbin with one more delay.
Fine, she said. In the meantime, I have a request. No, make that a demand that I wish to make.
The servitor had been stepping toward the door, ahead of its entourage of fluttering quackoo. At Galet's words, however, it stopped, causing a mini-traffic jam. There was a babble of angry cooing as its followers brushed against each other and flicked their tongues at Galet. The pink-crested leader turned back and faced her.
"You are not able to make demands."
I make this one in the name of galactic tradition,
Galet insisted.
Do not force me to send my petition directly to Its Eminence, the suzerain of propriety.
There was a long pause, during which the quackoo seemed to contemplate the risks involved. At last, it asked,
"What is your foolish demand?"
Now, though, Galet remained silent, waiting. Finally, with obvious ill grace, the servitor bowed, a bending so minuscule as to be barely detectable. Galet returned the gesture to the same degree.
I want to go to the library,
she said in perfect Gal 7.
In fact, under my rights as a galactic citizen,
I insist on it. Chapter 65. Fibbin. Exiting in the drugged guard's clothes had turned out to be almost absurdly simple. Once Sylvie taught him a simple code phrase to speak to the robots hovering over the gate. The sole chim on duty had been mumbling around a sandwich and waved the two of them through with barely a glance.
"Where are you taking me?"
Fibbin asked once. The dark, vine-covered wall of the prison was behind them.
"To the docks,"
Sylvie answered over her shoulder. She maintained a quick pace down the damp, leaf-blown sidewalks, leading him past blocks of dark, empty, human-style dwellings. Then, further on, they passed through a chim neighborhood, consisting mostly of large, rambling group marriage houses, brightly painted, with door-like windows and sturdy trellises for kids to climb. Now and then, as they hurried by, Fibbin caught glimpses of silhouettes cast against tightly drawn curtains.
"Why the docks?" "Because that's where the boats are,"
Sylvie replied tersely. Her eyes darted to and fro. She twisted the chronometer ring on her left hand and kept looking back over her shoulder, as if worried they might be followed. That she seemed nervous was natural. Still, Fibbin had reached his limit. He grabbed her arm and made her stop.
"Listen, Sylvie, I appreciate everything you've done so far, but now don't you think it's time for you to let me in on the plan?"
She sighed.
"Yeah, I suppose so."
Her anxious grin reminded him of that night at the Ape's Grape.
What he had imagined then to be animal lust that evening must have been something like this instead.
Fear suppressed under a well-laid veneer of bravado.
"Except for the gates and the fence, the only way out of the city is by boat. My plan is for us to sneak aboard one of the fishing vessels. The night fishers generally put out to sea at—"
She glanced at her finger watch.
"Oh, in about an hour."
Fibbin nodded. "Then what?"
"Then we slip overboard as the boat passes out of Aspinall Bay. We'll swim to North Point Park. From there it'll be a hard march north along the beach, but we should be able to make hilly country by daybreak."
Fibbin nodded. It sounded like a good plan. He liked the fact that there were several points along the way where they could change their minds if problems or opportunities presented themselves. For instance, they might try for the south point of the bay instead. Certainly the enemy would not expect two fugitives to head straight toward their new hyper-shunt installation. There would be a lot of construction equipment parked there. The idea of stealing one of the Gubrus' own ships appealed to Fibbin. If he ever pulled something like that off, maybe he'd actually merit a white card after all. He shook aside that thought quickly, for it made him think of Galet. Damn it, he missed her already.
"Sounds pretty well thought out, Sylvie."
She smiled guardedly.
"Thanks, Fibbin. Can we go now?"
He gestured for her to lead on. Soon they were winding their way past shuttered shops and food stands. The clouds overhead were low and ominous, and the night smelled of the coming storm. A southwesterly wind blew in stiff but erratic gusts, pushing leaves and bits of paper around their ankles as they walked. When it started to drizzle, Sylvie raised the hood of her parka, but Fibbin left his own down. He did not mind wet hair half as much as having his sight and hearing obstructed now. Off toward the sea he saw a flickering in the sky, accompanied by distant, gray growling.
"Hell,"
Fibbin thought.
"What am I thinking?"
He grabbed his companion's arm again.
"Nobody's going to go to sea in this kind of weather, Sylvie." "The captain of this boat will, Fibbin."
She shook her head.
"I really shouldn't tell you this, but he's a smuggler. Was even before the war. His craft has foul weather integrity and can partially submerge."
Fibbin blinked. What's he smuggling nowadays? Sylvie looked left and right.
Chims, some of the times, to and from Silmar Island.
Silmar? Would he take us there? Sylvie frowned.
I promised Galet I'd get you to the mountains, Fibbin, and anyway, I'm not sure I'd trust this captain that far.
But Fibbin's head was awhirl. Half the humans on the planet were interned on Silmar Island. Why settle for Robert and Athaclena, who were, after all, barely more than children, when he might be able to bring Galet's questions before the experts at the university? Let's play it by ear, he said noncommittally. But he was already determined to evaluate this smuggler captain for himself. Perhaps under the cover of this storm it might turn out to be possible. Fibbin thought about it as they resumed their journey. Soon they were near the docks. In fact, not far from the spot where Fibbin had spent part of the afternoon watching the gulls. The rain now fell in sudden, unpredictable sheets. Each time it blew away again, the air was left startlingly clear, enhancing every odor, from decaying fish to the beery stink of a fisherman's tavern across the way, where a few lights still shone, and low, sad music leaked into the night. Fibbin's nostrils flared. He sniffed, trying to trace something that seemed to fade in and out with the fickle rain. Likewise, Fibbin's senses fed his imagination, laying out possibilities for his consideration. His companion led him around a corner, and Fibbin saw 3 piers. Several dark, bulky shadows lay moored next to each. One of those, no doubt, was the smuggler's boat. Fibbin stopped Sylvie, again with a hand on her arm.
We'd better hurry,
she urged. Wouldn't do to be too early, he replied. It's going to be cramped and smelly in that boat. Come on back here. There's something we may not have a chance to do for some time. She gave him a puzzled expression as he drew her back around the corner into the shadows. When he put his arms around her, she stiffened, then relaxed and tilted her face up. Fibbin kissed her. Sylvie answered in kind. When he started using his lips to nibble from her left ear across the line of her jaw and down her neck, Sylvie sighed.
Oh, Fibbin, if only we had time, if only you knew how much...
Shh, he told her as he let go. With a flourish, he took off his parka and laid it on the ground.
What?
She began, but he drew her down to sit on the jacket. He settled down behind her. Her tension eased a bit when he began combing his fingers through her hair, grooming her.
Whoosh,
Sylvie said.
For a moment I thought...
Who, me? You should know me better than that, darling. I'm the kind who likes to build up slowly. None of this rush stuff. We can take our time. She turned her head to smile up at him.
I'm glad. I won't be pink for a week anyway. Though I mean, we don't really have to wait that long. It's just...
Her words cut short suddenly as Fibbin's left arm tightened hard around her throat. In a flash, he reached into her parka and clicked open her pocket knife. Sylvie's eyes bulged as he pressed the sharp blade close against her carotid artery. One word, he whispered directly into her left ear. One sound, and you feed the gulls tonight, do you understand? She nodded jerkily. He could feel her pulse pound, the vibration carrying up the knife blade. Fibbin's own heart was not beating much slower. Mouth your words, he told her hoarsely. I'll lip read. Now tell me, where are tracers planted? Sylvie blinked. Aloud, she said, What? That was all. Her voice stopped as he instantly increased pressure. Try again, he whispered. This time she formed the words silently. What are you talking about, Fibbin? His own voice was a barely audible murmur in her ear.
They're waiting for us out there, aren't they, darling? And I don't mean fairy-tale chim smugglers. I'm talking guru sweets. You're leading me right into their fine feathered clutches.
Sylvie stiffened.
Fibbin, No, Fibbin. I smell bird, he hissed. They're out there, all right. And as soon as I picked up that scent, it all suddenly made perfect sense.
Sylvie remained silent. Her eyes were eloquent enough by themselves.
Oh, Galet must think I'm a prize sap. Now that I think on it, of course the escape must have been arranged. In fact, the date must have been set for some time. You all probably didn't count on this storm tying up the fishing fleet. That tale about a smuggler captain was a resourceful ad-lib to push back my suspicions. Did you think of it yourself, Sylvie? Fibbin, shut up. Oh, it was appealing, all right, to imagine some chims were smart enough to be pulling runs to Silmar and back, right under the enemy's beak. Vanity almost won, Sylvie, but I was once a scout pilot, remember? I started thinking about how hard that'd be to pull off, even in weather like this.
He sniffed the air, and there it was again, that distinct, musty odor. Now that he thought about it, he realized that none of the tests he and Galet had been put through during the last several weeks had dealt with the sense of smell. Of course not. Galactics think it's mostly a relic for animals. Moisture fell onto his hand, even though it was not raining just then. Sylvie's tears dripped. She shook her head.
You won't be harmed, Fibbin. The suzerain just wants to ask you some questions. Then you'll be let go. It promised.
So, this was just another test after all. Fibbin felt like laughing at himself for ever believing escape was possible.
I guess I'll see Galet again sooner than I thought.
He was beginning to feel ashamed of the way he had terrorized Sylvie. After all, this had all been just a game, anyway. Simply one more examination. It wouldn't do to take anything too seriously under such conditions. He was only doing her job. He started to relax, easing his grip on her throat, when suddenly part of what Sylvie had said struck Fibbin.
The suzerain said it'd let me go? He whispered. You mean it'll send me back to jail, don't you?
She shook her head vigorously.
No,
she mouthed.
It'll drop us off in the mountains. I meant that part of my deal with you and Galet. The suzerain promised, if you answer its questions... Wait a minute, Fibbin snapped. You aren't talking about the suzerain of propriety, are you?
She shook her head. Fibbin felt suddenly lightheaded.
Which suzerain is waiting for us out there?
Sylvie sniffed.
The suzerain of cost and caution, she whispered.
He closed his eyes in the dreadful realization of what this meant. This was no game or test, after all. Oh, good all, he thought. Now he had to think to save his own neck. If it had been the suzerain of Beam and Talon, Fibbin would have been ready to throw in the towel right then and there, for then all of the resources of the Gubru military machine would have been arrayed against him. As it was, the chances were slim enough, but Fibbin was starting to get ideas. Accountants, insurance agents, bureaucrats. Those made up the army of the suzerain of cost and caution.
Maybe, Fibbin thought, just maybe.
Before doing anything, though, he had to deal with Sylvie. He couldn't just tie her up and leave her. And he simply wasn't a bloody-minded killer. That led to only one option. He had to win her cooperation, and quickly. He might tell her of his certainty that the suzerain of cost and caution wasn't quite the stickler for truth the suzerain of propriety was. When it was its word against hers, why should the bird keep any promise to release them? In fact, tonight's raid on its pier might even be illegal by the invader's standards, in which case it would be stupid to let two chimps who knew about it run around free. Knowing the guru, Fibbin figured the suzerain of cost and caution would probably let them go all right, straight out of the airlock into deep space. Would she believe me, though, if I told her? He couldn't chance that. Fibbin thought he knew another way to get Sylvie's undivided attention. I want you to listen to me carefully, he told her. I am not going out to meet your suzerain. I'm not going out there for one simple reason. If I walk out there knowing what I now know, you and I can kiss my white card goodbye. Her eyes locked onto his. A tremor ran down her spine. You see, darling, I have to behave like a superlative example to chimpdom in order to qualify for that encomium. And what kind of super chimp goes and walks right into something he already knows is a trap? No, Sylvie. We'll probably still get caught anyway, but we've got to be caught trying our very best to escape, or it just won't count. You see what I mean? She blinked a few times and finally nodded. Hey, he whispered amiably. Cheer up. You should be glad I saw through this stunt. It just means our kid'll be all the more clever, a little bastard. He'll probably find a way to blow up his kindergarten. Sylvie blinked. Hesitantly, she smiled. Yeah, she said quietly. I guess that's right. Fibbin let his knife hand drop away and released Sylvie's throat. He stood up. This was the moment of truth. All she probably had to do was let out a shout, and the followers of the suzerain of cost and caution would be on them in moments. Instead, though, she pulled off her ring watch and handed it to Fibbin. The tracer. He nodded and offered her his hand to help her rise. She stumbled at first, still trembling from reaction, but he kept his arm around her as he led her back one block and a little south. Now, if only this idea works, he thought. The Dovecote was where he remembered it, behind an ill-kempt group house in the neighborhood bordering the harbor. Everyone was asleep, apparently, but Fibbin nevertheless kept quiet as possible as he cut a few wires and crept into the coop. It was dank and smelled uncomfortably of bird. The pigeon's soft cooing reminded Fibbin of Quackoo. Come on, kids, he whispered to them. You're going to help me fool your cousins tonight. He had recalled this place from one of his walks. The proximity was more than convenient. It was probably essential. He and Sylvie dared not leave the harbor area until they had disposed of the tracer. The pigeons edged away from him. While Sylvie kept watch, Fibbin cornered and seized a fat, strong-looking bird. With a piece of string, he bound the ring watch to its foot. Nice night for a long flight, don't you think? He whispered, and threw the pigeon into the air. He repeated the process with his own watch for good measure. He left the door open. If the birds returned early, the guru might follow the tracer signal here, but their typically noisy arrival would send the whole flock flapping off again, starting another wild goose chase. Fibbin congratulated himself on his cleverness as he and Sylvie ran eastward, away from the harbor. Soon they were in a dilapidated industrial area. Fibbin knew where he was. He had been here before, leading the placid horse, Tycho, on his first foray into town after the invasion. Sometime before they reached the wall, he signaled for a stop. He had to catch his breath, though Sylvie seemed hardly winded at all. Well, she's a dancer, of course, he thought. Okay, now we strip, he told her. To her credit, Sylvie did not even bat an eye. The logic was inescapable. Her watch might not have been the only tracer planted on their person. She hurried through the disrobing, and was finished before him. When everything lay in a pile, Fibbin spared her a brief, appreciative whistle. Sylvie blushed. "Now what?" she asked. "Now we go for the fence," he answered. "The fence? But Fibbin—" "Come on. I've wanted to look at the thing close up for some time anyway." It was only a few hundred yards farther before they reached the broad strip of ground the aliens had leveled all the way around Port Helena. Sylvie shivered as they approached the tall barrier, which glistened damply under the light of bright watch globes placed at wide intervals along its length. "Fibbin," Sylvie said as he stepped out onto the strip, "we can't go out there." "Why not?" he asked. Still, he stopped and turned to look back at her. "Do you know anyone who has?" She shook her head. "Why would anybody? It's obviously crazy. Those watch globes—" "Yeah," Fibbin said contemplatively. "I was just wondering how many of them it took to line a fence around the whole city. 10,000? 20? 30? He was remembering the Guardian drones that had lined a much smaller and much more sensitive perimeter around the former Timbrimi embassy, that day when the Chancery building exploded and Fibbin had had his lesson in E.T. humor. Those devices had turned out to be pretty unimpressive compared with Rover, or the typical battle robot the Gubru Talon soldiers took into battle. "I wonder about these," he thought, and took another step forward. "Fibbin!" Sylvie sounded close to panic. "Let's try the gate. We can tell the guards. We can tell them we were robbed. We were hicks from the farms, visiting town, and somebody stole our clothes and ID cards. If we act dumb enough, maybe they'll just let us through." "Yeah, sure." Fibbin stepped closer still. Now he stood no more than half a dozen meters from the barrier. He saw that it comprised a series of narrow slats connected by wire at the top and bottom. He had chosen a point between two of the glowing globes, as far from each as possible. Still, as he approached, he felt a powerful sensation that they were watching him. The certainty filled Fibbin with resignation. By now, of course, Gubru soldiery were on their way here. They would arrive any minute now. His best course was to turn around, to run. Now. He glanced back at Sylvie. He stood where he had left her. It was easy to tell that she would rather be almost anywhere else in the world than here. He wasn't at all sure why she had remained. Fibbin grabbed his left wrist with his right hand. His pulse was fast and thready, and his mouth felt dry as sand. Trembling, he made an effort of will and took another step toward the fence. An almost palpable dread seemed to close in all around him, as he had felt when he heard poor Simon Levin's death wail during that useless, futile battle out in space. He felt a dark foreboding of imminent doom. Mortality pressed in, a sense of the futility of life. Fibbin turned around slowly to look at Sylvie. He grinned. "Cheap chicken shit birds," he grunted. "They aren't watch globes at all. They're stupid psi radiators." Sylvie blinked. Her mouth opened, closed. "Are you sure?" she asked unbelievingly. "Come on out and see," he urged. "Right there you'll suddenly be sure you're being watched. Then you'll think every Talon soldier in space is coming after you." Sylvie swallowed. She clenched her fists and moved out onto the empty strip. Step by step, Fibbin watched her. He had to give Sylvie credit. A lesser chimney would have cut and run, screaming, long before she reached his position. Beads of perspiration popped out on her brow, joining the intermittent raindrops. Part of him, distant from the adrenaline roar, appreciated her naked form. It helped to distract his mind. So, he really has nursed. The faint stretch marks of childbearing and lactation were often faked by some chimneys in order to make themselves look more attractive. But in this case it was clear that Sylvie had borne a child. I wonder what her story is. When she stood next to him, eyes closed tightly, she whispered,
What's happening to me right now?
Fibbin listened to his own feelings. He thought of Galet and her long mourning for her friend and protector, the giant chim Max. He thought of the chims he had seen blown apart by the enemy's overpowering weaponry. He remembered Simon.
You feel like your best friend in all the world just died,
he told her gently, and took her hand. Her answering grip was hard, but across her face there swept a look of relief.
Psi emitters. That's all?
She opened her eyes.
Why those cheap chicken shit birds?
Fibbin guffawed. Sylvie slowly smiled. With her free hand she covered her mouth. They laughed, standing there in the rain in the midst of a riverbed of sorrow. They laughed, and when their tears finally slowed, they walked together the rest of the way to the fence, still holding hands. Now, when I say push, push.
I'm ready, Fibbin.
Sylvie crouched beneath him, feet set, shoulder braced against one of the tall slats, arms gripping the part of the wall next to it. Standing over her, Fibbin took a similar stance and planted his feet in the mud. He took several deep breaths. Okay, push. Together they heaved. The slats were already a few centimeters apart. As he and Sylvie strained, he could feel the space begin to widen. Evolution is never wasted, Fibbin thought as he heaved with all his might. 1,000,000 years ago, humans were going through all the pangs of self-uplift, evolving what the Galactics said could only be given, sapiency, the ability to think and to covet the stars. Meanwhile, though Fibbin's ancestors had not been idle, we were getting strong. Fibbin concentrated on that thought, while sweat popped out on his brow, and the plastisheath slats groaned. He grunted and could feel Sylvie's own desperate struggle as her back quivered against his leg. Ah! Sylvie lost her footing in the mud, and her legs flew out, throwing her backward hard. Recoil spun Fibbin about, and the springy slats bounced back, tossing him on top of her. For a minute or two they just lay there, breathing in shuddering gasps. Finally, though, Sylvie spoke.
Please, honey, not tonight. I got a headache.
Fibbin laughed. He rolled off of her and onto his back, coughing. They needed humor. It was their best defense against the constant hammering of the psi globes. Panic was incipient, ever creeping on the verge of their minds. Laughter kept it at bay. They helped each other up and inspected what they had accomplished. The gap was noticeably larger, perhaps 10 centimeters now, but it was still far from wide enough, and Fibbin knew they were running out of time. They would need at least 3 hours to have any hope of reaching the foothills before daybreak. At least, if they made it through, they would have the storm on their side. Another sheet of rain swept across them as he and Sylvie settled in again, bracing themselves. The lightning had drawn closer over the last half hour. Thunder rolled, shaking trees and rattling shutters. It's a mixed blessing, Fibbin thought. For While it no doubt hampered Gubru's scanners, the rain also made it hard to get a good grip on the slippery fence material. The mud was a curse. "You ready?" he asked.
"Sure. You could manage to keep that thing of yours out of my face,"
Sylvie said, looking up at him.
"It's distracting, you know."
"It's what you told Galet you wanted to share, honey. Besides, you've seen it all before, back at the Thunder Mound."
"Yes,"
she smiled.
"But it didn't look quite the same."
"Oh, shut up and push,"
Fibbin growled. Together they heaved again, putting all their strength into the effort.
Give way,"
he heard Sylvie gasp, and his own muscles threatened to cramp as the fence material creaked, budged ever so slightly, and creaked again. This time it was Fibbin who slipped, letting the springy material bounce back. Once more they collapsed together in the mud, panting. The rain was steady now. Fibbin wiped a rivulet out of his eyes and looked at the gap again.
"Maybe 12 centimeters. Ifney, that's not anywhere near enough."
He could feel the captivating power of the psi globes broadcasting their gloom into his skull. The message was sapping his strength, he knew, pushing him and Sylvie toward resignation. He felt terribly heavy as he slowly stood up and leaned against the obdurate fence.
"Hell, we tried. We'll get credit for that much. Almost made it, too, if only—" "No," he shouted suddenly. "No, I won't let you."
He hurled himself at the gap, tried to pry his body through, wriggled and writhed against the recalcitrant opening. Lightning struck somewhere in the dark realm just beyond, illuminating an open countryside of fields and forests, and beyond them the beckoning foothills of the Moulin Range. Thunder pealed, setting the fence rocking. The slats squeezed Fibbin between them, and he howled in agony. When they let go, he fell, half-numbed with pain, to the ground near Sylvie. But he was on his feet again in an instant. Another electric ladder lit the glowering clouds. He screamed back at the sky. He beat the ground. Mud and pebbles flew up as he threw handfuls into the air. More thunder drove the stones back, pelting them into his face. There was no longer any such thing as speech, no words. The part of him that knew such things reeled in shock, and in reaction other, older, sturdier portions took control. Now there was only the storm, the wind and rain, the lightning and thunder. He beat his breast, lips curled back, baring his teeth to the stinging rain. The storm sang to Fibbin, reverberating in the ground and the throbbing air. He answered with a howl. This music was no prissy human thing. It was not poetical like the whale dream phantoms of the dolphins. No, this was music he could feel clear down to his bones. It rocked him. It rolled him. It lifted Fibbin like a rag doll and tossed him down into the mud. He came back up, spinning and hooting. He could feel Sylvie's gaze upon him. She was slapping the ground, watching him, wide-eyed, excited. That only made him beat his breast harder and shriek louder. He knew he was not drooping now. Throwing pebbles into the air, he cried defiance to the storm, calling out for the lightning to come and get him. Obligingly, it came. Brilliance filled space, charging it, sending his hair bristling outward, sparking. The soundless bellow blew him backward, like a giant's hand come down to slap him straight against the wall. Fibbin screamed as he struck the slats. Before he blacked out, he distinctly smelled the aroma of burning fur. Chapter 66. Galet. In the darkness, with the sound of rain pelting against the roof tiles, she suddenly opened her eyes. A Alone, she stood up with the blanket wrapped around her and went to the window. Outside, a storm blew across Port Helena, announcing the full arrival of autumn. The caligenous clouds rumbled angrily, threateningly. There was no view to the east, but Galet let her cheek rest against the cool glass and faced that way anyway. The room was comfortably warm. Nevertheless, she closed her eyes and shivered against a sudden chill. Chapter 67. Fibbin.
Eyes. Eyes. Eyes were everywhere.
They whirled and danced, glowing in the darkness, taunting him. An elephant appeared, crashing through the jungle, trumpeting with red irises aflame. He tried to flee, but it caught him, picked him up in its trunk, and carried him off, bouncing, jouncing him, cracking his ribs. He wanted to tell the beast to go ahead and eat him already, or trample him, only to get it over with. After a while, though, he grew used to it. The pain dulled to a throbbing ache, and the journey settled into a steady rhythm. The first thing he realized, on awakening, was that the rain was somehow missing his face. He lay on his back on what felt like grass. All around him the sounds of the storm rolled on, scarcely diminished. He could feel the wet showers on his legs and torso, and yet none of the raindrops fell onto his nose or mouth. Fibbin opened his eyes to look and see why, and, incidentally, to find out how he happened to be alive. A silhouette blocked out the dim underglow of the clouds. A lightning stroke, not far away, briefly illuminated a face above his own. Sylvie looked down in concern, holding his head in her lap. Fibbin tried to speak.
Where?
But the word came out as a croak. Most of his voice seemed to be gone. Fibbin dimly recalled an episode of screaming, howling at the sky. That had to be why his throat hurt so.
We're outside,
Sylvie said, just loud enough to be heard over the rain. Fibbin blinked.
Outside?
Wincing, he lifted his head just enough to look around. Against the stormy backdrop, it was hard to see anything at all, but he was able to make out the dim shapes of trees and low rolling hills. He turned to his left. The outline of Port Helena was unmistakable, especially the curving trail of tiny lights that followed the course of the Gubru fence.
But how did we get here? I carried you, she said matter-of-factly. You weren't in much shape for walking after you tore down that wall. Tore down?
She nodded. There appeared to be a shining light in Sylvie's eyes.
I thought I'd seen thunder dances before, Fibbin Bulger, but that was one to beat all others on record. I swear it if I live to 90 and have 100 respectful grandchildren. I don't imagine I'll ever be able to tell it so I'll be believed.
Dimly, it sort of came back to him now. He recalled the anger, the outrage over having come so close and yet so far from freedom. It shamed him to remember giving in that way to frustration, to the animal within him.
Some white card,
Fibbin snorted, knowing how stupid the suzerain of propriety had to be to have chosen a chim like him for such a role.
I must have lost my grip for a while.
Sylvie touched his left shoulder. He winced and looked down to see a nasty burn there. Oddly, it did not seem to hurt as badly as a score of lesser aches and bruises.
You taunted the storm, Fibbin, she said in a hushed voice. You dared it to come down after you, and when it came, you made it do your bidding.
Fibbin closed his eyes.
Oh, Goodall, of all the silly, superstitious nonsense.
And yet there was a part of him, deep down, that felt warmly satisfied. It was as if that portion actually believed that there had been cause and effect, that he had done exactly what Sylvie described. Fibbin shuddered. "Help me sit up, okay?" There was a disorienting moment or two as the horizon tilted and vision swam. At last, though, when she had him seated so the world no longer wavered all around him, he gestured for her to help him stand.
"You should rest, Fibbin."
"When we reach the Moulin," he told her. "Dawn can't be far off, and the storm won't last forever. Come on, I'll lean on you." She took his good arm over her shoulder, bracing him. Somehow they managed to get him onto his feet. "You know," he said, "you're a strong little chimmy. Huh. Carried me all the way up here, did you?" She nodded, looking up at him with that same light. Fibbin smiled. "Okay," he said. "Pretty damn okay." Together they started out, limping toward the glowering dark hummocks to the east. Part 5. Avengers. In ancient days, when Poseidon still reigned and the ships of man were as weak as tinder, bad luck struck a certain Thracian freighter, who foundered and broke apart under an early winter storm. All hands were lost under those savage waves, save one, the boat's mascot, a monkey. As the fates would have it, a dolphin appeared just as the monkey was gasping its last breath. Knowing of the great love between man and dolphin, the monkey cried out, "Save me, for the sake of my poor children in Athens." Quick as a streak, the dolphin offered its broad back. "Thou art very strange, small and ugly for a man," the dolphin said, as the monkey took a desperate grip. "As men go, I might be quite handsome," replied the monkey, who coughed, holding on tightly as the dolphin turned towards land. "You say you are a man of Athens?" the wary sea creature asked. "Indeed, who would claim it were he not?" the monkey proclaimed. "Then you know Piraeus?" the suspicious dolphin inquired further. The monkey thought quickly. "Oh, yes," he cried. "Piraeus is my dear friend. I only spoke with him last week." With that, the dolphin bucked angrily and flung the monkey into the sea to drown. The moral of the story, one might suppose, is that one should always get one's stories straight when pretending to be what one is not. M. N. Plano. Chapter 68. Galactics. The image in the holographic display flickered. That was not surprising, since it came from many parsecs away, refracted through the folded space of the Poorman transfer point. The muddy picture wavered and occasionally lost definition. Still, to the suzerain of propriety, the message was coming in all too clearly. A diverse collection of beings stood depicted before the suzerain's pedestal. It recognized most of the races by sight. There was a Pila, for instance, short, furry, and stubby-armed. And there was a tall, gangling Zatang, who stood beside a spider-like Serentin. A Baigle glowered lazily, coiled next to a being the suzerain did not immediately recognize, and which might have been a client or a decorative pet. Also, to the suzerain's dismay, the delegation included a Cynthian and a human. A human! And there was no way to complain. It was only appropriate to include a Terran among the official observers, if a qualified human were available, since this world was registered to the Wolflings. But the suzerain had felt certain that there were none employed by the Uplift Institute in this sector. Perhaps This was one more sign that the political situation in the 5 galaxies had worsened. Word had come from the home-world Roostmasters, telling of serious setbacks out between the spiral arms. Battles had gone badly. Allies had proven unreliable. Tandu and Sorrow fleets dominated once profitable trade routes, and now monopolized the siege of Earth. These were trying times for the great and powerful clan of the Guxu-Gubru. All now depended on certain important neutralist patron lines. Should something happen to draw one or two of them into an alliance, triumph might yet be attained for the righteous. On the other side of the wing, it would be disastrous to see any of the neutrals turn against the great clan. To influence such matters had been a major reason, back when the suzerain of propriety originated the idea of invading Garth in the first place. Superficially, this expedition had been intended to seize hostages for use in prying secrets out of the high command of Earth. But psychological profiles had always made success in that seem unlikely. Wolflings were obstinate creatures. No, what had won the Roostmasters over to the priest's proposal was the possibility that this would bring honor to the cause of the clan, to score a coup and win new alliances from wavering parties. And at first all seemed to go so well. The first suzerain of cost and caution. The priest chirped a deep note of mourning. It had not before realized what wisdom they had lost, how the old bureaucrat had tempered the rash brilliance of the younger two with deep and reliable sense.
What a consensus, unity, policy we might have had.
Now, though, in addition to the constant struggles among the still disunited triumvirate, there was this latest bad news. A Terran would be among the official observers from the Uplift Institute. The implications were unpleasant to consider, and that was not the worst of it. As the suzerain watched in dismay, the Earthling stepped forward as spokesman. Its statement was in clear Galactic 7. Greetings to the triumvirate of the forces of Guxu-Gubru, now in contested occupation of the limited leasehold world known as Garth. I greet you in the name of Cochwin III, Grand High Examiner of the Uplift Institute. This message is being sent ahead of our vessel by the quickest available means, so that you may prepare for our arrival. Conditions in hyperspace and at transfer points indicate that causality will almost certainly allow us to attend the proposed ceremonies and administer appropriate sapiency tests at the time and place requested by you. You are further informed that Galactic Uplift Institute has gone to great lengths to accommodate your unusual request, first in exercising such haste, and second, in acting on the basis of so little information. Ceremonies of uplift are joyous occasions, especially in times of turmoil such as these. They celebrate the continuity and perpetual renewal of galactic culture in the name of the most revered progenitors. Client species are the hope, the future of our civilization, and on such occasions as this, we demonstrate our responsibility, our honor, and our love. We approach this event, then, filled with curiosity as to what wonder the clan of Guxu-Gubru plans to unveil before the 5 galaxies. The scene vanished, leaving the suzerain to contemplate this news. It was too late, of course, to recall the invitations and cancel the ceremony. Even the other suzerains recognized this. The shunt must be completed, and they must prepare to receive honored guests. To do otherwise might damage the Gubru cause irrevocably. The suzerain danced a dance of anger and frustration. It muttered short, sharp imprecations. Curse the devil, trickster Timbrimi. In retrospect, the very idea of Garthlings, native pre-sentients that survived the Holocaust of the Burrarali, was absurd, and yet the trail of false evidence had been so startlingly plausible, so striking in its implied opportunity. The suzerain of propriety had begun this expedition in a lead position. Its place in the eventual molt had seemed assured after the untimely demise of the first suzerain of cost and caution. But all that changed when no Garthlings were found, when it became clear just how thoroughly propriety had been tricked. Failure to find evidence of human misuse of Garth or their clients meant that the suzerain still had not yet set foot upon the soil of this planet. That, in turn, had retarded the development of completion hormones. All of these factors were setbacks, throwing the molt into serious doubt. Then, insurrection among the neo-chimpanzees helped bring the military to the fore. Now the suzerain of beam and talon was rapidly growing preeminent, unstoppable. The coming molt filled the suzerain of propriety with foreboding. Such events were supposed to be triumphant, transcendent, even for the losers. Moltings were times of renewal and sexual fulfillment for the race. They were also supposed to represent crystallization of policy, consensus on correct action. This time, however, there was little or no consensus. Something was very wrong about this molting. The only thing all three suzerains were in agreement about was that the hyperspace shunt must be used for some sort of uplift ceremony. To do otherwise would be suicidal at this point. But beyond that, they parted company. Their incessant arguing had begun affecting the entire expedition. The more religious Talon soldiers had taken to bickering with their comrades. Bureaucrats who were retired soldiers sided with their former comrades over logistical expenditures, or turned sullen when their chief overruled them. Even among the priesthood, there were frequent arguments where there should already be unanimity. The priest had just recently discovered what factionalism could do. The divisiveness had gone all the way to the point of betrayal. Why else had one of its two race leader chimpanzees been stolen? Now, the suzerain of cost and caution was insisting on a role in choosing the new male. No doubt the bureaucrat was responsible for the escape of the Fibbin Bulger chimp in the first place. Such a promising creature it had been. By now, it no doubt had been converted to vapor and ashes. There would be no way to pin this on either of the rival suzerains, of course. A Kwaku servitor approached and knelt, proffering a data cube in its beak. Given assent, it popped the record into a player unit. The room dimmed, and the suzerain of propriety watched a camera's eye view of driving rain and darkness. It shivered involuntarily, disliking the ugly, dank dinginess of a wolfling town. The view panned over a muddy patch in a dark alley, a broken shack made of wire and wood, where Terran birds had been kept as pets, a pile of soggy clothing beside a padlocked factory, footprints leading to a churned-up field of mud beside a bent and battered fence, more footprints leading off into the dim wilderness. The implications were apparent to the suzerain before the investigator's report reached its conclusion. The male neo-chimpanzee had perceived the trap set for it. It appeared to have made good its escape. The suzerain danced upon its perch, a series of mincing steps of ancient lineage.
The harm, damage, setback to our program is severe, but it is not, may not be irreparable.
At a gesture, its Kwaku followers hurried forward. The suzerain's first command was straightforward.
We must increase, improve, enhance our commitment, our incentives. Inform the female that we agree, accept, acquiesce to her request. She may go to the library.
The servitor bowed, and the other Kwaku crooned. Zoon. Chapter 69. Government in Exile. The hollow tank cleared as the interstellar message ran to its end. When the lights came on, the council members looked at each other in puzzlement. What does it mean? Colonel Maven asked. I'm not sure, said Commander Kiley, but it's clear the Gubru are up to something. Refuge Administrator Mu Chen drummed her fingers on the table. They appeared to be officials from the Uplift Institute. Seems to mean the invaders are planning some sort of uplift ceremony and have invited witnesses. That much is obvious, Megan thought. Do you think this has anything to do with that mysterious construction south of Port Helena? She asked. The site had been a topic of much discussion lately. Colonel Maven nodded. I had been reluctant to admit the possibility before, but now I'd have to say so. The Chim member spoke. Why would they want to hold an uplift ceremony for the Kwaku here on Garth? It doesn't make sense. Would that improve their claim on our leasehold? I doubt it, Megan said. Maybe it isn't for the Kwaku at all. But then for who? Megan shrugged. Kiley commented. The Uplift Institute officials appear to be in the dark as well. There was a long silence. Then Kiley broke it again. How significant do you think it is that the spokesman was human? Megan smiled. Obviously, it was meant as a dig at the Gubru. That man might have been no more than a junior clerk trainee at the local Uplift Institute branch. Putting him out in front of Pila and Zatang and Serentini means Earth isn't finished yet, and certain powers want to point that out to the Gubru. Pila. They're tough customers, and members of the Sorrow clan. Having a human spokesman might be an insult to the Gubru, but it's no guarantee Earth is okay. Megan understood what Kiley meant. If the Sorrow now dominated Earth space, there were rough times ahead. Again another long silence. Then Colonel Maven spoke. They mentioned a hyperspace shunt. Those were expensive. The Gubru must set great store by this ceremony thing. Indeed, Megan thought, knowing that a motion had been put before the council, and this time she realized that it would be hard to justify holding to Uther Colving's advice. You are suggesting a target, Colonel? I sure am, Madam Coordinator. Maven sat up and met her eyes. I think this is the opportunity we've been waiting for. There were nods of agreement up and down the table. They are voting out of boredom and frustration and sheer cabin fever, Megan knew. And yet, is this not a golden chance to be seized or lost forever? We cannot attack once the emissaries from the Uplift Institute have arrived, she emphasized, and saw that everybody understood how important that was. However, I agree that there may be a window of opportunity during which a strike could be made. Consensus was obvious. In a corner of her mind, Megan felt there really ought to be more discussion, but she, too, was near filled to bursting with impatience. We shall cut new orders to Major Prathachulthorn, then. He shall receive carte blanche, subject only to the condition that any attack be completed by November 1st. Is it agreed? A simple raising of hands. Commander Kiley hesitated, then joined in to make it unanimous. We are committed, Megan thought, and she wondered if hell reserved a special place for mothers who send their own sons into battle. Chapter 70. Robert. She didn't have to go away, did she? I mean, she herself said it was all right. Robert rubbed his stubbled chin. He thought about taking a shower and shaving. Major Prathachulthorne would be calling a meeting sometime after it reached full light, and the commander liked to see his officers well groomed. What I really should be doing is sleeping, Robert knew. They had just finished a whole series of night exercises. It would be wise to catch up on his rest. And yet, after a couple of hours of fitful slumber, he had found himself too nervous, too full of restless energy to stay in bed any longer. He had risen and gone to his small desk, setting up the data well so its light would not disturb the chamber's other occupant. For some time he read through Major Prathachulthorne's detailed order of battle. It was ingenious, professional. The various options appeared to offer a number of efficient ways to use limited forces to strike the enemy, and strike him hard. All that remained was choosing the right target. There were several choices available, any of which ought to do. Still, something about the entire edifice struck Robert as wrong. The document did not increase his confidence as he had hoped it would. In the space over his head, Robert almost imagined something taking form, something faintly akin to the dark clouds that had shrouded the mountains in storms so recently, a symbolic manifestation of his unease. Across the little chamber, a form moved under the blankets. One slender arm lay exposed, and a smooth length of calf and thigh. Robert concentrated and erased the non-thing that he had been forming with his simple aura power. It had begun affecting Lydia's dreams, and it wouldn't be fair to inflict his own turmoil upon her. For all of their recent physical intimacy, they were still in many ways strangers. Robert reminded himself that there were some positive aspects to the last few days. The battle plan, for instance, showed that Prathachulthorne was at last taking some of his ideas seriously, and spending time with Lydia had brought more than physical pleasure. Robert had not realized how much he missed the simple touch of his own kind. Humans might be able to withstand isolation better than chimps, who could fall into deep depression if they lacked a grooming partner for very long. But male and femme humans, too, had their ape-like needs. Still, Robert's thoughts kept drifting. Even during his most passionate moments with Lydia, he kept thinking of somebody else. Did she really have to leave? Logically, there was no reason to have to go to Mount Fosse. The guerrillas were already well cared for. Of course, the guerrillas might have been just an excuse to escape the disapproving aura of Major Prathachulthorne, an excuse to avoid the sparking discharges from human passion. Athaklana might be correct that there was nothing wrong with Robert seeking his own kind, but logic was not everything. She had feelings, too. Young and alone, she could be hurt even by what she knew to be right. Damn, Robert muttered. Prathachulthorne's words and graphs were a blur. Damn, I miss her. There was a commotion outside, beyond the flap of cloth that sectioned off this chamber from the rest of the caves. Robert looked at his watch. It was still only 4 a.m. He stood up and gathered his trousers. Any unplanned excitement at this hour was likely to be bad news. Just because the enemy had been quiet for a month did not mean it had to stay that way. Perhaps the Gubru had gotten wind of their plans and were striking preemptively. There was the slap of unshod feet upon stone. "Captain Uneagle?" a voice said from just beyond the cloth. Robert strode over and pulled it aside. A winded Chim messenger breathed heavily. "What's happening?" Robert asked. Sir, you better come quick." "All right, let me get my weapons." The Chim shook her head. "It's not fighting, sir. It's some Chims just arrived from Port Helena." Robert frowned. New recruits from town had been arriving in small groups all along. What was all the excitement about this time? He heard Lydia stir as the talking disturbed her sleep. "Fine," he told the Chimney. "We'll interview them a little later." She interrupted. "Sir,
It's Fibbin. Fibbin Bulger, sir. He's come back.
Robert blinked. What? There was movement behind him.
Rob?
A feminine voice spoke.
What is...
Robert whooped. His shout reverberated in the closed spaces. He hugged and kissed the surprised Chimmy, then caught up Lydia and tossed her lightly into the air.
What?
She started to ask, then stopped, for she found herself addressing only the empty space where he had been. Actually, there was little need to hurry. Fibbin and his escorts were still some distance away. By the time their horses could be seen puffing up the trail from the north, Lydia had dressed and joined Robert up on the escarpment. There, dawn's gray light was just driving out the last wan stars.
Everybody's up,
Lydia commented.
They even roused the Major. Chims are dashing all over the place, jabbering in excitement. This must be some Chen we're waiting for.
Fibbin? Robert laughed. He blew into his hands. Yeah, you might say old Fibbin's unusual.
I gathered as much.
She shaded her eyes against the glow to the east and watched the mounted party pass a switchback climbing the narrow trail.
Is he the one in the bandages?
Robert squinted. Lydia's eyesight had been bioorganically enhanced during her Marine training. He was envious.
It wouldn't surprise me. Fibbin's always getting banged up one way or another.
Claims he hates it. Says it's all due to innate clumsiness and a universe that has it in for him. But I've always suspected it was an affinity for trouble. Never known a chim who went to such lengths just to get a story to tell. In a minute, he could make out the features of his friend. He shouted and raised his hand. Fibbin grinned and waved back, although his left arm was immobilized in a sling. Next to him, on a pale mare, rode a Chimmy Robert did not recognize. A messenger arrived from the cave entrance and saluted. "Sirs, the Major requests that you and Lieutenant Bulger come down just as soon as he's here." Robert nodded. "Please tell Major Prathachulthorne we'll be right there." As the horses climbed the last switchback, Lydia slipped her hand into his, and Robert felt a sudden wave of both gladness and guilt. He squeezed back and tried not to let his ambivalence show. "Fibbin's alive," he thought. "I must get word to Athaclena. I'm sure she'll be thrilled." Major Prathachulthorne had a nervous habit of tugging at one ear or the other. While listening to reports from his subordinates, he would shift in his chair, occasionally leaning over to mumble into his data well, retrieving some quick dollop of information. At such times he might seem distracted, but if the speaker stopped talking or even slowed down, the Major would snap his fingers impatiently. Apparently, Prathachulthorne had a quick mind and was able to juggle several tasks at once. However, these behaviors were very hard on some of the Chims, often making them nervous and tongue-tied. That, in turn, did not improve the Major's opinion of the irregulars, that had only recently been under Robert's and Athaclena's command. In Fibbin's case, though, this was no problem. As long as he was kept supplied with orange juice, he kept on with his story. Even Prathachulthorne, who usually interrupted reports with frequent questions, probing mercilessly for details, sat silently through the tale of the disastrous Valley insurrection, Fibbin's subsequent capture, the interviews and tests by the followers of the suzerain of propriety, and the theories of Dr. Gaylett Jones. Now and then Robert glanced at the Chimmy Fibbin had brought with him from Port Helena. Sylvie sat to one side between the Chims Benjamin and Elsie, her posture erect and her expression composed. Occasionally, when asked to verify or elaborate on something, she answered in a quiet voice. Otherwise, her gaze remained on Fibbin constantly. Fibbin carefully described the political situation among the Gubru as he understood it. When he came to the evening of the escape, He told of the trap that had been laid by the suzerain of cost and caution, and concluded simply by saying, "So we decided, Sylvie and I, that we'd better exit Port Helena by a different route than by sea." He shrugged. "We got out through a gap in the fence and finally made it to a rebel outpost. So, here we are." Right, Robert thought sardonically. Of course, Fibbin had left out any mention of his injuries and exactly how he escaped. He would no doubt fill in the details in his written report to the Major, but anyone else would have to bribe the man of him. Robert saw Fibbin glance his way and wink. "I bet this is at least a 5-beer tale," Robert thought. Chilthorne leaned forward. "You say that you actually saw this hyperspace shunt? You know exactly where it is located?" "I was trained as a scout, Major. I know where it is. I'll include a map and a sketch of the facility in my written report." Chilthorne nodded. "If I had not already had other reports of this thing, I'd never have credited this story. As it is, though, I am forced to believe you. You say this facility is expensive, even by Gubru standards?" "Yes, sir. That's what Galen and I came to believe. Think about it. Humans have only been able to throw one uplift ceremony for each of their clients in all the years since contact, and both had to be held on Brin. That's why other clients like the Kwaku can get away with snubbing us. Part of the reason has been political obstruction by antagonistic clans like the Gubru and the Soro, who've been able to drag out Terran applications for status. But another reason is because we're so frightfully poor by galactic standards." Fibbin had been learning things, obviously. Robert realized part of it must have been picked up from this Galet Jones person. With his heightened empathy sense, he picked up faint tremors from his friend whenever her name came up. Robert glanced at Sylvie. Life seems to have grown complicated for Fibbin. That reminded Robert of his own situation, of course. Fibbin isn't the only one, he thought. All his life he had wanted to learn to be more sensitive, to better understand others, and his own feelings. Now he had his wish, and he hated it. "By Darwin, Goodall, and Greenpeace," Chilthorne pounded the table. "Mr. Bolger, you bring your news at a most opportune time." He turned to address Lydia and Robert. "Do you know what this means, gentlemen?" Robert began. "A target, sir," Lydia answered succinctly. "A target is right. This fits perfectly with that message we just received from the Council. If we can smash this shunt, preferably before the dignitaries from the Uplift Institute arrive, then we could wrap the Gubru right where it pains them most, in their wallets." "But," Robert started to object. "You heard what our spy just told us," Chilthorne said. "The Gubru are hurting out there in space. They are overextended. Their leaders here on Garth are at each other's throats, and this could be the last straw. Why, we might even be able to time it so their entire triumvirate is at the same place at the same time." Robert shook his head. "Don't you think we ought to give it some thought, sir? I mean, what about the offer that the suzerain of probity—" "Propriety," Fibbin corrected. "Propriety, yes. What about the offer it made to Fibbin and Dr. Jones?" Chilthorne shook his head. "An obvious trap, on Eagle. Be serious now." "I am being serious, sir. I'm no more an expert on these matters than Fibbin, and certainly less of one than Dr. Jones. And certainly I concede it may be a trap. But on the surface, at least, it sounds like a terrific deal for Earth. A deal I don't think we can pass up without at least reporting this back to the Council." "There isn't time," Chilthorne said, shaking his head. "My orders are to operate at my own discretion, and if appropriate, to act before the galactic dignitaries arrive." Robert felt a growing desperation. Then at least let's consult with Athaklena. She's the daughter of a diplomat. She might be able to see some ramifications we don't. Prophet Chilthorne's frown spoke volumes. If there's time, of course I'll be happy to solicit the young Timbrimi's opinion. But it was clear that even mentioning the idea had brought Robert down a peg in the man's eyes. Prophet Chilthorne slapped the table. Right now, I think we had better have a staff meeting of commissioned officers and discuss potential tactics against this hyper-shunt installation. He turned and nodded to the Chims. That will be all for now, Fibbin. Thank you very much for your courageous and timely action. That goes the same to you, too, miss. He nodded at Sylvie. I look forward to seeing your written reports. Elsie and Benjamin stood up and held the door. As mere brevet officers, they were excluded from Prophet Chilthorne's inner staff. Fibbin rose and moved more slowly, aided by Sylvie. Robert hurriedly spoke in a low voice to Prophet Chilthorne. Sir, I'm sure it only slipped your mind, but Fibbin holds a full commission in the Colonial Defense Forces. If he's excluded, it might not go down well, politically. Prophet Chilthorne blinked. His expression barely flickered, though Robert knew he had once again failed to score points. Yes, of course, the Major said evenly. Please tell Lieutenant Bolger he is welcome to stay if he's not too tired. With that, he turned back to his data well and started calling up files. Robert could feel Lydia's eyes on him. I may despair of my ever-learning tact, he thought, as he hurried to the door and caught Fibbin's arm just as he was leaving. His friend grinned at him. I guess it's grown-up time again here, Fibbin said sotto voce, glancing in Prophet Chilthorne's direction. It's worse than even that, old chim. I just got you tapped as an honorary adult. If looks could maim, Robert mused on seeing Fibbin's sour expression. And you thought it was Miller time, didn't you? They had argued before about the possible historical origins of that expression. Fibbin squeezed Sylvie's shoulder and hobbled back into the room. She watched him for a moment, then turned and followed Elsie down the hall. Benjamin, however, lingered for a moment. He had caught Robert's gesture, bidding him to stay. Robert slipped a small disk into the Chim's palm. He dared not say anything aloud, but with his left hand he made a simple sign. Auntie, he said in hand talk. Benjamin nodded quickly and walked away. Prophet Chilthorne and Lydia were already deep into the arcana of battle planning as Robert returned to the table. The Major turned to Robert. I'm afraid there just won't be time to use enhanced bacteriological effects, as ingenious as your idea was on its own merits. The words washed past unnoted. Robert sat down, thinking only that he had just committed his first felony. By secretly recording the meeting, including Fibbin's lengthy report, he had violated procedure. By giving the pellet to Benjamin, he had broken protocol. And by ordering the Chim to deliver the recording to an alien, he had, by some lights, just committed treason. Chapter 71. Max. A large neo-chimpanzee shambled into the vast underground chamber, hands cuffed together, drawn along at the end of a stout chain. He remained aloof from his guards, Chims wearing the invader's livery, who pulled at the other end of his leash, but occasionally he did glare defiantly at the alien technicians watching from catwalks overhead. His face had not been unblemished to start with, but now fresh patterns of pink scar tissue lay livid and open, exposed by patches of missing fur. The wounds were healing, but they would never be pretty. Come on, Reb, one of the Chim guards said as he pushed the prisoner forward. Bird wants to ask you some questions. Max ignored the Proby as best he could, as he was led over to a raised area near the center of the huge chamber. There several Kwaku waited, standing upon an elevated instrument platform. Max kept his eyes level on the apparent leader, and his bow was shallow, just low enough to force the avian to give one in return. Next to the Kwaku stood 3 more of the Quislings. 2 were well-dressed Chims who had made tidy profits providing construction equipment and workers to the Gubru. It was rumored that some of the deals had been at the expense of their missing human business partners. Other stories implied approval and direct connivance by men interned on Silmar and the other islands. Max didn't know which version he wanted to believe. The third Chim on the platform was the commander of the Proby Auxiliary Force, the tall, haughty Chen called Iron Grip. Max also knew the proper protocol for greeting traitors. He grinned, exposing his large canines to view, and spat at their feet. With a shout, the Probies yanked at his chain, sending him stumbling. They lifted their truncheons, but a quick chirp from the lead Kwaku stopped them in mid-blow. They stepped back, bowing.
"You are sure, certain that this individual, is the one we have been looking for?"
the feathered officer asked Iron Grip. The Chim nodded.
"This one was found wounded near the site where Gala Jones and Fibbin Bolger were captured. He was seen in their company before the uprising, and was known to be one of her family's retainers for many years before that. I have prepared an analysis showing how this contact with these individuals makes him appropriate for close attention."
The Kwaku nodded.
"You have been most resourceful," he told Iron Grip. "You shall be rewarded, compensated with high status, although one of the candidates of the suzerain of propriety has escaped our net somehow. We are now in a good position to select his replacement. You will be informed."
Max had lived under Gubru rule long enough to recognize that these were bureaucrats, followers of the suzerain of cost and caution. Though what they wanted from him, what use he could be to them in their internal struggles, he had no idea. Why had he been brought here, deep in the bowels of the hand-made mountain, across the bay from Port Helena? There sat an intimidating honeycomb of machinery and humming power supplies. During the long ride down the autolift, Max had felt his hair stand out with static electricity as the Gubru and their clients tested titanic devices. The Kwaku functionary turned to regard him with one eye.
"You will serve 2 functions," it told Max. 2 purposes now. You will give us information, data about your former employer, information of use to us, and you will assist us in an experiment.
Again, Max grinned. "I won't do neither, and I don't even care if it is disrespectful. You can go put on a clown suit and ride a tricycle for all I'll tell you." The Kwaku blinked once, twice, as it listened to a computer translation for verification. It chirped an exchange with its associates, then turned back to face him.
"You misunderstand, mistake our meaning. There will be no questions. You need not speak. Your cooperation is not necessary."
The complacent assuredness of the statement sounded dire. Max shivered under a sudden premonition. Back when he had first been captured, the enemy had tried to get information out of him. He had steeled himself to resist with all his might, but it really rocked him when all they seemed to be interested in were Garthlings. That's what they asked him about again and again.
"Where are the presentients?"
they had inquired. Garthlings? It had been easy to mislead them, to lie in spite of all the drugs and psi machines, because the enemy's basic assumptions had been so cockeyed dumb. Imagine Galactics falling for a bunch of children's tales. He had had a field day and learned many tricks to fool the questioners. For instance, he struggled hard not to admit that Garthlings existed. For a while that seemed to convince them all the more that the trail was hot. At last they gave up and left him alone. Perhaps they finally figured out how they'd been duped. Anyway, after that he was assigned to a work detail at one of the construction sites, and Max thought they'd forgotten about him. Apparently not, he now knew. Anyway, the Quackoo's words disturbed him. "What do you mean, you won't be asking questions?" This time it was the probationer leader who replied. Iron Grip stroked his mustache with relish. "It means you're going to have everything you know squeezed out of you. All this machinery," he waved around him, "will be focused on just little old you. Your answers will come out, but you won't." Max inhaled sharply and felt his heart beat faster. What kept him steady was one firm resolve. He wasn't going to give these traitors the satisfaction of finding him tongue-tied. He concentrated to form words. That's against the rules of war." Iron Grip shrugged. He left it to the Quackoo bureaucrat to explain.
"The rules provide for species and worlds far more than individuals. And anyway, none of those you see here are followers of priests."
So, Max realized, I'm in the hold of fanatics. Mentally, he said farewell to the Chens and Chimmies and kids of his group family, especially his senior group wife, whom he now knew he would never see again. Also mentally, he bent over and kissed his own posterior goodbye. "You made 2 mistakes," he told his captors. "The first was letting it slip that Galed is alive, and that Fibbin made a fool of you again. Knowing that makes up for anything you can do to me." Iron Grip growled. "Enjoy your brief pleasure. You're still going to be a big help in bringing your ex-employer down a few pegs." "Maybe," Max nodded. "But your second mistake was leaving me attached to this." He had been letting his arms go slack. Now he brought them back with a savage jerk and pulled the chain with all his might. It yanked 2 of the Proby guards off their feet before the links flew out of their hands. Max planted his feet and snapped the heavy chain like a whip. His escorts dove for cover, but not all of them made it in time. One of the Chim contractors had his skull laid open by a glancing blow. Another stumbled in his desperation to get away and knocked down all 3 Quackoo like bowling pins. Max shouted with joy. He whirled his makeshift weapon until everyone was either toppled or out of reach. Then he worked the arc sideways, changing the axis of rotation. When he let go, the chain flew upwards at an angle and wrapped itself around the guardrail of the catwalk overhead. Shimmying up the heavy links was the easy part. They were too stunned to react in time to stop him. But at the top, he had to waste precious seconds unwrapping the chain. Since it was attached to his handcuffs, he'd have to take it along. Along where? He wondered, as he got the links gathered. Max spun about when he glimpsed white feathers over to his right, so he ran the other way and scurried up a flight of stairs to reach the next level. Of course, escape was an absurd notion. He had only 2 short-term objectives, doing as much harm as possible, and then ending his own life before he could be forced against his will to betray Galen. The former goal he accomplished as he ran, flailing the tip of the chain against every knob, tube, or delicate-looking instrument within reach. Some bits of equipment were tougher than they looked, but others smashed and tinkled nicely. Sprays of tools went over the edge, toppling onto those below. He kept a watch-out, though, for other options. If no ready implement or weapon presented itself before the time came, he ought to try to get high enough for a good leap over the railing to do the trick. A Gubru technician and 2 Quackoo aides appeared around a corner, immersed in technical discussions in their own chirping dialect. When they looked up, Max hollered and swung his chain. One quackoo gained a new apterium as feathers flew. During the backstroke, Max yelled, "Boo!" at the staring gubru, who erupted in a squawk of dismay, leaving a cloud of down in its wake. "With respect," Max added, addressing the departing avian's backside. One never knew if cameras were recording an event. Galet had told him it was okay to kill birds just so long as he was polite about it. Alarms and sirens were going off on all sides. Max pushed a quackoo over, vaulted another, and swept up a new flight of steps. One level up, he found a target just too tempting to pass by. A large cart carrying about a ton of delicate photonics parts lay abandoned, very near the edge of a loading platform. There was no guardrail to the lifter shaft. Max ignored all the shouts and noise that approached from every side and put his shoulder to the back end. "Move," he grunted, and the wheeled wagon started forward. "Hey, he's over this way," he heard some chim cry out. Max strained harder, wishing his wounds had not weakened him so. The cart started rolling. "You! Reb, stop that!" There were footsteps. Too late, he knew, to prevent inertia from doing its work. The wagon and its load toppled over the edge. Now to follow it, Max thought. But as the command went to his legs, they spasmed suddenly. He recognized the agonizing effects of a neural stunning. Recoil spun him about in time to see the gun held by the chim called Iron Grip. Max's hands clenched spastically, as if the probie's throat were within reach. Desperately, he willed himself to fall backward into the shaft. Success! Max felt victory as he plummeted past the landing. The tingling numbness would not last long. Now we're even, Fibbin, he thought. But it wasn't the end after all. Max distantly felt his nerve-numbed arms half yanked out of their sockets as he came up suddenly short. The cuffs around his wrists had torn bleeding rents, and the taut chain led upward past the end of the landing. Through the metal mesh of the platform, Max could see Iron Grip straining, holding on with all his might. Slowly the probie looked down at him and smiled. Max sighed in resignation and closed his eyes. When he came to his senses, Max snorted and pulled away involuntarily from the odious smell. He blinked and blearily made out a mustachioed neo-chimp holding a broken snap capsule in his hand. From it still emitted noxious fumes. "Ah, awake again, I see." Max felt miserable. Of course, he ached all over from the stunning and could barely move, but also his arms and wrists seemed to be burning. They were tied behind him, but he could guess they were probably broken. "Where am I?" he asked. "You're at the focus of a hyperspace shunt," Iron Grip told him matter-of-factly. Max spat. "You're a good all-damned liar." "Have it your way," Iron Grip shrugged. "I just figured you deserved an explanation. You see, this machine is a special kind of shunt, what's called an amplifier. It's supposed to take images out of a brain and make them clear for all to see. During the ceremony, it'll be under Institute control, but their representatives haven't arrived yet, so today we're going to overload it just a bit as a test. Normally, the subject's supposed to be cooperative, and the process is benign. Today, though, well, it just isn't going to matter that much." A sharp, chirping complaint came from behind Iron Grip. Through a narrow hatch could be seen the technicians of the suzerain of cost and caution.
"Time,"
the lead quackoo snapped.
"Quickly, make haste."
"What's your hurry?" Max asked. afraid some of the other Gubru factions may have heard the commotion and be on their way. Iron Grip looked up from closing the hatch. He shrugged. All that means is we've got time to ask just one question, but it'll serve. Just tell us about Galet. Never. You won't be able to help it. Iron Grip laughed. Ever tried not to think about something? You won't be able to avoid thoughts about her. And once it's got something to get a grip on, the machine will rip the rest out of you. You... Max struggled for words, but this time they were gone. He writhed, trying to move out of the focus of the massive coiled tubes aimed at him from all sides. But his strength was gone. There was nothing he could do, except not think of Galet Jones. But by trying not to, of course, he was thinking about her. Max moaned, even as the machines began giving out a low hum in superficial accompaniment. All at once he felt as if the gravitic fields of 100 starships were playing up and down his skin, and in his mind 1,000 images whirled. More and more of them pictured his former employer and friend. No! Max struggled for an idea. He mustn't try not to think of something. What he had to do was find something else to contemplate. He had to find something new to focus his attention on during the remaining seconds before he was torn apart. Of course. He let the enemy be his guide. For weeks they had questioned him, asking only about Garthlings. Garthlings, nothing but Garthlings. It had become something of a chant. For him, it now became a mantra. Where are the presentients? They had insisted. Max concentrated, and in spite of the pain, it just had to make him laugh. Of all the stupid, dumb, idiotic. Contempt for the Galactics filled him. They wanted a projection out of him? Well, let them amplify this. Outside in the mountains and forests, he knew it would be about dawn. He pictured those forests, and the closest thing he could imagine to Garthlings, and laughed at the image he had made. His last moments were spent guffawing over the idiocy of life. Chapter 72. Athaklena. The autumn storms had returned again, only this time as a great cyclonic front, rolling down the valley of the Sind. In the mountains, the accelerated winds surged to savage gusts that sloughed the outer leaves from trees and sent them flying in tight eddies. The debris gave shape and substance to whirling devil outlines in the gray sky. As if in counterpoint, the volcano had begun to grumble as well. Its rumbling complaint was lower, slower in building than the wind, but its tremors made the forest creatures even more nervous as they huddled in their dens or tightly grasped the swaying tree trunks. Sentience was no certain protection against the gloom. Within their tents, under the mountain's shrouded flanks, the chims clung to each other and listened to the moaning zephyrs. Now and then one would give in to the tension and disappear screaming into the forest, only to return an hour or so later, disheveled and embarrassed, dragging a trail of torn foliage behind him. The gorillas also were susceptible, but they showed it in other ways. At night they stared up at the billowing clouds with a quiet, focused concentration, sniffling as if searching for something expectantly. Athaklena could not quite decide what it reminded her of that evening, but later, in her own tent under the dense forest canopy, she could easily hear their low, atonal singing as they answered the storm. It was a lullaby that eased her into sleep, but not without a price: expectancy. Such a song would, of course, beckon back that which had never completely gone away. Athaclena's head tossed back and forth on her pillow. Her tendrils waved, seeking, repelled, probing, compelled. Gradually, as if in no particular hurry, the familiar essence gathered.
Tutsunu-kan,
she breathed, unable to awaken or avoid the inevitable. It formed overhead, fashioned out of that which was not.
Tutsunu-kan, saha branitsun atwilith.
A Timbrimi knew better than to ask for mercy, especially from Ifni's universe. But Athaclena had changed into something that was both more and less than mere Timbrimi. Tutsunu-kan had allies now. It was joined by visual images, metaphors. Its aura of threat was amplified, made almost palpable, filled out by the added substance of human-style nightmare.
Sa branitsun.
She sighed, pleading antithautically in her sleep. Night winds blew the flaps of her tent, and her dreaming mind fashioned the wings of huge birds. Malevolent, they flew just over the treetops, their gleaming eyes searching. A faint volcanic trembling shook the ground beneath her bedroll, and Athaclena shivered in syncopation, imagining burrowing creatures, the dead, the unavenged, wasted potential of this world, ruined and destroyed by the Burrarali so long ago. They squirmed just underneath the disturbed ground, seeking.
Sa branitsun tutsunu-kan.
The brush of her own waving tendrils felt like the webs and feet of tiny spiders. Gear flux sent tiny gnomes wriggling under her skin, busy fashioning unwilled changes. Athaclena moaned as the glyph of terrible expectant laughter hovered nearer and regarded her, bent over her, reached down. "General? Miss Athaclena? Excuse me, ma'am, are you awake? I'm sorry to disturb you, Sarah, but—" The chim stopped. He had pulled aside the tent flap to enter, but now he rocked back in dismay as Athaclena sat up suddenly, eyes wide apart, cat-like irises dilated, her lips curled back in a rictus of somnolent fear. She did not appear to be aware of him. He blinked, staring at the pulsations that coursed slowly, like soliton waves, down her throat and shoulders. Above her agitated tendrils, he briefly glimpsed something terrible. He almost fled right then. It took a powerful effort of courage to swallow instead, to bear down and to choke forth words. "Ma'am, please, it's me, Sammy." Slowly, as if drawn back by the sheerest force of will, the light of awareness returned to those gold-flecked eyes. They closed, reopened. With a tremulous sigh, Athaclena shuddered. Then she collapsed forward. Sammy stood there, holding her while she sobbed. At that moment, stunned and frightened and astonished, all he could think of was how light and frail she felt in his arms.
That was when Galet became convinced that any trick, if the ceremony was a trick at all, had to be a subtle one. You see, the suzerain of propriety seems to have done a complete about-face regarding Chim Uplift. It had started out convinced it would find evidence of mismanagement, and perhaps even cause to take neo-chimps away from humans. But now the suzerain seemed to be earnest in searching out appropriate race representatives.
The voice of Fibbin Bolger came from a small playback unit resting on the rough-hewn logs of Athaclena's table. She listened to the recording Robert had sent. The chim's report back at the caves had had its amusing moments. Fibbin's irrepressible good nature and dry wit had helped lift Athaclena's limp spirits. Now, though, while relating Dr. Gaylett Jones's ideas about Gubru intentions, his voice had dropped, and he sounded reticent, almost embarrassed. Athaclena could feel Fibbin's discomfort through the vibrations in the air. Sometimes one did not need another's presence in order to sense their essence. She smiled at the irony.
He is starting to know who and what he is, and it frightens him.
Athaclena sympathized. A sane being wished for peace and serenity, not to be the mortar in which the ingredients of destiny are finely ground. In her hand she held the locket containing her mother's legacy thread, and her father's. For the moment, at least, Tutsunakan was held at bay. But Athaclena knew somehow that the glyph had returned for good. There would be no sleep now, no rest, until Tutsunakan changed into something else. Such a glyph was one of the largest known manifestations of quantum mechanics, a probability amplitude that hummed and throbbed in a cloud of uncertainty, pregnant with 1,000 million possibilities. Once the wave function collapsed, all that remained would be fate. Delicate political maneuverings on so many levels, among the local leaders of the invasion force, among factions back on the Gubru homeworld, between the Gubru and their enemies and possible allies, between the Gubru and Earth, and among the various galactic institutes. She stroked the locket. Sometimes one does not need another's presence in order to sense their essence. There was too much complexity here. What did Robert think he would accomplish by sending her this taping? Was she supposed to delve into some vast storehouse of sage galactic wisdom, or perform some incantation, and somehow come up with a policy to guide them through this? Through this? She sighed.
Oh, Father, how I must be a disappointment to you.
The locket seemed to vibrate under her trembling fingers. For some time it seemed that another trance was settling in, drawing her downward into despair. By Darwin, Goodall, and Greenpeace. It was the voice of Major Pretha Chulthorne that jarred her out of it. She listened for a while longer. A target? Athaclena shuddered. So, things were indeed quite dire. All was explained now, particularly the sudden gravid insistence of an impatient glyph. When the pellet ran out, she turned to her aides, Elaine Sue, Sammy, and Dr. De Shriver. The chims watched her patiently.
I will seek altitude now,
she told them. But the storm, ma'am, we aren't sure it's past. And then there's the volcano. We've been talking about an evacuation. Athaclena stood up.
I do not expect to be long. Please send nobody along to guard or look out for me. They will only disturb me and make more difficult what I must do.
She stopped at the flap of the tent then, feeling the wind push at the fabric, as if searching for some gap at which to pry.
Be patient. I am coming.
When she spoke to the chims again, it was in a low voice.
Please have horses ready for when I return.
The flap dropped after her. The chims looked at each other, then silently went about preparing for the day. Mount Fosse steamed in places where the vapor could not be entirely attributed to rising dew. Moist droplets still fell from leaves that shivered in the wind, now waning, but still returning now and then in sudden, violent gusts. Athaclena climbed doggedly up a narrow game trail. She could tell that her wishes were being respected. The Chims remained behind, leaving her undisturbed. The day was beginning with low clouds cutting through the peaks like the vanguards of some aerial invasion. Between them she could see patches of dark blue sky. A human's eyesight might even have picked out a few stubborn stars. Athaclena climbed for height, but even more for solitude. In the upper reaches, the animal life of the forest was even sparser. She sought emptiness. At one point, the trail was clogged with debris from the storm, sheets of some cloth-like material that she soon recognized.
Plate ivy parachutes,
they reminded her. Down in the camp, the Chimtechs had been striving to meet a strict timetable, developing variations on gorilla gut bacteria in time to meet nature's deadline. Now, though, it looked as if Major Prathachulthorn's schedule would not allow Robert's plan to be used.
Such foolishness,
Athaclena thought.
How did humans last even this long, I wonder?
Perhaps they had to be lucky. She had read of their 20th century, when it seemed more than Ifni's chance that helped them squeeze past near certain doom. Doom not only for themselves, but for all future sapient races that might be born of their rich, fecund world. The tale of that narrow escape was perhaps one reason why so many races feared or hated the Kuchunon, the wolflings. It was uncanny and unexplained to this day. The Earthlings had a saying, "There, but for the love of God, go I." The sick, raped paucity of Garth was mild compared to what they might easily have done to Terra.
How many of us would have done better under such circumstances?
That was the question that underlay all the smug, superior posturings and all of the contempt pouring from the great clans. For they had never been tested by the ages of ignorance mankind suffered. What might it have felt like to have no patrons, no library, no ancient wisdom, only the bright flame of mind, unchanneled and undirected, free to challenge the universe or to consume the world? The question was one few clans dared ask themselves. She brushed aside the little parachutes. Athaclena edged past the snagged cluster of early spore carriers and continued her ascent, pondering the vagaries of destiny. At last she came to a stony slope where the southern outlook gave a view of more mountains, and in the far distance, just the faintest possible colored trace of a sloping step. She breathed deeply and took out the locket her father had given her. Growing daylight did not keep away the thing that had begun to form amid her wavering tendrils. This time Athaclena did not even try to stop it. She ignored it, always the best thing to do when an observer does not yet want to collapse probability into reality. Her fingers worked the clasp, the locket opened, and she flipped back the lid.
Your marriage was true,
she thought of her parents. For where two threads had formerly lain, now there was only one larger one, shimmering upon the velvety lining. An end curled around one of her fingers. The locket tumbled to the rocky ground and lay there forgotten as she plucked the other end out of the air. Stretched out, the tendril hummed, at first quietly, but she held it tautly in front of her, allowing the wind to stroke it, and she began to hear harmonics. Perhaps she should have eaten, should have built her strength for this thing she was about to attempt. It was something few of her race did, even once in their lifetimes. On occasions, Timbrimi had died.
Tith Anu Uthakalding,
she breathed, and she added her mother's name.
Tith Tuanine Mathagluana.
The throbbing increased. It seemed to carry up her arms, to resonate against her heartbeat. Her own tendrils responded to the notes, and Athaclena began to sway.
Tith Tuanu Uthacalving.
It's a beauty, all right, but a few more weeks' work would make it more potent. But this batch will do, and it'll be ready in time for when the ivy sheds. Dr. de Schreiber put the culture back into its incubator. Their makeshift laboratory on the flanks of the mountain had been sheltered from the winds. The storm had not interfered with the experiments. Now the fruit of their labors seemed nearly ripe. Her assistant grumbled, though. What's the use? The Gubru'd just come up with countermeasures. Anyway, the Major says the attack is going to take place before the stuff's ready to be used. De Schreiber took off her glasses. The point is that we keep working until Miss Athaclena tells us otherwise. I'm a civilian, so are you. Bibbin and Robert may have to obey the chain of command when they don't like it, but you and I can choose. Her voice trailed off when she saw that Sammy wasn't listening any longer. He stared over her shoulder. She whirled to see what he was looking at. If Athaclena had appeared strange, eerie this morning, after her terrifying nightmare, now her features made Dr. de Schreiber gasp. The disheveled alien girl blinked with eyes narrow and close together in fatigue. She clutched the tent pole as they hurried forward, but when the Chims tried to move her to a cot, she shook her head.
No,
she said simply.
Take me to Robert. Take me to Robert now.
The gorillas were singing again, their low music without melody. Sammy ran out to fetch Benjamin, while de Schreiber settled Athaclena into a chair. Not knowing what to do, she spent a few moments brushing leaves and dirt from the young Timbrimi's ruff. The tendrils of her corona seemed to give off a heavy, fragrant heat that she could feel with her fingers. And above them, the thing that Tutsunukan had become made the air seem to ripple even before the eyes of the befuddled Chim. Athaclena sat there, listening to the gorilla's song, and feeling for the first time as if she understood it. All would play their role, she now knew. The Chims would not be very happy about what was to come, but that was their problem. Everybody had problems.
Take me to Robert,
she breathed again. Chapter 73. Uthacalving. He trembled, standing there with his back to the rising sun, feeling as if he had been sucked as dry as a husk. Never before had a metaphor felt more appropriate. Uthacalving blinked, slowly returning to the world, to the dry steppe facing the looming mountains of Mulun. All at once it seemed that he was old, and the years lay heavier than ever before. Deep down, on the Nahakiri level, he felt a numbness. After all of this, there was no way to tell if Athaclena had even survived the experience of drawing so much into herself. She must have felt great need, he thought. For the first time, his daughter had attempted something neither of her parents could ever have prepared her for, nor was this something one picked up in school. You have returned, Colt said matter-of-factly. The Fennenin, Uthacalving's companion for so many months, leaned on a stout staff and watched him from a few meters away. They stood in the midst of a sea of brown savanna grass, their long shadows gradually shortening with the rising sun. Did you receive a message of some sort? Colt asked. He had the curiosity shared by many total non-psychics about matters that must seem to him quite unnatural. Uther Calding moistened his lips. But how could he explain that he had not really received anything at all? No, what happened was that his daughter had taken him up on an offer he had made, in leaving both his own thread and his dead wife's in her hands. She had called in the debt that parents owe a child for bringing her, unasked, into a strange world. One should never make an offer without knowing full well what will happen if it is accepted.
Indeed, she drained me dry.
He felt as if there was nothing left. And after all that, there was still no guarantee she had even survived the experience, or that it had left her still sane.
Shall I lie down and die, then?
Uther Calding shivered.
No, I think. Not quite yet. I did experience a communion of sorts, he told Colt.
Will the Gubru be able to detect this thing you have done? Uther Calding could not even craft a Palang shrug.
I do not think so. Maybe.
His tendrils lay flat like human hair.
I don't know.
The Thenanin sighed, his breathing slits flapping. I wish you would be honest with me, colleague. It pains me to be forced to believe that you are hiding things from me. How Uther Calding had tried and tried to get Colt to utter those words, and now he could not really bring himself to care.
What do you mean? He asked.
The Thenanin blew in exasperation. I mean that I have begun to suspect that you know more than you are telling me about this fascinating creature I have seen traces of. I warn you, Uther Calding, I am building a device that will solve this riddle for me. You would be well served to be direct with me before I discover the truth all by myself. Uther Calding nodded.
I understand your warning. Now, though, perhaps we had better be walking again. If the Gubru did detect what just happened and come to investigate, we should try to be far from here before they arrive.
He owed Athaclena that much still, not to be captured before she could make use of what she had taken. Very well, then, Colt said. We shall speak of this later. Without any great interest, more out of habit than for any other reason, Uther Calding led his companion toward the mountains, in a direction selected, again by habit, by a faint blue twinkling only his eyes could see. Chapter 74. Galet. The new Planetary Branch Library was of beauty. Its beige highlights glistened on a site recently cleared atop Sea Bluff Park, a kilometer south of the Timbrimi Embassy. The architecture did not blend as well as the old branch had into the neo-Fullerite motif of Port Helena, but it was quite stunning nevertheless, a windowless cube whose pastel shades contrasted well with the nearby chalky Cretaceous outcrops. Galet stepped out into a cloud of dry dust as the air car settled onto the landing apron. She followed her Kwaku escort up a paved walkway toward the entrance of the towering edifice. Most of Port Helena had turned out to watch. A few weeks ago, as a huge freighter the size of a Gubru battleship cruised lazily out of a Calibius sky and lowered the structure into place. For a large part of the afternoon, the sun had been eclipsed, while technicians from the Library Institute set the sanctuary of knowledge firmly into place in its new home. Galet wondered if the new library would ever really benefit the citizens of Port Helena. There were landing pads on all sides, but no provision had been made for ground car or bicycle or foot access to these bluffs from the town nearby. As she passed through the ornate columned portal, Galet realized that she was probably the first chim ever to enter the building. Inside, the vaulted ceiling cast a soft light that seemed to come from everywhere at once. A great ruddy cube dominated the center of the hall, and Galet knew at once that this was, indeed, an expensive setup. The main data store was many times larger than the old one, a few miles from here. It might even be bigger than Earth's main library, where she had done research at La Paz. But the vastness was mostly empty compared to the constant, round-the-clock bustle she was used to. There were Gubru, of course, and Kwaku. They stood at study stations scattered about the broad hall. Here and there avians clustered in small groups. Galet could see their beaks move in sharp jerks, and their feet were constantly in motion as they argued. But no sound at all escaped the muffled privacy zones. In ribbons and hoods and feather dyes, she saw the colors of propriety, of accountancy, and of soldiery. For the most part, each faction kept apart in its own area. There was bristling and some ruffling of down when the follower of one suzerain passed too close to another. In one place, however, a multi-hued gaggle of fluttering Gubru displayed that some communication remained among the factions. There was much head-ducking and preening and gesturing toward floating holographic displays, all apparently as much ritualistic as based on fact and reason. As Galet hurried by, several of the hopping, chattering birds turned to stare at her. Pointing talons and beak gestures made Galet guess that they knew exactly who she was and what she was supposed to represent. She did not hesitate or linger. Galet's cheeks felt warm.
"Is there any way I can be of service to you, miss?"
At first, Galet thought that what stood at the dais directly beneath the rayed spiral of the 5 galaxies was a decorative plant of some sort. When it addressed her, she jumped slightly. The plant spoke perfect Anglic. Galet took in the rounded, bulbous foliage lined with silvery bits, which tinkled gently as it moved. The brown trunk led down to knobby rootlets that were mobile, allowing the creature to move in a slow, awkward shuffle. A Kantan, she realized. Of course, the Institutes provided a librarian. The Veja sentient Kantan were old friends of Earth. Individual Kantan had advised the Terrigan's Council since the early days after contact, helping the wolfling humans weave their way through the complex, tricky jungle of galactic politics and win their original status as patrons of an independent clan. Nevertheless, Galet restrained her initial surge of hope. She reminded herself that those who entered the service of the great galactic institutes were supposed to forsake all prior loyalties, even to their own lines, in favor of a holier mission. Impartiality was the best she could hope for here. Yes, she said, remembering to bow. I want to look up information on uplift ceremonies. The little bell-like things, probably the being's sensory apparatus, made a chiming that almost sounded amused.
That is a very broad topic, miss.
She had expected that response and was ready with an answer. Still, it was unnerving talking with an intelligent being without anything even faintly resembling a face. I'll start with a simple overview then, if you please.
Very well, miss. Station 22 is formatted for use by humans and neo-chimpanzees. Please go there and make yourself comfortable. Just follow the blue line.
She turned and saw a shimmering hologram take form next to her. The blue trail seemed to hang in space, leading around the dais and on toward a far corner of the chamber.
Thank you,
she said quietly. As she followed the guide trail, she imagined she heard sleigh bells behind her. Station 22 was like a friendly, familiar song. A chair and desk and beanbag sat next to a standard holo console. There were even well-known versions of data wells and styluses, all neatly arranged on a rack. She sat at the desk gratefully. Gaylett had been afraid she would have to stand stilt-wise, craning her neck to use a Gubru study station. As it was, she felt nervous. Gaylett hopped slightly as the display came alight with a slight pop. Anglic text filled the central space. Please ask for adjustments orally. Requested remedial survey will begin at your signal.
Remedial survey,
Gaylett muttered. But yet it would be best to begin at the simplest level. Not only would it guarantee that she had not forgotten some vital fundamental, but it would tell her what the galactics themselves considered most basic. Proceed, she said. The side displays came alight with pictures, displaying images of faces, the faces of other beings on worlds far away in both space and time. When nature brings forth a new presentient race, all galactic society rejoices, for it is then that the adventure of Uplift is about to begin. Soon the old patterns reasserted themselves. Gaylett swam easily into the flow of information, drinking from the font of knowledge. Her data well filled with notes and cross-references. Soon she lost all sense of the passage of time. Food appeared on the desktop without Gaylett ever becoming aware of how it arrived. A nearby enclosure took care of her other needs, when nature's call grew too insistent to ignore. During some periods of galactic history, uplift ceremonies have been almost purely ceremonial. Patron species have been responsible for declaring their client suitable, and their word was simply accepted that their charges were ready. There have been other epochs, however, in which the role of the Uplift Institute has been much stronger, such as during the Samubulum meritocracy, when the entire process was under direct institution supervision in all cases. The present era falls somewhere in between these extremes, featuring patron responsibility, but with medium to extensive institute involvement. The latter participation has increased since a rash of uplift failures 40 to 60,000 GYUs ago resulted in several severe and embarrassing ecological holocausts. Reference Galkahesh Burarali Sistine Muhern 8. GYU equals Galactic Year Unit, approximately 14 Earth months. Today, the patron of a client cannot vouch alone for its client's development. It must allow close observation by the client's stage consort and by the Uplift Institute. Uplift ceremonies are now more than perfunctory celebrations. They serve two other major purposes. First, they allow representatives from the client race to be tested under rigorous and stressful circumstances, to satisfy the Institute that the race is ready to assume the rights and duties appropriate to the next stage. Also, the ceremony allows the client race an opportunity to choose a new consort for the subsequent stage, to watch over it, and, if necessary, to intercede on its behalf. The criteria used in testing depend upon the level of development the client race has reached. Among other important factors are phagosity type, carnivore, herbivore, autophagic, or ergogenic, modality of movement, bipedal or quadrupedal walker, amphibious, roller, or sessile, mental technique, associative, extrapolative, intuitive, holographic, or nullitative. Slowly she worked her way through the remedial stuff. It was fairly heavy plodding. This library branch would need some new translation routines if the chim on the street in Port Helena was going to be able to use the vast storehouse of knowledge, assuming Joe and Jane Chim ever got the opportunity. Nevertheless, it was a wonderful edifice, far, far greater than the miserable little branch they'd had before. And unlike back at La Paz, there was not the perpetual hustle and bustle of hundreds, thousands of frantic users waving priority slips and arguing over access time slots. Gaylett felt as if she could just sink into this place for months, years, drinking and drinking knowledge until it leaked out through her very pores. For instance, here was a reference to how special arrangements were made to allow uplift among machine cultures. And there was one brief, tantalizing paragraph about a race of hydrogen breathers, which had seceded from that mysterious parallel civilization and actually applied for membership in galactic society. She ached to follow that and many other fascinating leads, but Gaylett knew she simply did not have the time. She had to concentrate on the rules regarding bipedal, warm-blooded, omnivorous Stage 2 clients with mixed mental faculties, and even that made for a daunting reading list. Narrow it down, she thought. So she tried to focus on ceremonies which take place under contention, or in time of war. Even under those constraints, she found it hard slogging. Everything was all so complicated. It made her despair over the shared ignorance of her people and clan. Whether an agreement of co-participation is or is not made in advance, it can and shall be verified by the institutes in a manner taking into account methods of adjudication considered traditional by the two or more parties involved. Gaylett did not recall falling asleep on the beanbag, but for some time it was a raft floating upon a dim sea which rocked to the rhythm of her breathing. After a while, mists seemed to close in, coalescing into a black and white dreamscape of vaguely threatening shapes. She saw contorted images of the dead, her parents, and poor Max. "No," she muttered. At one point she jerked sharply. "No!" She started to rise, began to emerge from slumber. Her eyes fluttered, fragments of dreams clinging in shreds to the lids. A guru seemed to hover overhead, holding a mysterious device, like those which had probed and peered at her and Fibbin. But the image wavered and fell apart as the avian pressed a button on the machine. She slumped back, the guru image rejoining the many others in her disturbed sleep. The dream state passed, and her breathing settled into the slow cycle of deep somnolence. She only awoke some time later, when she dimly sensed a hand stroke her leg. Then it seized her ankle and pulled hard. Gaylett's breath caught as she sat up quickly, before she could even bring her eyes to focus. Her heart raced. Then vision cleared, and she saw that a rather large chim squatted beside her. His hand still rested on her leg, and his grin was instantly recognizable. The waxed handlebar mustache was only the most superficial of many attributes she had come to detest. So suddenly drawn out of sleep, she had to take a moment to find speech again. What are you doing here?" she asked acerbically, yanking her leg away from his grasp. Iron Grip looked amused. Now, is that the way to say hello to someone as important as I am to you? You do serve your purpose well, she admitted. As a bad example. Galet rubbed her eyes and sat up. You didn't answer my question. Why are you bothering me? Your incompetent probies aren't in charge of guarding anybody anymore? The Chen's expression soured only slightly. Obviously, he was relishing something. Oh, I just figured I ought to come on down to the library and do some studying, just like you. You? Studying? Here? She laughed. I had to get special permission from the suzerain. You're not even supposed... Now, those were the exact words I was about to use, he interrupted. Galet blinked. What? I mean, I was going to tell you that the suzerain told me to come down here and study with you. After all, partners ought to get to know each other well, especially before they step forward together as race representatives. Galet's breath drew inaudibly. You? Her head whirled. I don't believe you. Iron Grip shrugged. You needn't sound so surprised. My genetic scores are in the high 90s, almost across the board, except in 2 or 3 little categories that shouldn't ever have counted in the first place. That Galet could believe easily enough. Iron Grip was obviously clever and resourceful, and his aberrant strength could only be considered an asset by the Uplift Board. But sometimes the price was just too great to pay. All that means is that your loathsome qualities must be even worse than I had imagined. The Chen rocked back and laughed. Oh, by human standards, I suppose you're right, he agreed. By those criteria, most probationers shouldn't be allowed anywhere near chimneys and children. Still, standards change, and now I have the opportunity to set a new style. Galet felt a chill. It was just sinking in what Iron Grip was driving at. You're a liar. Admitted, mea culpa. He pretended to beat his breast. I'm not lying about being in the testing party, along with a few of my fellow Donner boys. There have been some changes, you see, since your little mama's boy and teacher's pet ran off into the jungle with our Sylvie. Galet wanted to spit. Fibbin's 10 times the Chen you are, you atavistic mistake. The suzerain of propriety would never choose you as his replacement. Iron Grip grinned and raised a finger. Aha! There's where we misunderstand each other. You see, we've been talking about different birds, you and I. Different? Galet gasped. Her hand covered the open collar of her shirt. Oh, Goodall! You got it, he said, nodding. Smart, aristophrenic little monkey you are. Galet slumped. What surprised her most was the depth of her mourning. At that moment she felt as if her heart had been torn out. We were pawns all along, she thought. Oh, poor Fibbin. This explained why Fibbin had not been brought back the evening he took off with Sylvie, or the next day, or the next. Galet had been so sure that the escape would turn out to have been just another propriety and intelligence test, but clearly it wasn't. It had to have been arranged by one or both of the other Gubru commanders, perhaps as a way to weaken the suzerain of propriety. And what better way to do that than by robbing it of one of its most carefully chosen Chim race representatives? The theft couldn't even be pinned on anybody, for no body would ever be found. Of course, the Gubru would have to go ahead with the ceremony. It was too late to recall the invitations, but each of the 3 suzerains might prefer to see different outcomes. Fibbin. So, Professor, where do we start? You can start teaching me how to act like a proper white card now. She closed her eyes and shook her head.
Go away, she said. Just please go away.
There were more words, more sarcastic comments, but she blocked them out behind a numbing curtain of pain. Tears, at least, she managed to withhold until she sensed that he was gone. Then she burrowed into the soft bag as if it was her mother's arms, and wept. Chapter 75 Galactics. The other two danced around the pedestal, puffing and cooing. Together they chanted in perfect harmony.
Come down, come down, down, come down. Come down off your perch. Join us, join us. Us, join us. Join us in consensus.
The suzerain of propriety shivered, fighting the changes. They were completely united in opposition now. The suzerain of cost and caution had given up hope of achieving the prized position, and was supporting the suzerain of beam and talon in its bid for dominance. Caution's objective was now second place, the male molt status. 2 out of 3 had agreed then, but in order to achieve their objectives, both sexual and in policy, they had to bring the suzerain of propriety down off its perch. They had to force it to step onto the soil of Garth. The suzerain of propriety fought them, squawking well-timed counterpoint to disrupt their rhythm, and inserting pronouncements of logic to foil their arguments. A proper molt was not supposed to go this way. This was coercion, not true consensus. This was rape. For this, the Roostmasters had not invested so much hope in the triumvirate. They needed policy, wisdom. The other two seemed to have forgotten this. They wanted to take the easy way out with the uplift ceremony. They wanted to make a terrible gamble in defiance of the codes. If only the first suzerain of cost and caution had lived. The priest mourned. Sometimes one only knew the value of another after that one was gone. Gone.
Come down, down off your perch.
Against their united voice, it was only a matter of time, of course. Their unison pierced through the wall of honor and resolve the priest had built around itself and penetrated down to the realm of hormone and instinct. The molt hung suspended, held back by the recalcitrance of one member. But it would not be forestalled forever.
Come down and join us in consensus.
The suzerain of propriety shuddered and held on. How much longer it could do so, it did not know. Chapter 76 The Caves.
Clenny!
Robert shouted joyfully. When he saw the mounted figures come around a bend in the trail, he nearly dropped his end of the missile he and a chim were carrying out of the caves.
Hey, watch it with that thing, Captain.
One of Prathachulthorn's marine corporals corrected himself at the last second. In recent weeks they had begun treating Robert with more respect. He'd been earning it. But on occasion, the non-com still showed their fundamental contempt for anyone non-core. Another chim worker hurried up and easily lifted the nose cone out of Robert's grasp, looking disgusted that a human should even try lifting things. Robert ignored both insults. He ran to the trailhead just as the band of travelers arrived, and caught the halter of Athaclena's horse. His other hand reached out for her.
Clenny, I'm glad you...
His voice faltered for an instant. Even as she squeezed his hand, he blinked and tried to cover up his discomfiture.
I'm glad you could come.
Athaclena's smile was unlike any he remembered her ever wearing before, and there was sadness in her aura that he had never kenned.
"Of course I came, Robert," she smiled. "Could you ever doubt I would?"
He helped her dismount. Underneath her superficial air of control, he could feel her tremble. "Love, you have gone through changes." As if she sensed his thought, she reached up and touched the side of his face.
"There are a few ideas shared by both galactic society and yours, Robert. In both, sages have spoken of life as being something like a wheel."
"A wheel?"
"Yes."
Her eyes glittered.
"It turns, it moves forward, and yet it remains the same."
With a sense of relief, he felt her again. Underneath the changes, she was still Athaclena. "I missed you," he said.
"And I you."
She smiled.
"Now tell me about this Major and his plans."
Robert paced the floor of the tiny storage chamber, stacked to the overhead stalactites with supplies. "I can argue with him. I can try persuasion. Hell, he doesn't even mind if I yell at him, so long as it's in private and so long as, after all the debate is over, I still leap 2 meters when he says jump." Robert shook his head. "But I can't actively obstruct him, Clenny. Don't ask me to break my oath." Robert obviously felt caught between conflicting loyalties. Athaclena could sense his tension. His arm still in a sling, Fibbin Bolger watched them argue, but he kept his silence for the time being. Athaclena shook her head.
"Robert, I explained to you that what Major Prathachulthorne has planned is likely to prove disastrous."
"Then tell him." Of course she had tried, over dinner that very evening. Prathachulthorne had listened courteously to her careful explanation of the possible consequences of attacking the Gubru ceremonial site. His expression had been indulgent. But when she had finished, he only asked one question. Would the assault be considered one against the Earthlings' legitimate enemy, or against the Uplift Institute itself?
"After the delegation from the Institute arrives, the site becomes their property," she had said. "An attack then would be catastrophic for humanity."
"But before then?" he had asked archly. Athaclena had shaken her head irritably.
"Until then, the Gubrus still own the site, but it's not a military site. It was built for what might be called holy purposes. The propriety of the act, without handling it just right—"
It had gone on for some time, until it became clear that all argument would be useless. Prathachulthorne promised to take her opinions into account, ending the matter. They all knew what the Marine officer thought of taking advice from E.T. children.
"We'll send a message to Megan,"
Robert suggested.
"I believe you have already done that,"
Athaclena answered. He scowled, confirming her guess. Of course, it violated all protocol to go over Prathachulthorne's head. At minimum, it would seem like a spoiled boy crying to Mama. It might even be a court-martial offense. That he had done so proved that it wasn't out of fear for himself that Robert was reticent about directly opposing his commander, but out of loyalty to his sworn oath. Indeed, he was right. Athaclena respected his honor.
"But I am not ruled by the same duty," she thought.
Fibbin, who had been silent so far, met her gaze. He rolled his eyes expressively. About Robert, they were in complete agreement. "I already suggested to the Major that knocking out the ceremonial site might actually be doing the enemy a favor. After all, they built it to use on Garthlings. Whatever their scheme with us Chims, it's probably a last-ditch effort to make up some of their losses. But what if the site is insured? We blow it up, they blame us and collect.
Major Prathachulthorn mentioned your idea about that,
Athaclena said to Fibbin.
I find it acute, but I'm afraid he did not credit it as very likely.
You mean he thought it was a cuckoo pile of He stopped, as they heard footsteps on the cool stone outside.
Knock, knock,
a feminine voice said from behind the curtain.
May I come in? Please do, Lieutenant McHugh,
Athaclena said.
We were nearly finished anyway.
The dusky-skinned human woman entered and sat on one of the crates next to Robert. He gave her a faint smile, but soon was staring down at his hands again. The muscles in his arms rippled and tensed as his fists clenched and unclenched. Athaclena felt a twinge when McHugh placed her hand on Robert's knee and spoke to him.
His Nibs wants another battle-planning conference before we all turn in.
She turned to look at Athaclena and smiled. Her head inclined.
You're welcome to attend, should you wish. You're our respected guest, Athaclena.
Athaclena recalled when she had been the mistress of these caverns and had commanded an army.
I must not let that influence me,
she reminded herself. All that mattered now was to see that these creatures harmed themselves as little as possible in the coming days. And, if at all possible, she was dedicated to furthering a certain jest, one that she herself still barely understood, but had recently come to appreciate.
No, thank you, Lieutenant. I think that I shall go say hello to a few of my chim friends and then retire. It was a long, several days' ride.
Robert glanced back at her as he left with his human lover. Over his head a metaphorical cloud seemed to hover, flickering with lightning strokes.
I did not know you could do that with glyphs,
Athaclena wondered. Every day it seemed one learned something new. Fibbin's loose, unhinged grin was a boost as he followed the humans. Did she catch a sense of something from him? A conspiratorial wink? When they were gone, Athaclena started rummaging through her kit.
I am not bound by their duty,
she reminded herself,
or by their laws.
The caves could get quite dark, especially when one extinguished the solitary glow bulb that illuminated an entire stretch of the hallway. Down here, eyesight was not an advantage, but a Timbrimi corona gave quite an edge. Athaclena crafted a small squadron of simple but special glyphs. The first one had the sole purpose of darting ahead of her and to the sides, scouting out a path through the blackness. Since cold, hard matter was searing to that which was not, it was easy to tell where the walls and obstacles lay. The little wisp of nothing avoided them adroitly. Another glyph spun overhead, reaching forth to make certain that no one was aware of an intruder in these lower levels. There were no chims sleeping in this stretch of hallway, which had been set aside for human officers. Lydia and Robert were out on patrol. That left only one aura beside hers in this part of the cave. Athaclena stepped toward it carefully. The third glyph silently gathered strength, awaiting its turn. Slowly, silently, she padded over the packed dung of 1,000 generations of flying, insectivore creatures who had dwelt here until being ousted by earthlings and their noise. She breathed evenly, counting in the silent human fashion to help maintain the discipline of her thoughts. Keeping 3 watchful glyphs up at once was something she'd not have attempted only a few days ago. Now it seemed easy, natural, as if she had done it hundreds of times. She had ripped this and so many other skills away from Uther Calving, using a technique seldom spoken of among the Timbrimi, and even less often tried.
Turning jungle fighter, trysting with a human, and now this. Oh, my classmates would be amazed.
She wondered if her father retained any of the craft she had so rudely taken from him.
Father, you and Mother arranged this long ago. You prepared me without my even knowing it. Did you already know, even then, that it would be necessary someday?
Sadly, she suspected she had taken away more than Uther Colving could afford to spare.
And yet, it is not enough.
There were huge gaps. In her heart, she felt certain that this thing encompassing worlds and species could not reach its conclusion without her father himself. The scout glyph hovered before a hanging strip of cloth. Athaclena approached, unable to see the covering, even after she touched it with her fingertips. The scout unraveled and melted back into the waving tendrils of her corona. She brushed the cloth aside with deliberate slowness and crept into the small side chamber. The watch glyph sensed no sign that anyone was aware within. She only kenned the steady rhythms of human slumber. Major Prathachulthorn did not snore, of course, and his sleep was light, vigilant. She stroked the edges of his ever-present psi shield, which guarded his thoughts, dreams, and military knowledge.
Their soldiers are good, and getting better,
she thought. Over the years, Timbrimi advisors had worked hard to teach their wolfling allies to be fierce galactic warriors, and the Timbrimi, in truth, often came away having learned some fascinating bits of trickery themselves, ideas that could never have been imagined by a race brought up under galactic culture. But of all Earth's services, the Terrigan's Marines used no alien advisors. They were anachronisms, the true wolflings. The glyph Zichuton cautiously approached the slumbering human. It settled down, and Athaclena saw it metaphorically as a globe of liquid metal. It touched Prathachulthorn's psi shield and slid in golden rivulets over it, swiftly coating it under a fine sheen. Athaclena breathed a little easier. Her hand slipped into her pocket and withdrew a glassy ampule. She stepped closer and carefully knelt next to the cot. As she brought the vial of anesthetic gas near the sleeping man's face, her fingers tensed. "I wouldn't," he said casually. Athaclena gasped. Before she could move, his hands darted out, catching her wrists. In the dim light, all she could see were the whites of his eyes. Although he was awake, his psi shield remained undisturbed, still radiating waves of slumber. She realized that it had been a phantasm all along, a carefully fabricated trap. "You ETs just have to keep on underrating us, don't you? Even you smarty-pants Timbrimi never seem to get it." Gear hormones surged. Athaclena heaved and pulled to get free, but it was like trying to escape a metal vise. Her clawed nails scratched, but he nimbly kept her fingers out of reach of his calloused hands. When she tried to roll aside and kick, he deftly applied slight pressure to her arms, using them as levers to keep her on her knees. The force made her groan aloud. The gas pellet tumbled from her limp hand. "You see," Prathachulthorn said, in an amiable voice, "there are some of us who think it's a mistake to compromise at all. What can we accomplish by trying to turn ourselves into good galactic citizens?" He sneered. "Even if it worked, we'd only become horrors, awful things, totally divorced from what it means to be human. Anyway, that option isn't even open. They won't let us become citizens. The deck is stacked. The dice are loaded. We both know that, don't we?" Athaclena's breath came in ragged gasps. Long after it was clearly useless, the gear flux kept her jerking and fighting against the human's incredible strength. Agility and quickness were to no avail against his reflexes and training. "We have our secrets, you know," Prathachulthorn confided. things we do not tell our Timbrimi friends, or even most of our own people. Would you like to know what they are? Would you? Athaklana could not find the breath to answer. Prathachulthorn's eyes held something feral, almost animally fierce. Well, if I told you some of them, it would be your death sentence, he said. And I'm not ready to decide that quite yet, so I'll tell you one fact some of your people already know. In an instant, he had transferred both of her wrists to one hand. The other sought and found her throat. You see, we Marines are also taught how to disable and even kill members of an allied ET race. Would you like to know how long it will take me to render you unconscious, miss? Tell you what, why don't you start counting? Athaklana heaved and bucked, but it was useless. A painful pressure closed in around her throat. Air started getting thick. Distantly she heard Prathachulthorn mutter to himself, "This universe is a goddamn awful place." She would never have imagined it could get blacker, but an even deeper darkness started closing in. Athaklana wondered if she would ever awaken again. "I'm sorry, Father." She expected those to be her last thoughts. Continued consciousness came as something of a surprise then. The pressure on her throat, still painful, eased ever so slightly. She sucked a narrow stream of air and tried to figure out what was happening. Prathachulthorn's arms were quivering. She could tell he was bearing down hard, but somehow the force wasn't arriving. Her overheated corona was no help. It was in total ignorance and amazement, when Prathachulthorn's grip loosened, that she dropped limply to the floor. The human was breathing hard now. There were grunts of exertion and then a crash as the cot toppled over. A water pitcher shattered, and there was a sound like that a data well would make, getting smashed. Athaklana felt something under her hand. The ampule, she realized. But what had happened to Prathachulthorn? Fighting enzyme exhaustion, she crawled in a random direction until her hand came down upon the broken data well. By accident, her fingers brushed the power switch, and the rugged machine's screen spilled forth a dim luminescence. In that glow, Athaklana saw a stark tableau. The human Mel straining, his powerful muscles bulged and sinewy, against two long brown arms that held him from behind. Prathachulthorn bucked and hissed. He threw his weight left and right, but every effort to get free was to no avail. Athaklana saw a pair of brown eyes over the man's shoulder. She hesitated for only a moment, then hurried forward with the ampule. Now Prathachulthorn had no psi shield. His hatred was open for all to ken if they had the power. He heaved desperately as she brought forward the little cylinder and broke it under his nose.
"He's holding his breath,"
the neo-chimpanzee muttered, as the cloud of blue vapor hovered around the man's nostrils, then slowly fell groundward.
"That is all right,"
Athaklana answered. From her pocket she drew forth 10 more. When he saw them, Prathachulthorn let out a faint sigh. He redoubled his efforts to get away, but all it served was to bring closer the moment when he would finally have to breathe. The man was stubborn. It took 5 minutes, and even then Athaklana suspected he had fainted of anoxia before he ever felt the drug.
"Some guy,"
Fibbin said when he finally let go.
"Goodall, they make them Marines strong."
He shuddered and collapsed next to the unconscious man. Athaklana sat limply across from him.
"Thank you, Fibbin,"
she said quietly. He shrugged.
"Hell, what's treason and assault on a patron? All in a day's work."
She indicated his sling, where his left arm had rested ever since the evening of his escape from Port Helena.
"Oh, this?"
Fibbin grinned.
"Well, I guess I have been milking the sympathy a bit. Please don't tell anybody, okay?"
Then, in a more serious mood, he looked down at Prathachulthorn.
I may not be any expert, but I'll bet I didn't win any points with the old Uplift board tonight.
He glanced up at Athaclena, then smiled faintly. In spite of everything she had been through, she found she could not help but find everything suddenly hilarious. She found herself laughing, quietly, but with her father's rich tones. Somehow that did not surprise her at all. The job wasn't over. Wearily, Athaclena had to follow as Fibbin carried the unconscious human through the dim tunnels. As they tiptoed past Prathachulthorn's dozing corporal, Athaclena reached out with her tender, almost limp tendrils, and soothed the marine's slumber. He mumbled and rolled over on his cot. Especially wary now, Athaclena made doubly sure the man's psi shield was no ruse, that he actually slept soundly. Fibbin puffed, his lips curled back in a grimace, as she led him over a tumbled slope of debris from an ancient landslide and into a side passage that was almost certainly unknown to the Marines. At least, it wasn't on the cave map she had accessed earlier today from the rebel database. Fibbin's aura was pungent each time he stubbed his toes in the dim, twisting climb. No doubt he wanted to mutter imprecations over Prathachulthorn's dense weight, but he kept his comments within until they emerged at last into the humid, silent night.
Sports and mutations, he sighed as he laid his burden down. At least Prathachulthorn isn't one of the tall ones. I couldn't have managed with his hands and feet dragging in the dust all the way.
He sniffed the air. There was no moon, but a fog spilled over the nearby cliffs like a vaporous flood, and it gave off a faint lambiance. Fibbin glanced back at Athaclena.
So, now what, Chief? There's going to be a hornet's nest here in a few hours, especially after Robert and that Lieutenant McHugh get back. You want I should go get Tycho and haul away this bad example to Earthling clients for you? It'll mean deserting, but what the hell, I guess I was never a very good soldier.
Athaclena shook her head. She sought with her corona and found the traces she was looking for.
No, Fibbin, I could not ask that of you. Besides, you have another task. You escaped from Port Helena in order to warn us of the Gubru offer. Now you must return there and face your destiny.
Fibbin frowned.
Are you sure you don't need me?
Athaclena brought her hands over her mouth. She trilled the soft call of a night bird. From the darkness downslope there came a faint reply. He turned back to Fibbin.
Of course I do. We all need you, but where you can do the most good is down there, near the sea. I also sense that you want to go back.
Fibbin pulled at his thumbs.
Gotta be crazy, I guess.
She smiled.
No, it is only one more indicator that the suzerain of propriety knew its business in choosing you, even though it might prefer that you showed a little more respect to your patrons.
Fibbin tensed. Then he seemed to sense some of her irony. He smiled. There was the soft clattering of horses' hooves on the trail below.
All right,
he said as he bent over to pick up the limp form of Major Prathachulthorn.
Come on, Papa. This time I'll be as gentle as I would with my own maiden aunt.
He smacked his lips against the marine's shadowed cheek and looked up at Athaclena.
Better, ma'am?
Something she had borrowed from her father made her tired tendrils fizz.
Yes, Fibbin,
she laughed.
That's much better.
Lydia and Robert had their suspicions when they returned by the dawn's light to find their legal commander missing. The remaining Terrigan's Marines glared at Athaclena in open distrust. A small band of Chims had gone through Prathachulthorn's room, cleaning away all signs of struggle before any humans got there. But they couldn't hide the fact that Prathachulthorn had gone, without a note or any trace. Robert even ordered Athaclena restricted to her chamber, with a marine at the door while they investigated. His relief over a likely delay in the planned attack was momentarily suppressed under an outraged sense of duty. In comparison, Lieutenant McHugh was an eddy of calm. Outwardly, she seemed unconcerned, as if the Major had merely stepped out. Only Athaclena could sense the Earthwoman's underlying confusion and conflict. In any event, there was nothing they could do about it. Search parties were sent out. They caught up with a party of Athaclena's chims returning on horseback to the gorilla refuge. But by that time, Prathachulthorn was no longer with them. He was high in the trees, being passed from one forest giant to another. By now, conscious and fuming, but helpless and trussed up like a mummy. It was a case of humans paying the penalty for their liberalism. They had brought up their clients to be individualists and citizens, so it was possible for chims to rationalize imprisoning one man for the good of all. In his own way, Prathachulthorn had helped to bring this about, with his patronizing, deprecating attitudes. Nevertheless, Athaclena was certain the Marine would be delicately, carefully treated. That evening, Robert chaired a new council of war. Athaclena's vague status of house arrest was modified, so she could attend. Pippin and the Chim brevet lieutenants were present, as well as the Marine non-commissioned officers. Neither Lydia nor Robert brought up going ahead with Prathachulthorn's plan. It was tacitly assumed that the Major wouldn't want it put underway without him.
Maybe he went off on a personal scouting trip, or a snap inspection of some outpost. He might return tonight or tomorrow,
Elaine Sue suggested in complete innocence. Maybe. We'd best assume the worst, though, Robert said. He avoided looking at Athaclena. Just in case, we'd better send word to the refuge. I suppose it'll take 10 days or so to get new orders from the council, and for them to send a replacement. He obviously assumed that Megan On-Eagle would never leave him in charge.
Well, I want to go back to Port Helena, Pippin said simply. I'm in a position to get close to the center of things, and anyway, Galet needs me.
What makes you think the Gubru will take you back after running away?
Lydia McHugh asked.
Why won't they simply shoot you?
Pippin shrugged.
If I meet up with the wrong Gubru, that's what they'll probably do.
There was a long silence. When Robert asked for other suggestions, the humans and remaining chims remained silent. At least when Prathachulthorn had been there, dominating the discourse and the mood, there had been his overbearing confidence to override their doubts. Now the situation came home to them again. They were a tiny army with only limited options, and the enemy was about to set into motion things and events they could not even understand, let alone prevent. Athaclena waited until the atmosphere was thick with gloom. Then she said 4 words.
We need my father.
To her surprise, both Robert and Lydia nodded. Even when orders finally arrived from the Council at Exile, those instructions would likely be as confused and contradictory as ever. It was obvious that they could use good advice, especially with matters of galactic diplomacy at stake.
At least the McHugh woman does not share Prathachulthorn's xenophobia,
Athaclena thought. She found herself forced to admit that she approved of what she kenned of the Earthling female's aura.
Robert told me you were sure your father was alive,
Lydia said.
That's fine, but where is he? How can we find him?
Athaclena leaned forward. She kept her corona still.
I know where he is.
You do? Robert blinked. But his voice trailed off as he reached out to touch her with his inner sense for the first time since yesterday. Athelclena recalled how she felt then, seeing him holding Lydia's hand. She momentarily resisted his efforts, then, feeling foolish, she let go. Robert sat back heavily and exhaled. He blinked several times. Oh. That was all he said. Now Lydia looked back and forth, from Robert to Athelclena and back again. Briefly she shone with something faintly like envy.
I, too, have him in a way that you cannot,
Athelclena mused, but mostly she shared the moment with Robert.
Ntahu,
Uthakali, he said in Gal 7. We had better do something, and fast. Chapter 77. Fibbin and Sylvie. She awaited him as he led Tycho up the trail emerging out of the valley of caves. She sat patiently next to an overhanging thip pine, just beyond a switchback, and only spoke when he drew even.
Thought you'd just sneak out without saying goodbye, did you?
Sylvie asked. She wore a long skirt and kept her arms wrapped around her knees. He tied the horse's tether to a tree limb and sat down next to her.
Nah, Fibbin said. I knew I wouldn't be so lucky.
She glanced at him sidelong and saw that he was grinning. Sylvie sniffed and looked back into the canyon, where the early mists were slowly evaporating into a morning that promised to be clear and cloudless.
I figured you'd be heading back.
I have to, Sylvie. She cut him off.
I know. Responsibility. You have to get back to Galet. She needs you, Fibbin.
He nodded. Fibbin didn't have to be reminded that he still had a duty to Sylvie as well.
Dr. Sue came by while I was packing.
You filled the bottle she gave you, I know.
Sylvie bowed her head.
Thank you. I consider myself well paid.
Fibbin looked down. He felt awkward talking around the edges of the topic like this.
When will you?
Tonight, I guess. I'm ready. Can't you tell?
Sylvie's parka and long skirt certainly hid any outward signs. Still, she was right. Her scent was undisguised.
I sincerely hope you get what you want, Sylvie.
She nodded again. They sat there awkwardly. Fibbin tried to think of something to say, but he felt thick-headed, stupid. Whatever he tried, he knew, would surely turn out all wrong. Suddenly there was a small rustle of motion down below, where the switchbacks diverged into paths, leading in several directions. A tall human form emerged around a rocky bend, jogging tirelessly. Robert Oneagle ran toward a junction in the narrow trails, carrying only his bow and a light backpack. He glanced upward, and on spotting the two chimps, he slowed. Robert grinned in response as Fibbin waved, but on reaching the fork, he turned southward along a little used track. Soon he had disappeared into the wild forest.
What's he doing?
Sylvie asked.
Looked like he was running.
She slapped his shoulder.
I could see that. Where is he going?
He's going to try to make it through the passes before it snows.
Through the passes? But
since Major Prathachilthorne disappeared, and since time is so short, Lieutenant McHugh and the other Marines agreed they'd go along with the alternative plan Robert and Athelclena have cooked up.
But he's running south,
Sylvie said. Robert had taken the little used trail that led deeper into the Moulin Range. Fibbin nodded.
He's going looking for somebody. He's the only one who can do the job.
It was obvious to Sylvie from his tone that was all he would say about the matter. They sat there for a little while longer in silence. At least Robert's brief passage had brought a welcome break in the tension. This is silly, Fibbin thought. He liked Sylvie a lot. They had never had much chance to talk, and this might be their last opportunity. You never did tell me about your first baby, he said in a rush. Wondering, as the words came out, if it was any of his business to ask. Of course, it was obvious that Sylvie had given birth before and nursed. Stretch marks were signs of attractiveness in a race a quarter of whose females never bred at all. But there is pain there as well, he knew.
It was 5 years ago. I was very young.
Her voice was level, controlled.
His name was... We called him Sishi. He was tested by the board, as usual, but he was found anomalous.
Anomalous?
Yes, that was the word they used. They classified him superior in some respects, odd in others. There were no obvious defects, but some strange qualities, they said. A couple of the officials were concerned. The Uplift board decided they'd have to send him to Earth for further evaluation. They were very nice about it.
She sniffed.
They offered me the choice of coming along.
Fibbin blinked. You didn't go, though. She glanced at him.
I know what you're thinking. I'm terrible. That's why I never told you before. You'd have refused our deal. You think I'm an unfit mother.
No,
At the time it seemed different, though. My mother was ill. We didn't have a clan family, and I didn't feel I could just leave her in the care of strangers and probably never see her again. I was only a yellow card at the time. I knew my child would get a good home on Earth, or either he'd find favored treatment and be raised in a high-caste neo-chimp home, or he'd meet a fate I didn't want to know. I was so worried we would go all that way, and they would only take him away anyway. I guess I also dreaded the shame if he was declared a probationer.
She stared down at her hands.
I couldn't decide, so I tried to get advice. There was this counselor in Port Helena, a human with the local Uplift board. He told me what he thought the odds were. He said he was sure I'd given birth to a probie. I stayed behind when they took Sichi away. 6 months later, my mother died.
She looked up at Fibbin.
And then, 3 years after that, word came back from Earth. The news was that my baby was now a happy, well-adjusted little blue card, growing up in a loving blue card family, and... oh, yeah, I was to be promoted to green.
Her hands clenched.
Oh, how I hated that damned card. They took me off compulsory yearly contracept injections, so I didn't have to ask permission anymore if I wanted to conceive again. Trusted me to control my own fertility like an adult.
She snorted.
Like an adult? A chimmy who abandons her own child? They ignore that and promote me because he passes some damn tests.
So, Fibbin thought. This was the reason for her bitterness and for her early collaboration with the Guru. Much was explained. You joined Iron Grip's band out of resentment against the system? Because you hoped things might be different under the Galactics?
Something like that, maybe. Or maybe I was just angry.
Sylvie shrugged.
Anyway, after a while I realized something.
What was that?
I realized that however bad the system was under humans, it could only be far worse under the Galactics. The humans are arrogant, all right, but at least a lot of them feel guilty over their arrogance. They try to temper it. Their horrible history taught them to be wary of hubris. Yeah, they know what a trap it can be, acting like gods, and coming to believe it's true. But the Galactics are used to this meddlesome business. It never occurs to them to have any doubts. They're so damned smug. I hate them.
Fibbin thought about it. He had learned much during the last few months, and he figured Sylvie might be stating her case a little too strongly. Right now, she sounded a lot like Major Prophet Schulthorne. But Fibbin knew there were quite a few galactic patron races who had reputations for kindness and decency. Still, it was not his place to judge her bitterness. Now he understood her nearly single-minded determination to have a child who would be at least a green card from the very start. There had to be no question. She wanted to keep her next baby, and to be sure of grandchildren. Sitting there next to her, Fibbin was uncomfortably certain of Sylvie's present condition. Unlike human females, chimmies had set cycles of receptivity, and it took some effort to hide them. It was one reason for some of the social and family differences between the two cousin species. He felt guilty to be aroused by her condition. A soft, poignant feeling lay over the moment, and he was determined not to spoil it by being insensitive. Fibbin wished he could console her somehow, and yet he did not know what to offer her. He moistened his lips. Look, Sylvie. She turned.
Yes, Fibbin?
I really do hope you get... I hope I left enough... His face felt warm. She smiled.
Dr. Sue says there probably was. If not, there's more where that came from.
He shook his head. Your confidence is appreciated, but I wouldn't bet I'll ever be back again. He looked away toward the west. She took his hand.
Well, I'm not too proud to take extra insurance if it's offered. Another donation will be accepted, if you feel up to it.
He blinked, feeling the tempo of his pulse rise. You mean right now? She nodded.
When else?
I was hoping you'd say that. He grinned and reached for her, but she held up a hand to stop him.
Just a minute, she said. What kind of a girl do you think I am? Candlelight and champagne may be in short supply up here, but a femme generally appreciates at least a little foreplay.
Fine by me, Fibbin said. He turned around to present his back for grooming. Do me, then I'll do you. But she shook her head.
Not that kind of foreplay, Fibbin. I had in mind something much more stimulating.
She reached behind the tree and brought forth a cylindrical object made of carved wood, one end covered by a tautly stretched skin. Fibbin's eyes widened. A drum? She sat with the little handmade instrument between her knees.
It's your own damn fault, Fibbin Bolger. You showed me something special, and from now on, I'll never be satisfied with anything less.
Her deft fingers rattled off a quick rhythm.
Dance, she said. Please?
Fibbin sighed. Obviously, she wasn't kidding. This choreomaniac Chimmy was crazy, of course, whatever the Uplift board said. It seemed to be the type he fell for. There are some ways we'll never be like humans, he thought, as he picked up a branch and shook it tentatively. He dropped it and tried another. Already he felt flushed and full of energy. Sylvie tapped the drum, starting with a rapid, exhilarating tempo that made his breath sharpen. The shine in her eyes seemed to warm his blood. This is as it should be. We are our own selves, he knew. Fibbin took the branch in a two-handed grip and brought it down on a nearby log, sending leaves and brush exploding in all directions. "Ook," he said. His second blow was harder, though, and as the beat picked up, his next cry came with more enthusiasm. The morning fog had evaporated. No thunder rolled. The uncooperative universe had not even provided a single cloud in the sky. Still, Fibbin figured he could probably manage this time without the lightning. Chapter 78 Galactics. In Gubru Military Encampment 16, the chaos at the top had begun affecting those lower down in the ranks. There were squabbles over allotments and supplies, and over the behavior of common soldiers, whose contempt for the support staff reached new and dangerous levels. At afternoon prayer time, many of the Talon soldiers put on the traditional ribbons of mourning for the lost progenitors, and joined the priestly chaplain to croon in low unison. The less devout majority, who generally kept a respectful silence during such services, now seemed to make it a special occasion for gambling and loud commotion. Sentries preened and purposely sent loose feathers drifting in strong breezes, so they would pass distractingly among the faithful. Discordant noises could be heard during work, during maintenance, during training exercises. The stooped colonel in charge of the eastern encampments happened to be on an inspection tour and witnessed this disharmony in person. It wasted no time on indecision. At once the stooped colonel ordered all personnel of Encampment 16 assembled. Then the officer gathered the camp's chief administrator and the chaplain by its side upon a platform, and addressed those gathered below.
"Let it not be said, bandied, rumored, that Gubru soldiers have lost their vision. Are we orphans, lost, abandoned, or members of a great clan? What were we, are we, shall we be? Warriors, builders, but most of all, proper carriers of tradition."
For some time the stooped colonel spoke to them so, joined in persuasive song by the camp's administrator and its spiritual adviser, until at last the shamed soldiers and staff began to coo together in a rising chorus of harmony. They made the effort, invested the time, one small united regiment of military bureaucrats and priests, and struggled as one to overcome their doubts. For a brief while, then, there did indeed take shape a consensus. Chapter 79 Gaelet. Even among those rare and tragic cases, wolfling species, there have existed crude versions of these techniques. While primitive, their methods also involved rituals of combat of honor, and by such means kept aggressiveness and warfare under some degree of restraint. Take, for example, the most recent clan of wolflings, the humans of Sol III. Before their discovery by galactic culture, their primitive tribes often used ritual to hold in check the cycles of ever-increasing violence normally to be expected from such an unguided species. No doubt these traditions derived from warped memories of their long-lost patron race. Among the simple but effective methods used by pre-contact humans, see citations, were the method of counting coup for honor among the American Indians, trial by champion among the medieval Europeans, and deterrence by mutual assured destruction among the continental tribal states. Of course, these techniques lacked the subtlety, the delicate balance, and homeostasis of the modern rules of behavior laid out by the Institute for Civilized Warfare.
"That's it, break time. I'm putting a T on it. Enough,"
Galet blinked, her eyes unfocusing, as the rude voice drew her back out of her reading trance. The library unit sensed this and froze the text in front of her. She looked to her left. Sprawled in the beanbag, her new partner threw his data well aside and yawned, stretching his lanky, powerful frame. "Time for a drink," he said lazily.
"You haven't even made it through the first edited summary," Galet said.
He grinned. I don't know why we've got to study this shit. The ETs will be surprised if we remember to bow and recite our own species' name. They don't expect neo-chimps to be geniuses, you know."
"Apparently not, and your comprehension scores will certainly reinforce the impression."
That made him frown momentarily. He forced a grin again. "You, on the other hand, are trying so hard. I'm sure the ETs will find it terribly cute."
"Touché,"
Galet thought. It hadn't taken the two of them very long to learn how to cut each other where it hurt.
"Maybe this is yet another test. They are seeing how far my patience can be stretched before it snaps."
Maybe, but not very likely. She had not seen the suzerain of propriety for more than a week. Instead, she had been dealing with a committee of 3 pastel-tinged gubru, one from each faction. And it was the blue-tinted Talon soldier who strutted foremost at these meetings. Yesterday, they had all gone down to the ceremonial site for a rehearsal. Although she was still undecided whether to cooperate in the final event, Galet had come to realize that it might already be too late to change her mind. The seaside hill had been sculpted and landscaped so that the giant power plants were no longer visible. The terraced slopes led elegantly upward, one after another, marred only by bits of debris brought in by the steady autumnal winds. Already bright banners flapped in the easterlies, marking the stations where the neo-chimp representatives would be asked to recite, or answer questions, or submit to intense scrutiny. There at the site, with the gubru standing close by, Iron Grip had been to all outward appearances a model student. And perhaps it had been more than a wish to curry favor that had made him so uncharacteristically studious. After all, these were facts that had direct bearing upon his ambitions. That afternoon, his quick intelligence had shone. Now, though, with them alone together under the vast vault of the new library, other aspects of his nature came to the fore. "So, how about it?" Iron Grip said as he leaned over her chair and gave her a Cyprian leer. "Want to step outside for some air? We could slip into the eucalyptus grove and—"
"There are 2 chances of that," she snapped. "Fat and slim."
He laughed. "Put it off until the ceremony, then, if you like it public. Then it'll be you and me, babe, with the whole 5 galaxies watching." He grinned and flexed his powerful hands. His knuckles cracked. Galet turned away and closed her eyes. She had to concentrate to keep her lower lip from trembling. "Rescue me," she wished, against all hope or reason. Logic chided her for even thinking it. After all, her white knight was only an ape, and almost certainly dead. Still, she couldn't help crying inside. "Fibbin, I need you. Fibbin, come back." Chapter 80. Robert. His blood sang. After months in the mountains, living as his ancestors had, on wits and his own sweat, his toughened skin growing used to the sun and the scratchy rub of native fibers, Robert still had not yet realized the changes in himself, not until he puffed up the last few meters of the narrow, rocky trail and crossed in 10 long strides from one watershed to another. The top of Rwanda Pass. I've climbed 1,000 meters in 2 hours, and my heart is scarcely beating fast. He did not really feel any need to rest. However, Robert made himself slow down to a walk. Anyway, the view was worth lingering over. He stood atop the very spine of the Moulin Range. Behind him, to the north, the mountains stretched eastward in a thickening band, and westward toward the sea, where they continued in an archipelago of fat, towering islands. It had taken him a day and a half of running to get here from the caves, and now he saw ahead of him the panorama he would have yet to cross to reach his destination. I'm not even sure how to find what I'm looking for. Athaclena's instructions had been as vague as her own impressions of where to send him. More mountains stretched ahead of him, dropping away sharply toward a dun-colored steppe, partially obscured by haze. Before he reached those plains, there would be still more rise and fall over narrow trails that had only felt a few score feet, even during peacetime. Robert was probably the first to come this way since the outbreak of war. The hardest part was over, though. He didn't enjoy downhill running, but Robert knew how to take the jolting, fall-stepping so as to avoid damaging his knees, and there would be water lower down. He shook his leather canteen and took a sparing swallow. Only a few deciliters remained, but he was sure they'd do. He shaded his eyes and looked beyond the nearest purple peaks to the high slopes where he would have to make his camp tonight. There would be streams, all right, but no lush rainforests like on the wet northern side of the Moulin, and he would have to think about hunting for food soon, before he sallied forth onto the dry savanna. Apache braves could run from Taos to the Pacific in a few days and not eat anything but a handful of parched corn along the way. He wasn't an Apache brave, of course. He did have a few grams of vitamin concentrate with him, but for the sake of speed, he had chosen to travel light. For now, quickness counted more than his grumbling stomach. He skirted aside where a recent landslide had broken the path. Then he set a slightly faster pace as the trail dropped into a set of tight switchbacks. That night Robert slept in a moss-filled notch just above a trickling spring, wrapped in a thin silk blanket. His dreams were slow and as quiet as he imagined space might be, if one ever got away from the constant humming of machines. Mostly it was the stillness in the empathy net, after months of living in the riot of the rainforest, that lent a soft loneliness to his slumber. One might ken far in an empty land such as this, even with senses as crude as his. And for the first time there was not the harsh, metaphorically, almost metallic hint of alien minds to be felt off in the northwest. He was shielded from the gubru, and from the humans and chimps for that matter. Solitude was a strange sensation. The strangeness did not evaporate by the dawn's light. He filled his canteen from the spring and drank deeply to take the edge off his hunger. Then the run began anew. On this steeper slope the descent was wearing, but the miles did go by quickly. Before the sun was more than halfway toward the zenith, the high steppe had opened up around him. He ran across rolling foothills now, kilometers falling behind him like thoughts barely contemplated and then forgotten. And as he ran, Robert probed the countryside. Soon he felt certain that the expanse held odd entities, somewhere out there beyond or among the tall grasses. If only kenning were more of a localizing sense. Perhaps it was this very imprecision that had kept humans from ever developing their own crude abilities. Instead, we concentrated on other things. There was a game that was often played, both on Earth and among interested galactics. It consisted of trying to reconstruct the fabled lost patrons of humanity, the half-mythical starfarers who supposedly began the uplift of human beings, perhaps 50,000 years ago, and then departed in mystery, leaving the job only half done. Of course, there were a few bold heretics, even among the galactics, who held that the old Earthling theories were actually true, that it was somehow possible for a race to uplift itself, to evolve starfaring intelligence and pull itself up by its bootstraps out of darkness and into knowledge and maturity. But even on Earth, most now thought the idea quaint. Patrons uplifted clients, who later took their own turn uplifting newer pre-sentients. It was the way and had been ever since the days of the progenitors, so long ago. There was a real dearth of clues. Whoever the patrons of man might have been, they had hidden their traces well, and for good reason. A patron race who abandoned a client was generally branded as an outlaw. Still, the guessing game went on. Certain patron clans were ruled out because they would never have chosen an omnivorous species to raise. Others were unsuited to living on Earth, even for short visits, because of gravity or atmosphere or a host of other reasons. Most agreed that it couldn't have been a clan which believed in specialization either. Some uplifted their clients with very specific goals in mind. The Uplift Institute demanded that any new sapient race be able to pilot starships, exercise judgment and logic, and be capable of patron status itself someday. But beyond that, the Institute put few constraints on the types of niches into which client species might be made to fit. Some were destined to become skilled craftsmen, some philosophers, and some mighty warrior castes. But humanity's mysterious patrons had to have been generalists, for man, the animal, was very much a flexible beast. Yes, and for all the vaunted flexibility of the Timbrimi, there were some things not even those masters of adaptation could even think of doing. Such as this, Robert thought. A covey of native birds exploded into the air in a flurry of beating wings as Robert ran across their feeding grounds. Small, skittering things felt the rumble of his approach and took cover. A herd of animals, long-legged and fleet like small deer, darted away, easily outdistancing him. They happened to flee southward, the direction he was going anyway, so he followed them. Soon Robert was approaching where they had stopped to feed again. Once more they bolted, opened a wide berth behind them, then settled down again to browse. The sun was getting high. It was a time of the day when all the plains animals, both the hunters and the hunted, tended to seek shelter from the heat. Where there were no trees, they scraped the soil in narrow runnels to find cooler layers, and lay down in what shade there was to wait out the blazing sun. But on this day, one creature did not stop. It kept coming. The pseudo-deer blinked in consternation as Robert approached again. Once more they arose and took flight, leaving him behind. This time they put a little more distance in back of them. They stood atop a small hill, panting and staring unbelievingly. The thing on two legs just kept coming. An uneasy stir riffled through the herd, a premonition that this just might be serious. Still panting, they fled once more. Perspiration shone like oil on Robert's olive skin. It glistened in the sunlight, quivering in droplets that sometimes shook loose with the constant drumming of his footsteps. Mostly, though, the sweat spread out and coated his skin and evaporated in the rushing wind of his own passage. A dry southeasterly breeze helped it change state into vapor, sucking up latent heat in the process. He maintained a steady, even pace, not even trying to match the sprints of the deer-like creatures. At intervals he walked and took sparing swigs from his water bag, and he resumed the chase. His bow lay strapped across his back, but for some reason Robert did not even think of using it. Under the noonday sun he ran on and on. Mad dogs and Englishmen, he thought, and Apache, and Bantu, and so many others. Humans were accustomed to thinking that it was their brains which distinguished them so from the other members of Earth's animal kingdom, and it was true that weapons and fire and speech had made them the lords of their home world long before they ever learned about ecology or the duty of senior species to care for those less able to understand. During those dark millennia, intelligent but ignorant men and women had used fires to drive entire herds of mammoths and sloths and so many other species over cliffs, killing hundreds for the meat contained in one or two. They shot down millions of birds so the feathers might adorn their ladies. They chopped down forests to grow opium. Yes, intelligence in the hands of ignorant children was a dangerous weapon. But Robert knew a secret. We did not really need all these brains in order to rule our world. He approached the herd again, and while hunger drove him, he also contemplated the beauty of the native creatures. No doubt they were growing rapidly in stature with each passing generation. Already they were far larger than their ancestors had been back when the Bururali slew all the great ungulates which used to roam these plains. Someday they might fill some of those empty niches. Even now they were already far swifter than a man. Speed was one thing, but endurance was quite another matter. As they turned to flee him again, Robert saw that the herd members had begun to look a little panicky. The pseudo-deer now wore flecks of foam around their mouths. Their tongues hung out, and their rib cages heaved in rapid tempo. The sun beat down. Perspiration beaded and covered him in a thin sheen. This evaporated, leaving him cool. Robert paced himself. Tools and fire and speech gave us the surplus. They gave us what we needed to begin culture. But were they all we had? A song had begun to play in the network of fine sinuses behind his eyes, in the gentle squish of fluid that damped his brain against the hard, driving accelerations of every footstep. The throbbing of his heartbeat carried him along like a faithful bass rhythm. The tendons of his legs were like taut, humming bows, like violin strings. He could smell them now, his hunger accentuating the atavistic thrill. He identified with his intended prey. In an odd way, Robert knew a fulfillment he had never experienced before. He was alive. He barely noticed, as he began overtaking the deer, who had collapsed to the ground. Mothers and their fawns blinked in dull surprise as he ran past them without a glance. Robert had spotted his target, and he projected a simple glyph to tell the others to relax, to slip aside, while he chased a big male buck at the head of the herd. You are the one, he thought. You have lived well, passed on your genes. Your species does not need you anymore, not as much as I do. Perhaps his ancestors actually used empathy sense quite a bit more than modern man, for now he saw a real function for it. He could ken the growing dread of the buck as one by one its overheated companions dropped aside. The buck put in a desperate burst of speed and leaped far ahead, but then it had to rest, panting miserably to try to cool off, its sides heaving as it watched Robert come on. Foaming, it turned to flee again. Now it was just the two of them. Gimel high blazed. Robert bore on. A little while later, he brought his left hand to his belt as he ran and loosened the sheath of his knife. Even that tool he chose with some reluctance. What decided him to use it instead of his bare hands was empathy with his prey and a sense of mercy. It was some hours later, his stomach no longer growling urgently, that Robert felt his first glimmerings of a clue. He had begun making his way southwestward, in the direction Athaklena had hoped would lead him to his goal. As the day aged, Robert shaded his eyes against the late afternoon glare. Then he closed them and reached forth with other senses. Yes, something was close enough to ken. If he thought of it metaphorically, it came as a very familiar flavor. He headed forth at a jog, following traces that came and went, sometimes cool and sentient, and sometimes as wild as the buck who had shared its life with Robert so recently. When the traces grew quite strong, Robert found himself near a vast thicket of ugly thorn bush. Soon it would be sunset, and there was no way he would be able to chase down the thing emanating those vibrations, not in this dense, hurtful undergrowth. Anyway, he did not want to hunt this creature. He wanted to talk to it. He was sure the being was aware of him now. Robert halted. He closed his eyes again and cast forth a simple glyph. It darted left, right, then plunged into the vegetation. There came a rustle. He opened his eyes. 2 dark, glittering pools blinked back at him. "All right," he said softly. "Please, come on out now. We had better talk." There was another moment's hesitation. Then there shambled forth a long-armed chim, hairier than most, with thick brows and a heavy jaw. He was dirty and totally naked. There were a few stains that Robert was sure came from caked blood, and it had not come from the chim's own minor scratches. Well, we are cousins after all, and vegetarians don't live long on a step. When he sensed that the co-mate chim was reluctant to make eye contact, Robert did not insist. "Hello, Jojo," he said softly, and with sincere gentleness. "I've come a long way to bring a message to your employer." Chapter 81. Athaklena. The cage consisted of thick wooden slats bound by wire. It hung from a tree branch in a sheltered vale under the leeward shoulder of a simmering volcano. Still, the guy cables holding it in place trembled under occasional gusts of wind, and the cage itself swayed. Its occupant, naked, unshaven, and looking very much the wolfling, stared down at Athaklena with an expression that would have burned even without the loathing he radiated. To Athaklena, it felt as if the little glade were saturated with the prisoner's hatred. She planned to keep her visit as short as possible.
"I thought you would want to know the Gubru Triumvirate has declared a protocol truce under the rules of war," she told Major Prathachulthorn. "The ceremonial site is now sacrosanct, and no armed force on Garth can act except in self-defense for the duration."
Prathachulthorn spat through the bars.
"So, if we'd attacked when I planned, we'd have made it before this." "I find it doubtful. Even the best plans are seldom executed perfectly, and if we were forced to abort the mission at the last minute, every secret we had would have been revealed for nothing."
"That's your opinion," Prathachulthorn snorted. Athaklena shook her head.
"But that is not the only or even the most important reason."
She had grown tired of fruitlessly explaining the nuances of galactic punctilio to the Marine officer. but somehow she found the will to try one more time.
I told you before, Major. Wars are known to feature cycles of what you humans sometimes call tit for tat, where one side punishes the other side for its last insult, and then that other side retaliates in turn. Left unconstrained, this can escalate forever. Since the days of the progenitors, there have been developed rules which help keep such exchanges from growing out of all proportion.
Prathachulthorn cursed.
Damn it, you admitted that our raid would have been legal if done in time.
She nodded.
Legal, perhaps, but it also would have served the enemy well, because it would have been the last action before the truce. What difference does that make?
Patiently, she tried to explain.
The Guru have declared a truce, while still in an overpowering position of strength, Major. That is considered honorable. You might say they win points for that. But their gain is multiplied if they do so immediately after taking damage, if they show restraint by not retaliating. The Guru are then performing an act of forbearance. They gather credit.
Ha! Prathachulthorn laughed.
That lot of good it'd do them with their ceremonial site in ruins.
Athaclana inclined her head. She really did not have time for this. If she spent too long here, Lieutenant McHugh might suspect that this was where her missing commander was being hidden. The Marines had already swooped down on several possible hiding places.
The upshot might have been to force Earth to finance a new site as a replacement,
he said. Prathachulthorn stared at her.
But we're at war.
She nodded, misunderstanding him.
Exactly. One cannot allow war without rules and powerful neutral forces to enforce them. The alternative would be barbarism.
The man's sour look was her only answer.
Besides, to destroy the site would have implied that humans do not want to see their clients tested and judged for promotion. But now it is the Guru who must pay honor guild for this truce. Your clan has gained a segment of status by being the aggrieved party, unavenged. This sliver of propriety could turn out to be crucial in the days ahead.
Prathachulthorn frowned. For a moment he seemed to concentrate, as if a thread of her logic hung almost within reach. She felt his attention shimmer as he tried, but then it faded. He grimaced and spat again.
What a load of crap! Show me dead birds, that's currency I can count. Pile them up to the level of this cage, little Miss Ambassador's daughter, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you live when I finally break out of here.
Athaclana shivered. She knew how futile it was to try to hold a man such as this prisoner. He should have been kept drugged. He should have been killed. But she could not bring herself to do either, or to further prejudice the fate of the Chims in her cabal by involving them in such crimes.
Good day, Major,
she said, and turned to go. He did not shout as she left. In a way, the parsimonious use he made of his threats made those few seem all the more menacing and believable. She took a hidden trail from the secret glade over a shoulder of the mountain, past warm springs that hissed and steamed uncertainly. At the ridge crest, Athaclana had to draw in her tendrils to keep them from being battered in the autumn wind. Few clouds could be seen in the sky, but the air was hazy with dust blowing in from faraway deserts. Hanging from a nearby branch, she encountered one of the parachute-like kite and spore pod combinations blown up here from some field of plate ivy. The autumn dispersal was fully underway now. Fortunately, it had begun in earnest more than 2 days ago, before the Guru announced their truce. That fact might turn out to be very important indeed. The day felt odd, more so than at any time since that night of terrible dreams, shortly before she climbed this mountain to wrestle with her parents' fierce legacy.
Perhaps the Gubru are warming up their hyperwave shunt again.
She had since learned that her fit of dreams on that fateful night had coincided with the invaders' first test of their huge new facility. Their experiments had let surges of unallocated probability loose in all directions, and those who were psychically sensitive reported bizarre mixtures of deathly dread and hilarity. That sort of mistake did not sound like the normally meticulous Gubru, and it seemed to be a validation of Fibbin Bulger's report that the enemy had serious leadership problems. Was that why Tutsunukan collapsed so suddenly and violently that evening? Was all that loose energy responsible for the terrific power of her Susustruthun rapport with Uthakalving? Could that and the subsequent tests of those great engines explain why the gorillas had begun behaving so very strangely? All Athaklena knew for certain was that she felt nervous and afraid.
Soon, she thought. It will all approach climax very soon.
She had descended halfway down the trail leading back to her tent when a pair of breathless chims emerged from the forest, hurrying uphill toward her.
Miss!
One of them breathed. The other held his side, panting audibly. Her initial reading of their panic triggered a brief hormone rush, which only subsided slightly when she traced their fear and kenned that it did not come from an enemy attack. Something else had them terrified, half out of their wits.
Miss Athaklena,
the first chim gasped.
You gotta come quick. What is it, Petrie? What's happening?
He swallowed.
It's the gorillas. We can't control them anymore. So, she thought.
For more than a week, the gorillas' low atonal music had been driving their chim guardians to nervous fits.
What are they doing now?
They're leaving, the second messenger wailed plaintively. She blinked.
What did you say?
Petrie's brown eyes were filled with bewilderment.
They're leaving. They just got up and left. They're heading for the Sind, and there doesn't seem to be anything we can do to stop them.
Chapter 82. Uthakalving. Their progress toward the mountains had slackened considerably recently. More and more of Kalt's time seemed to be spent laboring over his makeshift instruments and in arguing with his Timbrimi companion.
How quickly things change,
Uthakalving thought. He had labored long and hard to bring Kalt to this fever pitch of suspicion and excitement, and now he found himself recalling with fondness their earlier peaceful comradeship, the long, lazy days of gossip and reminiscences and common exile, however frustrating they had seemed at the time. Of course, that had been when Uthakalving was whole, when he had been able to look upon the world through Timbrimi eyes and the softening veil of whimsy. Now, Uthakalving knew that he had been considered dour and serious by others of his race. Now, though, they would surely think him crippled, perhaps better off dead.
Too much was taken from me,
he thought, while Kalt muttered to himself in the corner of their shelter. Outside, heavy gusts blew through the veldt grasses. Moonlight brushed long hill crests that resembled sluggish ocean waves locked amid a rolling storm.
Did she actually have to tear away so much?
He wondered, without really being able to feel or care very much. Of course, Athaklena had hardly known what she was doing that night when she decided in her need to call in the pledge her parents had made. Sustruthun was not something one trained for. A recourse so drastic and used so seldom could not be well described by science, and by its very nature, Sustruthun was something one could do but once in one's lifetime. Anyway, now that he looked back upon it, Uther Calding remembered something he hadn't noticed at the time. That evening had been one of great tension. Hours beforehand he had felt disturbing waves of energy, as if ghostly half-glyphs of immense power were throbbing against the mountains. Perhaps that explained why his daughter's call had carried such strength. She had been tapping some outside source. And he remembered something else. In the Sustruthun storm Athelclena triggered, not everything torn from him had gone to her. Strange that he had not thought of it until now. But Uther Calding now seemed vaguely to recall some of his essences flying past her. But where they had actually been bound, he could not even imagine. Perhaps to the source of those energies he had felt earlier. Perhaps. Uther Calding was too tired to come up with rational theories. Who knows? Maybe they were drawn in by Garthlings. It was a poor joke, not even worth a tiny smile, and yet the irony was encouraging. It showed that he had not lost absolutely everything. I am certain of it now, Uther Calding. Calt's voice was low and confident as the Thenanin turned to face him. He put aside the instrument he had constructed out of odd items salvaged from the wrecked pinnace. Certain of what, colleague? Certain that our separate suspicions are focusing in on a probable fact. See here. The data you showed me, your private spools regarding these Garthling creatures, allowed me to tune my detector until I am now sure that I have found the residence I was seeking. You are? Uther Calding didn't know what to make of this. He had never expected Calt to find actual confirmation of mythical beasts. I know what concerns you, my friend, Calt said, raising one massive leather-plated hand. You fear that my experiments will draw down upon us the attention of the Gubru, but rest assured, I am using a very narrow band and am reflecting my beam off the nearer moon. It is very unlikely they would ever be able to localize the source of my puny little probe. But, Uther Calding shook his head. What are you looking for? Calt's breathing slits puffed. A certain type of cerebral resonance. It is quite technical, he said. It has to do with something I read in your tapes about these Garthling creatures. What little data you had seemed to indicate that these pre-sentient beings might have brains not too dissimilar to those of Earthlings, or Timbrimi. Uther Calding was amazed by the way Calt used his fake data with such celerity and enthusiasm. His former self would have been delighted. So? He asked. So? Let me see if I can explain with an example. Take humans. Please, Uther Calding inserted without much enthusiasm, more out of habit. Earthlings represent one of many paths which can be taken to arrive eventually at intelligence. Theirs involved the use of 2 brains that later became 1. Uther Calding blinked. His own mind was working so slowly. You are speaking of the fact that their brains have 2 partially independent hemispheres? Aye, and while these halves are similar and redundant in some ways, in others they divide the labor. The split is even more pronounced among their Neo-Dolphin clients. Before the guru arrived, I was studying data on neo-chimpanzees, which are similar to their patrons in many respects. One of the things the humans had to do early in their Uplift program was find ways to unite the functions of the two halves of pre-sentient chimpanzee brains comfortably into one consciousness. Until that was done, neo-chimpanzees would suffer from a condition called bicamerality. Colt droned on, gradually letting his jargon grow more and more technical, eventually leaving Uther Calding far behind. The arcana of cerebral function seemed to fill their shelter, as if in thick smoke. Uther Calding felt almost tempted to craft a glyph to commemorate his own boredom, but he lacked the energy even to stir his tendrils. So, the resonance appears to indicate that there are, indeed, bicameral minds within the range of my instrument.
Ah, yes,
Uther Calding thought. Back in Port Helena, at a time when he had still been a clever crafter of complex schemes, he had suspected that Colt might turn out to be resourceful. That was one reason why Uther Calding chose for a confederate an atavistic chim. Colt was probably picking up traces from poor Jojo, whose throwback brain was in many ways similar to fallow, non-uplifted chimpanzees of centuries ago. Jojo no doubt retained some of this bicamerality characteristic Colt spoke of. Finally, Colt concluded, I am therefore quite convinced from your evidence and my own that we cannot delay any longer. We must somehow get to and use a facility for sending interstellar messages.
How do you expect to do that?
Uther Calding asked in mild curiosity. Colt's breathing slits pulsed in obvious rare excitement.
Perhaps we can sneak or bluff or fight our way to the planetary branch library, claim sanctuary, and then invoke every priority under the 50 sons of Thenon. Perhaps there is another way. I do not care if it means stealing a Gubru starship. Somehow we must get word to my clan.
Was this the same creature who had been so anxious to flee Port Helena before the invaders arrived? Colt seemed as changed outwardly as Uther Calding felt inwardly. The Thenonins' enthusiasm was a hot flame, while Uther Calding had to stoke his own carefully.
You wish to establish a claim on the pre-sentients before the Gubru manage it?
He asked.
Aye, and why not? To save them from such horrible patrons, I would lay down my life. But there may be need for much haste. If what we have overheard on our receiver is true, emissaries from the institutes may already be on their way to Garth. I believe the Gubru are planning something big. Perhaps they have made the same discovery. We must act quickly if we are not to be too late.
Uther Calding nodded.
One more question, then, distinguished colleague.
He paused.
Why should I help you?
Colt's breath sighed like a punctured balloon, and his ridge crest collapsed rapidly. He looked at Uther Calding with an expression as emotion-laden as any that Tim Brimmy had ever seen upon the face of a Dur Thenonin.
It would greatly benefit the pre-sentients, he hissed. Their destiny would be far happier. Perhaps. Arguable. Is that it, though? Are you relying on my altruism alone?
Outwardly, Colt seemed offended that anything more should be asked. Still, could he really be surprised? He was, after all, a diplomat and understood that the best and firmest deals are based on open self-interest.
It would greatly help my own political party if I delivered such a treasure. We would probably win government, he suggested. A slight improvement over the intolerable is not enough to get excited about.
Uther Calding shook his head.
You still haven't explained to me why I should not stake a claim for my own clan. I was investigating these rumors before you. We Timbrimi would make excellent patrons for these creatures. You Kifmimferingi?
The phrase stood for something vaguely equivalent to juvenile delinquents. It was almost enough to make Uther Calding smile again. Colt shifted uncomfortably. He made a visible effort to retain diplomatic composure.
You Timbrimi have not the strength, the power to back up such a claim, he muttered.
At last,
Uther Calding thought.
Truth.
In times like this, under circumstances as muddy as these, it would take more than mere priority of application to settle an adoption claim on a pre-sentient race. Many other factors would officially be considered by the Uplift Institute, and the humans had a saying that was especially appropriate. Possession is 9 points of the law. It certainly applied here.
So we are back to question number 1.
Uther Calding nodded.
If neither we Timbrimi nor the Terrans can have the Garthlings, why should we help you get them?
Colt rocked from one side to the other, as if he were trying to work his way off a hot seat. His misery was blatantly obvious, as was his desperation. Finally he blurted forth,
I can almost certainly guarantee a cessation of all hostilities by my clan against yours.
Not enough.
Uther Calding came back quickly.
What more could you ask of me?
Colt exploded.
An actual alliance, a promise of feminine aid against those now laying siege upon Timbrim.
But...
And the guarantee must be firm, in advance, to take effect whether or not these pre-sentients of yours actually turn out to exist.
Colt stammered.
You cannot expect...
Oh, but I can. Why should I believe in these Garthling creatures? To me they have only been intriguing rumors. I never told you I believed in them, and yet you want me to risk my life to get you to message facilities. Why should I do that without a guarantee of benefit for my people?
This is unheard of.
Nevertheless, it is my price. Take it or leave it.
For a moment Uther Calding felt a thrilled suspicion he was about to witness the unexpected. It seemed as if Colt might lose control, might actually burst forth into violence. At the sight of those massive fists clenching and unclenching rapidly, Uther Calding actually felt his blood stir with change enzymes. A surge of nervous fear made him feel more alive than he had in days.
It shall be as you demand,
Colt growled at last.
Good.
Uther Calding sighed as he relaxed. He drew forth his data well.
Let us work out together how to parse this for a contract.
It took more than an hour to get the wording right. After it was finished, and when they had both signified their affirmation on each copy, Uther Calding gave Colt one record pellet and kept the second for himself.
Amazing,
he thought at that point. He had planned and schemed to bring about this day. This was the second half of his grand jest, fulfilled at last. To have fooled the Gubru was wonderful. This was simply unbelievable. And yet right now, Uther Calding found himself feeling numb rather than triumphant. He did not look forward to the climb ahead, a furious race into the steep towers of the Moulin Range, followed by a desperate attempt that would, no doubt, result only in the two of them dying side by side. "You know, of course, Uthakalding, that my people will not carry out this bargain if I turn out to be mistaken. If there are no Garthlings after all, the Thenanin will repudiate me. They will pay diplomatic guild to buy out this contract, and I will be ruined." Uthakalding did not look at Colt. This was another reason for his sense of depressed detachment, certainly.
"A great jokester is not supposed to feel guilt," he told himself. "Perhaps I have spent too much time around humans."
The silence stretched on for a while longer, each of them brooding in his own thoughts. Of course, Colt would be repudiated. Of course, the Thenanin were not about to be drawn into an alliance, or even peace, with the Earth Timbrimi Entente. All Uthakalding had ever hoped to accomplish was to sow confusion among his enemies. If Colt should, by some miracle, manage to get his message off, and truly draw Thenanin armadas to this backwater system, then two great foes of his people would be drawn into a battle that would drain them. A battle over nothing. Over a non-existent species. Over the ghosts of creatures murdered 50,000 years ago.
Such a great jest! I should be happy. Thrilled.
Sadly, he knew that he could not even blame Ustruthun for his inability to take pleasure out of this. It was not Athaklena's fault that the feeling clung to him, the feeling that he had just betrayed a friend.
"Ah, well,"
Uthakalding consoled himself.
"It is all probably moot anyway. To get Colt the kind of message facilities he needs now will take 7 more miracles, each greater than the last."
It seemed fitting that they would probably die together in the attempt, uselessly. In his sadness, Uthakalding found the energy to lift his tendrils slightly. They fashioned a simple glyph of regret as he raised his head to face Colt. He was about to speak when something very surprising suddenly happened. Uthakalding felt a presence wing past in the night. He started, but no sooner had it been there than it was gone.
Did I imagine it? Am I falling apart?
Then it was back. He gasped in surprise, kenning as it circled the tent in an ever-tightening spiral, brushing at last against the fringes of his indrawn aura. He looked up, trying to spot something that whirled just beyond the fringe of their shelter.
What am I doing? Trying to see a glyph?
He closed his eyes and let the unthing approach. Uthakalding opened a kenning.
"Puritumbrio!"
he cried. Colt swiveled. "What is it, my friend? What—" But Uthakalding had risen. As if drawn up by a string, he stepped out into the cool night. The breeze brought odors to his nostrils as he sniffed, using all his senses to seek in the acherontic darkness.
"Where are you?"
Uthakalding called.
"Who is there?"
2 figures stepped forward into a dim pool of moonlight.
So it is true,
Uthakalding thought. A human had sought him out with an empathy sending, one so skillful it might have come from a young Timbrimi. And that was not the end to surprises. He blinked at the tall, bronzed, bearded warrior, who looked like nothing but one of the heroes of those pre-contact Earthling barbarian epics, and let out another cry of amazement as he suddenly recognized Robert Oneagle, the playboy son of the planetary coordinator. "Good evening, sir," Robert said as he stopped a few meters away and bowed. Standing a little behind Robert, the neo-chimpanzee Jojo wrung his hands nervously. This certainly was not according to the original plan. He did not meet Uther Calding's eyes.
"Wohuman Idatus!"
Colt exclaimed in Galactic 6. "Uther Calding, what is a human doing here?" Robert bowed again. Enunciating carefully, he made formal greetings to both of them, including their full species names. Then he went on in Galactic 7. "I have come a long way, honored gentle beings, in order to invite you all to a party." Chapter 83. Fibbin.
"Easy, Tycho, easy."
The normally placid animal bucked and pulled at its reins. Fibbin, who had never been much of a horseman, was forced to dismount hurriedly and grab the animal's halter.
"There now, relax,"
he soothed.
"It's just another transport going by. We've heard 'em all day. It'll be gone soon."
As he promised, the shrieking whine faded as the flying machine passed quickly overhead and disappeared beyond the nearby trees, traveling in the direction of Port Helena. A lot had changed since Fibbin had first come this way, mere weeks after the invasion. Then he had walked in sunshine down a busy highway, surrounded by spring's verdant colors. Now he felt blustery winds at his back as he passed through a valley showing all the early signs of a bitter winter. Half the trees had already dropped their leaves, leaving them in drifts across meadows and lanes. Orchards were bare of fruit, and the back roads devoid of traffic. Surface traffic, that is. Overhead, the swarm of transport seemed incessant. Gravitics teased his peripheral nerves as Gubru machines zoomed past. The first few times his hackles had risen from more than just the pulsing fields. He had expected to be challenged, to be stopped, perhaps to be shot on sight. But in fact the Galactics had ignored him altogether, apparently not deigning to distinguish one lonely chim from others who had been sent out to help with the harvest, or the specialists who had begun staffing a few of the ecological management stations once again. Fibbin had spoken with a few of the latter, many of them old acquaintances. They told of how they had given their parole in exchange for freedom and low-level support to resume their work. There wasn't much to be done, of course, with winter coming on, but at least there was a program again, and the Gubru seemed quite satisfied to leave them alone to do their work. The invaders were, indeed, preoccupied elsewhere. The real focus of galactic activity seemed to be over to the southwest, toward the spaceport.
"And the ceremonial site,"
Fibbin reminded himself. He didn't really know what he was going to do in the unlikely event he actually made it through to town. What would happen if he just marched right up to the shabby house that had been his former prison? Would the suzerain of propriety take him back? Would Galet? Would she even be there? He passed a few chims dressed in muffled cloaks, who desultorily picked through the stubble in a recently harvested field. They did not greet him, nor did he expect them to. Gleaning was a job generally given the poorest sort of probationer. Still, he felt their gaze as he walked Tycho toward Port Helena. After the animal had calmed a bit, Fibbin clambered back onto the saddle and rode. He had considered trying to re-enter Port Helena the way he left it, over the wall, at night. After all, if it had worked once, why not a second time? Anyway, he had no wish to meet up with the followers of the suzerain of cost and caution. It was tempting. Somehow, though, he figured that once was lucky, twice would be simple stupidity. Anyway, the choice was made for him when he rounded a bend and found himself staring at a Gubru guard post. Two battle robots of sophisticated design whirled and focused upon him. "Easy does it, guys." Fibbin said it more for his own benefit than theirs. If they were programmed to shoot on sight, he never would have seen them in the first place. In front of the blockhouse there sat a squat armored hovercraft propped up on blocks. 2 pairs of 3-toed feet stuck out from underneath, and it did not take much knowledge of Galactic 3 to tell that the chirp mutterings were expressing frustration. When the robot's warning whistled forth, there came a sharp bang under the hover, followed by an indignant squawk. Soon a pair of hooked beaks poked out of the shadows. Yellow eyes watched him unblinkingly. One of the disheveled gubru rubbed its dented head frill. Fibbin pressed his lips together to fight back a smile. He dismounted and approached until he was even with the bunker, puzzled when neither the aliens nor the machine spoke to him. He stopped before the 2 gubru and bowed low. They looked at each other and twittered irritably to each other. From one there came something that sounded like a resigned moan. The 2 Talon soldiers emerged from under the disabled machine and stood up. Each of them returned a very slight but noticeable nod. Silence stretched. One of the gubru whistled another faint sigh and brushed dust from its feathers. The other simply glared at Fibbin. Now what? He tried to think, but what was he supposed to do? Fibbin's toes itched. He bowed again, then with a dry mouth he backed away and took the horse's tether. With affected nonchalance, he started walking toward the dark fence surrounding Port Helena, now visible just a kilometer ahead. Tycho nickered, swished his tail, and cut loose an aromatic crepitation. "Tycho, please," Fibbin thought. When a bend in the road at last cut off all view of the gubru, Fibbin sank to the ground. He just sat and shook for a few moments. "Well," he said at last, "I guess there really is a truce after all." After that, the guard post at the town gate was almost anticlimactic. Fibbin actually enjoyed making the Talon soldiers acknowledge his bow. He remembered some of what Galet had taught him about galactic protocol. Grudging acknowledgement from the client class Kwaku had been vital to achieve. To get it from the gubru was delicious. It also clearly meant that the suzerain of propriety was holding out. It had not yet given in. Fibbin left a trail of startled chims behind him as he rode Tycho at a gallop through the back streets of Port Helena. 1 or 2 of them shouted at him, but at that moment he had no thought except to hurry toward the site of his former imprisonment. When he arrived, however, he found the iron gate open and untended. The watch globes had vanished from the stone wall. He left Tycho to graze in the unkempt garden and beat aside a couple of limp plate ivy parachutes that festooned the open doorway. "Galet!" he shouted. The probationer guards were gone, too. Dust balls and scraps of paper blew in through the open door and rolled down the hall. When he came to the room he had shared with Galet, Fibbin stopped and stared. It was a mess. Most of the furnishings were still there, but the expensive sound system and holo wall had been torn out, no doubt taken by the departing probies. On the other hand, Fibbin saw his personal data well sitting right where he had left it that night. Galet's was gone. He checked the closet. Most of their clothes still hung there. Clearly she hadn't packed. He took down the shiny ceremonial robe he had been given by the suzerain's staff. The silky material was almost glass smooth under his fingers. Galet's robe was missing. "Oh, Goodall," Fibbin moaned. He spun about and dashed down the hall. It took only a second to leap into the saddle, but Tycho barely looked up from his feeding. Fibbin had to kick and yell until the beast began to comprehend some of the urgency of the situation. With a yellow sunflower still hanging from his mouth, the horse turned and clomped through the gate and back onto the street. Once there, Tycho brought his head down and gamely gathered momentum. They made quite a sight, galloping down the silent, almost empty streets, the robe and the flower flapping like banners in the wind. But few witnessed the wild ride until they finally approached the crowded wharves. It seemed as if nearly every chim in town was there. They swarmed along the waterfront, a churning mass of brown, caliposed bodies dressed in autumn parkas, their heads bobbing like the waters of the bay just beyond. More chims leaned precariously over the rooftops, and some even hung from drainage spouts. It was a good thing Fibbin wasn't on foot. Tycho was really quite helpful, as he snorted and nudged startled chims aside with his nose. From his perch on the horse's back, Fibbin soon was able to spy what some of the commotion was about. About a half-kilometer out into the bay, a dozen fishing vessels could be seen operating under neo-chimpanzee crews. A cluster of them jostled and bumped near a sleek white craft that glistened in clequant contrast to the battered trawlers. The Gubru vessel was dead in the water. Two of the avian crew members stood atop its cockpit, twittering and waving their arms, offering instructions which the chim seamen politely ignored, as they tied hawsers to the crippled craft and began gradually towing it toward the shore. So what? Big deal, Fibbin thought. So a Gubru patrol boat suffered a breakdown. For this, all the chims in town had spilled out into the streets? The citizens of Port Helena really must be hard up for entertainment. Then he realized that only a few of the town folk were actually watching the minor rescue in the harbor. The vast majority stared southward, out across the bay. Oh. Fibbin's breath escaped in a sigh, and he too was momentarily struck speechless. New, shining towers stood atop the far mesa where the colonial spaceport lay. The lambent monoliths looked nothing like Gubru transports or their hulking, globular battleships. Instead, these resembled glimmering steeples, spires which towered high and confident, manifesting a faith and tradition more ancient than life on Earth. Tiny winklings of light lifted from the tall starships. Carrying galactic dignitaries, Fibbin guessed, and cruised westward, drawing nearer along the arc of the bay. At last the aircraft joined a spiral of traffic descending over South Point. That was where everyone in Port Helena seemed to sense that something special was going on. Unconsciously, Fibbin guided Tycho through the crowd until he arrived at the edge of the main wharf. There, a chain of chims wearing oval badges held back the crowd. So there are proctors again, Fibbin realized. The probationers proved unreliable, so the Gubru had to reinstate civil authority. A Chen wearing the brassard of a proctor corporal grabbed Tycho's halter and started to speak. Hey, Bob, you can't... Then he blinked. Ifni, is that you, Fibbin? Fibbin recognized Barnaby Fulton, one of the chims who had been involved in Galet's early urban underground. He smiled, though his thoughts were far across the choppy waters. Hello, Barnaby. Haven't seen you since the Valley uprising. Glad to see you still scratching. Now that attention had been drawn his way, Chens and Chimmies started nudging each other and whispering in hushed voices. He heard his own name repeated. The susurration of the crowd ebbed as a circle of silence spread around him. Two or three of the staring chims reached out to touch Tycho's heavy flanks, or Fibbin's leg, as if to verify that they were real. Barnaby made a visible effort to match Fibbin's insouciance. "Whatever it itches, Fibbin. One rumor had it you were supposed to be over there." He gestured toward the monumental activity taking place across the harbor. "Another said you'd busted out and taken to the hills. A third—" "What did the third say?" Barnaby swallowed. "Some said your number'd come up." Fibbin commented softly. "I guess all of them were right." He saw that the trawlers had dragged the crippled Gubru patrol boat nearly to the dock. A number of other Chim-crewed vessels cruised farther out, but none of them crossed a line of buoys that could be seen stretching all the way across the bay. Barnaby looked left and right, then spoke in a low voice. Fibbin, there are quite a few Chims in town who've been reorganizing. I had to give parole when I got my brassard back, but I can get word to Professor Oakes that you're in town. I'm sure he'd want to get together a meeting tonight." Fibbin shook his head. "No time. I've got to get over there." He motioned to where the bright aircraft were alighting on the far headlands. Barnaby's lips drew back. "I don't know, Fibbin. Those watch boys, they've kept everybody back." "Have they actually burned anybody?" "Well, no, not that I've seen, but—" Barnaby stopped as Fibbin shook the reins and nudged with his heels. "Thanks, Barnaby. That's all I needed to know," he said. The proctors stood aside as Tycho stepped along the wharf. Farther out, the little rescue flotilla had just come to dock, and were even now tying up the prim white Gubru warcraft. The Chim sailors did a lot of bowing and moved in uncomfortable crouched postures under the glare of the irritated Talon soldiers and their fearsome battle drones. In contrast, Fibbin steered his steed just outside of the range that would have required him to acknowledge the aliens. His posture was erect, and he ignored them completely as he rode past the patrol boat to the far end of the pier, where the smallest of the fishing boats had just come to rest. He swung his feet over the saddle and hopped down. "Are you good to animals?" he asked the startled sailor, who looked up from securing his craft. When he nodded, Fibbin handed the dumbfounded Chim Tycho's reins. "Then we'll swap." He leaped aboard the little craft and stepped behind the cockpit. "Send a bill for the difference to the suzerain for propriety. You got that? The Gubru suzerain of propriety." The wide-eyed Chen seemed to notice that his jaw was hanging open. He closed it with an audible clack. Fibbin switched the ignition on and felt satisfied with the engine's throaty roar. "Cast off," he said. Then he smiled. "And thanks. Take good care of Tycho." The sailor blinked. He seemed about to decide to get angry when some of the Chims who had followed Fibbin caught up. One whispered in the boatman's ear. The fisherman then grinned. He hurried to untie the boat's tether and threw the rope back onto the foredeck. When Fibbin awkwardly hit the pier backing up, the Chim only winced slightly. "Good luck," he managed to say. "Yeah, luck, Fibbin," Barnaby shouted. Fibbin waved and shifted the impellers into forward. He swung about in a wide arc, passing almost under the duraplast sides of the Gubru patrol craft. Up close, it did not look quite so glistening white. In fact, the armored hull looked pitted and corroded. High, indignant chirps from the other side of the vessel indicated the frustration of the Talon soldier crew. Fibbin spared them not a thought as he turned about and got his borrowed boat headed southward, toward the line of buoys that split the bay and kept the Chims of Port Helena away from the high, patron-level doings on the opposite shore. Foamed and choppy from the wind, the water was cinerescent with the usual garbage the Easterlies always brought in this time of year, everything from leaves to almost transparent plate ivy parachutes, to the feathers of molting birds. Pippin had to slow to avoid clots of debris, as well as battered boats of all description crowded with chim sightseers. He approached the barrier line at low speed and felt thousands of eyes watching him as he passed the last shipload, containing the most daring and curious of the Port Hellenians.
Goodall, do I really know what I'm doing? He wondered.
He had been acting almost on automatic so far, but now it came to him that he really was out of his depth here. What did he hope to accomplish by charging off this way? What was he going to do? Crash the ceremony? He looked at the towering starships across the bay, glistening in power and splendor. As if he had any business sticking his half-uplifted nose into the affairs of beings from great and ancient clans. All he'd accomplish would be to embarrass himself, and probably his whole race, for that matter.
"Gotta think about this," he muttered.
Fibbin brought the boat's engine down to idle as the line of buoys neared. He thought about how many people were watching him right now.
My people, he recalled. I was supposed to represent them. Yes, but I ducked out. Obviously, the suzerain realized its mistake and made other arrangements. Or the other suzerains won, and I'd simply be dead meat if I showed up.
He wondered what they would think if they knew that only days ago he had manhandled and helped kidnap one of his own patrons, and his legal commander at that. Some race representative.
Galet doesn't need the likes of me. She's better off without me.
Fibbin twisted the wheel, causing the boat to come about just short of one of the white buoys. He watched it go by as he turned. It, too, looked less than new on close examination, somewhat corroded, in fact. But then, from his own lowly state, who was he to judge? Fibbin blinked at that thought. Now that was laying it on too thick. He stared at the buoy, and slowly his lips curled back.
Why, you devious sons of bitches!
Fibbin cut the impellers and let the engine drop back to idle. He closed his eyes and pressed his hands against his temples, trying to concentrate.
I was girding myself against another fear barrier, like the one at the city fence that night. But this one is more subtle. It plays on my sense of my own unworthiness. It trades on my humility.
He opened his eyes and looked back at the buoy. Finally, he grinned.
What humility?
Fibbin asked aloud. He laughed and turned the wheel as he set the craft in motion again. This time, when he headed for the barrier, he did not hesitate, or listen to the doubts that the machines tried to cram into his head.
After all, he muttered, what can they do to shake the confidence of a fellow who's got delusions of adequacy?
The enemy had made a serious mistake here, Fibbin knew, as he left the buoys behind him, and with them their artificially induced doubts. The resolution that flowed back into him now was fortified by its very contrast to the earlier depths. He approached the opposite headland, wearing a fierce scowl of determination. Something flapped against his knee. Fibbin glanced down and saw the silvery ceremonial robe, the one he had found in the closet back at the old prison. He had crammed it under his belt, apparently, just before leaping atop Tycho and riding pell-mell for the harbor. No wonder people had been staring at him back at the docks. Fibbin laughed. Holding onto the wheel with one hand, he wriggled into the silky garment as he headed toward a silent stretch of beach. The bluffs cut off any view of what was going on over on the seaside of the narrow peninsula, but the drone of still descending aircraft was, he hoped, a sign that he might not be too late. He ran the boat aground on a shelf of sparkling white sand, now made unattractive under a tidal wash of flotsam. Fibbin was about to leap into the knee-high surf when he glanced back and noticed that something seemed to be going on back in Port Helena. Faint cries of excitement carried over the water. The churning mass of brown forms at the dockside was now surging to the right. He plucked up the pair of binoculars that hung by the capstan and focused them on the wharf area. Chims ran about, many of them pointing excitedly eastward toward the main entrance to town. Some were still running in that direction, but now more and more seemed to be heading the other way, apparently not so much in fear as in confusion. Some of the more excitable Chims capered about. A few even fell into the water and had to be rescued by the more level-headed. Whatever was happening did not seem to be causing panic so much as acute, near total bewilderment. Fibbin did not have time to hang around and piece together this added puzzle. By now he thought he understood his own modest powers of concentration. Focus on just one problem at a time, he told himself. Get to Galet. Tell her you're sorry you ever left her. Tell her you'll never, ever do it again. That was easy enough even for him to understand. Fibbin found a narrow trail leading up from the beach. It was crumbling and dangerous, especially in the gusting winds. Still he hurried, and his pace was held down only by the amount of oxygen his limited lungs and heart could pump. Chapter 84. Uthakalding. The four of them made a strange-looking group, hurrying northward under overcast skies. Perhaps some little native animals looked up and stared at them, blinking in momentary astonishment before they ducked back into their burrows and swore off the eating of overripe seeds ever again. To Uthakalding, though, the forced march was something of a humiliation. Each of the others, it seemed, had advantages over him. Colt puffed and huffed and obviously did not like the rugged ground. But once the hulking Thenanin got moving, he kept up a momentum that seemed unstoppable. As for Jojo, well, the little Chim seemed by now to be a creature of this environment. He was under strict orders from Uthakalding never to knuckle-walk within sight of Colt. No sense in taking a chance with arousing the Thenanin's suspicions. But when the terrain got too rugged, he sometimes just scrambled over an obstacle rather than going around it. And over the long, flat stretches, Jojo simply rode Robert's back. Robert had insisted on carrying the Chim, whatever the official gulf in status between them. The human lad was impatient enough as it was. Clearly he would rather have run all the way. The change in Robert on Eagle was astonishing, and far more than physical. Last night, when Colt asked him to explain part of his story for the third time, Robert clearly and unself-consciously manifested a simple version of Teeveness over his head. Uthakalding could ken how the human deftly used the glyph to contain his frustration, so that none of it would spill over into outward discourtesy to the Thenanin. Uthakalding could see that there was much Robert was not telling, but what he said was enough.
I knew that Megan underestimated her son, but of this I had no expectation.
Clearly he had underrated his own daughter as well.
Clearly.
Uthakalding tried not to resent his flesh and blood for her power, the power to rob him of more than he had thought he could ever lose. He struggled to keep up with the others, but Uthakalding's change nodes already throbbed tiredly. It wasn't just that Timbrimi were more talented at adaptability than endurance. It was also a fault in his will. The others had purpose, even enthusiasm. He had only duty to keep him going. Colt stopped at the top of a rise, where the looming mountains towered near and imposing. Already they were entering a forest of scrub trees that gained stature as they ascended. Uther Calding looked up at the steep slopes ahead, already misted in what might be snow clouds, and hoped they would not have to climb much farther. Colt's massive hand closed around his, as the Thenanin helped him up the final few meters. He waited patiently as Uther Calding rested, breathing heavily through wide-open nostrils. "I still can scarcely believe what I have been told," Colt said. "Something about the Earthling story does not ring true, my colleague."
Tufanatu.
Uther Calding switched to Anglic, which seemed to take less air.
What do you find hard to believe, Colt? Do you think Robert is lying?
Colt waved his hands in front of himself, his ridge crest inflated indignantly.
"Certainly not. I only believe that the young fellow is naive."
Naive? In what way?
Uther Calding could look up now without his vision splitting into two separate images in his cortex. Robert and JoJo weren't in sight. They must have gone on ahead.
"I mean that the Gubru are obviously up to much more than they claim. The deal they are offering, peace with Earth in exchange for tenancy on some Garthian islands and minor genetic purchase rights from neo-chimpanzee stock. Such a deal seems barely worth the cost of an interstellar ceremony. It is my suspicion that they are after something else on the sly, my friend."
What do you think they want?
Colt swung his almost necklace head left and right, as if looking to make sure no one else was within listening range. His voice dropped in both volume and timbre.
"I suspect that they intend to perform a snap adoption."
Adoption? Oh, you mean...
"Garthlings," Colt finished for him.
"This is why it is so fortunate your Earthling allies brought us this news. We can only hope that they will be able to provide transport as they promised, or we will never be in time to prevent a terrible tragedy."
Uther Calding mourned all that he had lost. For Colt had raised a perplexing question, one well worth a well-crafted glyph of delicate wryness. He had been successful, of course, beyond his wildest expectations. According to Robert, the Gubru had swallowed the Garthling myth, hook, line, and sinker, at least for long enough to cause them harm and embarrassment. Colt, too, had come to believe in the ghostly fable, but what was one to make of Colt's claim that his own instruments verified the story? Incredible. And now the Gubru seemed to be behaving as if they, too, had more to go on than the fabricated clues he had left. They, too, acted as if there were confirmation. The old Uther Calding would have crafted Sealth Kuan to commemorate such amazing turns. At this moment, though, all he felt was confused and very tired. A shout caused them both to turn. Uther Calding squinted, wishing right then that he could trade some of his unwanted empathy sense for better eyesight. Atop the next ridge, he made out the form of Robert Oneagle. Seated atop the young human's shoulders, JoJo waved at them. And something else was there, too, a blue glimmering that seemed to spin next to the two earth creatures and radiate all of the goodwill of a perfect prankster. It was the beacon, the light that had led Uther Calding ever onward since the crash months before.
"What are they saying?" Colt asked. "I cannot quite make out the words."
Neither could Uther Calding. but he knew what the Terrans were saying.
"I believe they are telling us that we don't have very much farther to go," he said with some relief. "They are saying that they have found our transport."
Lieutenant N's breathing slits puffed in satisfaction. "Good. Now, if only we can trust the guru to follow custom and proper truce behavior when we appear and offer correct diplomatic treatment to accredited envoys." Uther Calving nodded, but as they began marching uphill together again, he knew that that was only one of their worries. Chapter 85. Athaclena. She tried to suppress her feelings. To the others, this was serious, even tragic. But there was just no way to keep it in. Her delight would not be contained. Subtle, ornate glyphs spun off from her waving tendrils and diffracted away through the trees, filling the glades with her hilarity. Athaclena's eyes were at their widest divergence, and she covered her mouth with her hand, so the doer Chims would not see her human-style smile as well. The portable hollow unit had been set up on a ridgetop overlooking the Sind to the northwest, in order to improve reception. It showed the scene being broadcast just then from Port Helena. Under the truce, censorship had been lifted, and even without humans, the capital had plenty of Chim news hounds on the spot, with mobile cameras to show all the debris in stunning detail.
"I can't stand it,"
Benjamin moaned. Elaine Sue muttered helplessly as she watched.
"That tears it."
The chimney spoke volumes indeed, for the holotank displayed what was left of the fancy wall the invaders had thrown around Port Helena, now literally ripped down and torn to shreds. Stunned Chim citizens milled about a scene that looked as if a cyclone had hit it. They stared around in amazement, picking through the shattered remnants. A few of those who were more exuberant than thoughtful threw pieces of fence material into the air jubilantly. Some even made chest-thumping motions in honor of the unstoppable wave that had crested there only minutes before, then surged onward into the town itself. On most of the stations, the voiceover was computer-generated, but on Channel 2, a Chim announcer was able to speak over his excitement. At first, we all thought it was a nightmare come true. You know, like an archetype out of an old Twen Sen flat movie. Nothing would stop them. They crashed through the guru barrier as if it was made of tissue paper. I don't know about anybody else, but at any moment I expected the biggest of them to go around grabbing our prettiest chimneys and drag them screaming all the way to the top of the Terrigan's tower. Athaclena clapped her hand tighter over her mouth in order to keep from laughing out loud. She fought for self-control, and she was not alone. For one of the Chims, Fibbin's friend Sylvie, let out a high chirp of laughter. Most of the others frowned at her in disapproval. After all, this was serious. But Athaclena met the Chimmy's eyes and recognized the light in them. But it appears that these creatures aren't complete Kongs, after all. After their demolishment of the fence, they don't seem to have done much more damage in their sudden invasion of Port Helena. Mostly right now, they're just milling around, opening doors, eating fruit, going wherever they want to. After all, where does a 400-pound Oh, never mind. This time another Chim joined Sylvie. Athaclena's vision blurred, and she shook her head. The announcer went on. They seem completely unaffected by the guru's side drones, which apparently aren't tuned to their brain patterns. Actually, Athaclena and the mountain fighters had known for more than 2 days where the guerrillas were headed. After their first frantic attempts to divert the powerful pre-sentients, they gave up the effort as useless. The gorillas politely pushed aside or stepped over anybody who got in their way. There had simply been no stopping them. Not even April Wu. The little blonde girl had apparently made up her mind to go and find her parents, and short of risking injury to her, there was no way anybody would be able to pry her off the shoulders of one of the giant silver-backed males. Anyway, April had told the chimps quite matter-of-factly,
"Somebody had to go along and supervise the gorillas, or they might get into trouble."
Athaclina remembered little April's words as she looked at the mess the presentients had made of the Gubru wall.
"I'd hate to see the trouble they could cause if they weren't supervised."
Anyway, with the secret out, there was no reason the human child should not be reunited with her family. Nothing, she said, could hurt anybody now. So much for the last secrecy of the Howlett Center project. Now Athaclina might as well just toss away all the evidence she had so dutifully gathered, that first fateful evening so many months ago. Soon the entire 5 galaxies would know about these creatures, and by some measures that was indeed a tragedy. And yet, Athaclina remembered that day in early spring when she had been so shocked and indignant to come upon the illegal Uplift experiment hidden in the forest. Now she could scarcely believe she had actually been like that.
Was I really such a serious, officious little prig?
Now, Sealf Kuan was only the simplest, most serious of the glyphs she sparked off, casually, tirelessly, in joy over a simply marvelous joke. Even the chimps could not help being affected by her profligate aura. 2 more laughed when one of the channels showed an alien staff car manned by squawking, irate Kwaku, in the process of being peeled back by gorillas who seemed passionately interested in how it would taste. Another chim chuckled. The laughter spread. Yes, she thought, it is a wonderful jest. To a Timbrimi, the best jokes were those that caught the joker as well as everybody else, and this fit the bill beautifully. It was, in truth, a religious experience, for her people believed in a universe that was more than mere clockwork physics, more than even Ifni's capricious flux of chance and luck. It was when something like this happened, the Timbrimi sages said, that one really knew that God himself was still in charge.
Was I then also an agnostic before? How silly of me. Thank you then, Lord, and thank you too, Father, for this miracle.
The scene shifted to the dock area, where milling chims danced in the streets and stroked the fur of their giant, patient cousins. In spite of the likely tragic consequences of all this, Athaclina and her warriors could not help but smile at the delight the brown-furred relations obviously took in each other. For now, at least, their pride was shared by all the chims of Port Helena. Even Lieutenant Lydia McHugh and her wary corporal could not help but laugh when a gorilla baby danced past the cameras, wearing a necklace made of broken Gubru psi globes. They caught a glimpse of little April, riding in triumph through the streets, and the sight of a human child seemed to galvanize the crowds. By now the glade was saturated with her glyphs. Athaclina turned and walked away, leaving the others to resonate in the wry joy. She moved up a forest trail until she came to a place with a clear view of the mountains to the west. There she stood, reaching and kenning with her tendrils. It was there that a chim messenger found her. He hurried up and saluted before handing her a slip of paper. Athaclina thanked him and opened it, though she thought she already knew what it would say.
With Tana, Uthakalding,
she said softly. Her father was back in touch with the world again. For all of the events of the past few months, there was a solid, practical part of her still, who was relieved to have this confirmation by radio. She had had faith that Robert would succeed, of course. That was why she had not gone to Port Helena with Fibbin, or after that with the guerrillas. What could she accomplish there, with her poor expertise, that her father could not do 1,000 times better? If anyone could help turn their slim hopes into more and still greater miracles, it would be Uthakalding. No, her job was to remain here, for even in the event of miracles, the Infinite expected mortals to provide their own insurance. She shaded her eyes. Although she had no hope of personally sighting a little aircraft against the bright clouds, she kept looking for a tiny dot that would be carrying all her love and all her prayers. Chapter 86. Galactics. Gay pavilions dotted the manicured hillside, occasionally billowing and flapping in the gusting breeze. Quick robots hurried to pluck up any debris brought in by the wind. Others fetched and carried refreshments to the gathered dignitaries. Galactics of many shapes and colors milled in small groups that merged and separated in an elegant pavane of diplomacy. Courteous bows and flattenings and tentacle wavings conveyed complex nuances of status and protocol. A knowledgeable observer might tell a great deal from such subtleties, and there were many knowledgeable observers present on this day. Informal exchanges abounded as well. Here a squat, bear-like Pila conversed in clipped, ultrasonic tones with a gangling Linton gardener. A little upslope, 3 Jofur ring priests keened in harmonious complaint to an official from the War Institute over some alleged violation out among the star lanes. It was often said that much more practical diplomacy was accomplished at these uplift ceremonies than at formal negotiation conferences. More than one new alliance might be made today, and more than one broken. Only a few of the galactic visitors spared more than passing attention to those being honored here today. A caravan of small brown forms, which had taken the entire morning to labor halfway up the mound, circling it 4 times along the way. By now, nearly a third of the neo-chimpanzee candidates had failed one test or another. Those rejected were already trooping back down the sloping path, in downcast 1s and 2s. The remaining 40 or so continued their ascent, symbolically reiterating the process of uplift that had brought their race to this stage in its history, but ignored for the most part by the bright crowds on the slopes. Not all of the observers were inattentive, of course. Near the pinnacle, the commissioners from the Galactic Uplift Institute paid close attention to the results relayed up by each test station. And nearby, from beneath their own pavilion, a party of the neo-chimpanzee's human patrons watched, glumly. Looking somewhat lost and helpless, they had been brought out from Silmar Island only this morning. A few mayors, professors, and a member of the local Uplift Board. The delegation had put forward a procedural protest over the irregular way the ceremony had come about, but when pressed, none of the humans actually claimed a right to cancel it altogether. The possible consequences were potentially just too drastic. Besides, what if this were the real thing? Earth had been agitating to be allowed to hold just such a ceremony for neo-chimpanzees for 200 years. The human observers definitely looked unhappy, for they had no idea what to do, and few of the grand galactic envoys present even deigned to acknowledge them amid the flurry of informal diplomacy. On the opposite side of the evaluator's pavilion sat the elegant sponsor's tent. Many Gubru and Kwaku stood just outside, nervously hopping from time to time, watching every detail with unblinking, critical eyes. Until moments ago, the Gubru triumvirate had been visible also, two of them strutting about with their molt colorings already starting to show, and the third still obstinately perched upon its pedestal. Then one of them received a message, and all three disappeared into the tent for an urgent parley. That had been some time ago. They still had not emerged. The suzerain of Cost and Caution fluttered and spat as it let the message drop to the floor.
I protest this interference and intolerable betrayal.
The suzerain of Propriety stared down from its perch, totally at a loss. The suzerain of Cost and Caution had proved to be a crafty opponent, but never had it been purposely obtuse. Obviously something had happened to upset it terribly. Crouching Kwaku servitors hurriedly plucked up the message pellet it had dropped, duplicated the capsule, and brought copies to the other two Gubru lords. When the suzerain of Propriety viewed the data, it could scarcely believe what it saw. It was a solitary neo-chimpanzee, climbing the lower slopes of the towering ceremonial mound, passing rapidly through the automatic first-stage screens, and gradually beginning to close the wide gap, separating it from the official party higher on the hillside. The neo-chimp moved with an erect determination, a clearness of purpose that could be read in its very posture. Those of its conspecifics who had already failed and who were spiraling slowly down the long trail again, first stared, then grinned and reached out to touch the newcomer's robe as he passed. They offered words of encouragement.
This cannot have been rehearsed,
the suzerain of Beam and Talon hissed. The military commander cried out,
It is an interloper, and I shall have it burned down. You should not, must not, shall not,
the suzerain of Propriety squawked back in anger.
There has not yet been a coalescence, no complete molting. You do not yet have a queen's wisdom. Ceremonies are run, governed, ruled by traditions of honor. All members of a client race may approach and be tried, tested, evaluated.
The third Gubru lord snapped its beak open and shut in agitation. Finally, the suzerain of Cost and Caution fluffed its ragged feathers and agreed.
We would be charged reparations. The Institute officials might leave, depart, lay sanctions. The cost...
It turned away in a downy huff.
Let it proceed, then. For now, alone, solitary, in isolation, it can do no harm.
But the suzerain of Propriety was not so sure. Once it had set great store in this particular client. When it seemed to have been stolen, the suzerain of Propriety suffered a serious setback. Now, however, it realized the truth. The neo-chimp male had not been stolen and eliminated by its rivals, the other suzerains. Instead, the chimp had actually escaped. And now it was back, alone. How? And what did it hope to accomplish? Without guidance, without the aid of a group, how far did it think it could go? At first, on seeing the creature, the suzerain of Propriety had felt joyful amazement, an unusual sensation for a Gubru. Now its emotion was something even more uncomfortable, a worry that this was only the beginning of surprise. Chapter 87. Fibbin. So far it had been a piece of cake. Fibbin wondered what all the fuss was about. He had feared they would ask him to solve calculus problems in his head, or recite like Demosthenes, with marbles in his mouth. But at first there had only been a series of force screen barriers that peeled back for him automatically, and after that there were only more of those funny-looking instruments he had seen the Gubru techs use weeks, months ago, now wielded by even funnier-looking aliens. So far, so good. He made it around the first circuit in what had to be record speed. Oh, a few times they asked him some questions. What was his earliest memory? Did he enjoy his profession? Was he satisfied with the physical form of this generation of neo-chimpanzee, or might it be improved somehow? Would a prehensile tail be a convenient aid in tool use, for instance? Gaylett would have been proud of the way he remained polite, even then. Or at least, he hoped she'd be proud of him. Of course, the galactic officials had his entire record, genetic, scholastic, military, and were able to access it the moment he passed a group of startled Talon soldiers on the bayside bluffs and strode through the outer barriers to meet his first test. When a tall, tree-like Kantan asked him about the note he had left that night when he escaped from imprisonment, it was clear that the Institute was capable of subpoenaing the invaders' records as well. He answered truthfully that Gaylett had worded the document, but that he had understood its purpose and concurred. The Kantan's foliage tinkled in the chiming of tiny silvery bells. The semi-vegetable galactic sounded pleased and amused as it shuffled aside to let him pass. The intermittent wind helped keep Fibbin cool as long as he was on the eastward slopes, but the westward side faced the afternoon sun and was sheltered from the breeze. The effort of maintaining his rapid pace made him feel as if he were wearing a thick coat, even though a chim's sparse covering of body hair was technically not fur at all. The park-like hill was neatly landscaped, and the trail paved with a soft, resilient surface. Nevertheless, through his toes, he sensed a faint trembling, as if the entire artificial mountain were throbbing in harmonies far, far below the level of hearing. Fibbin, who had seen the massive power plants before they were buried, knew that it was not his imagination. At the next station, a Pring technician with huge glowing eyes and bulging lips looked him up and down and noted something in a data well before allowing him to proceed. Now some of the dignitaries dotting the slopes seemed to have begun to notice him. A few drifted nearer and accessed his test results in curiosity. Fibbin bowed courteously to those nearby and tried not to think about all the different kinds of eyes that were watching him, like some sort of specimen. Once their ancestors had to go through something like this, he consoled himself. Twice Fibbin passed a few spirals below the party of official candidates, a gradually dwindling band of brownish creatures in short, silvery robes. The first time he hurried by, none of the chims noticed him. On the second occasion, though, he had to stand under the scrutiny of instruments held by a being whose species he could not even identify. That time he was able to make out a few figures among those up above, and some of the chims noticed him as well. One nudged a companion and pointed, but then they all disappeared around the corner again. He had not seen Gaylett, but then she would likely be at the head of the party, wouldn't she? "Come on," Fibbin muttered impatiently, concerned over the time this creature was taking. Then he considered that the machines focused on him might read either his words or his mood, and he concentrated on preserving discipline. He smiled sweetly and bowed as the alien technician indicated a passing score with a few terse, computer-mediated words. Fibbin hurried on. He grew more and more irritated with the long distances between the stations, and wondered if there wasn't any dignified way he could run in order to cut down on the gap even faster. Instead, though, things only started going slower as the tests grew more serious, calling for deeper learning and more complex thought. Soon he met more chimps on their way back down. Apparently these were now forbidden to talk to him, but a few rolled their eyes meaningfully, and their bodies were damp with perspiration. He recognized several of these dropouts. 2 were professors at the college in Port Helena. Others were scientists with the Garth Ecological Recovery Program. Fibbin began to grow worried. All of these chimps were blue card types, among the brightest. If they were failing, something had to be very wrong here. Certainly this ceremony wasn't perfunctory, as that celebration for the title, which Athaklina had told him about. Perhaps the rules were stacked against Earthlings. That was when he approached a station manned by a tall gubru. It did not help that the avian wore the colors of the Uplift Institute and was supposedly sworn to impartiality. Fibbin had seen too many of that clan wearing Institute livery today to satisfy him. The bird-like creature used a vodor and asked him a simple question of protocol, then let him proceed. A thought suddenly occurred to Fibbin as he quickly left that test site. What if the suzerain of propriety had been completely defeated by its peers? Whatever its real agenda, that suzerain had at least been sincere about wanting to run a real ceremony. A promise made had to be kept. But what of the others? The admiral and the bureaucrat? Certainly they would have different priorities. Could the whole thing be rigged so that neo-chimps could not win, no matter how ready they were for advancement? Was that possible? Could such a result be of real benefit to the gubru in some way? Filled with such troubling thoughts, Fibbin barely passed a test that involved juggling several complex motor functions while having to solve an intricate 3-dimensional puzzle. As he left that station, with the waters of Aspinall Bay falling under late afternoon shadows to his left, he almost failed to notice a new commotion far below. At the last moment, he turned to see where a growing sound was coming from.
What in Ifni's incontinence?
He blinked and stared. He was not alone in that. By now, half of the galactic dignitaries seemed to be drifting down that way, attracted by a brown tide that was just then spilling up to the foot of the ceremonial mound. Fibbin tried to see what was happening, but patches of sunlight, reflected by still bright water, made it hard to make out anything in the shadows just below. What he could tell was that the bay appeared to be covered with boats, and many were now emptying their passengers onto the isolated beach where he had landed hours before. So more of the city chimps had come out to get a better look after all. He hoped none of them misbehaved, but he doubted any harm would be done. The Galactics surely knew that monkey curiosity was a basic chimp trait, and this was only acting true to form. Probably the chimps would be given a lower portion of the slope from which to watch, as was their right by galactic law. He couldn't afford to waste any more time dawdling, though. Fibbin turned to hurry onward, and although he passed the next test on galactic history, he also knew that his score had not helped his cumulative total much. Now he was glad when he arrived on the westward slope. As the sun sank lower, this was the side on which the wind did not bite quite as fiercely. Fibbin shivered as he plodded on, slowly gaining on the diminishing crowd above him.
"Slow down, Galet," he muttered. "Can't you drag your feet or something? You don't have to answer every damn question the very second it's asked. Can't you tell I'm coming?"
A dismal part of him wondered if she already knew, and maybe didn't care. Chapter 88. Galet. She found it increasingly hard to feel that it mattered. And the cause of her depression was more than just the fatigue of a long, hard day, or the burden of all these bewildered chimps relying upon her to lead them ever onward and upward through a maze of ever more demanding trials. Nor was it the constant presence of the tall Chen named Iron Grip. It certainly was frustrating to see him breeze through tests that other, better chimps failed. And as the other sponsor's choice, he was usually right behind her, wearing an infuriating, smug grin. Still, Galet could grit her teeth and ignore him, most of the time. Nor even did the examinations themselves bother her much. Hell, they were the best part of the day. Who was the ancient human sage who had said that the purest pleasure and the greatest force in the ascent of mankind had been the skilled worker's joy in her craft? While Galet was concentrating, she could block out nearly everything. The world, the 5 galaxies, all but the challenge to show her skill. Underneath all the crises and murky questions of honor and duty, there was always a clean sense of satisfaction whenever she finished a task and knew she had done well even before the Institute examiners told her so. No, the tests weren't what disturbed her. What bothered Galet most was the growing suspicion that she had made the wrong choice after all.
I should have refused to participate, she thought. I should have simply said no.
Oh, the logic was the same as before. By protocol and all of the rules, the guru had put her in a position where she simply had no choice, for her own good and the good of her race and clan. And yet she also knew she was being used. It made her feel defiled. During that last week of study at the library, she had found herself repeatedly dozing off under the screens, bright with arcane data. Her dreams were always disturbed, featuring birds holding threatening instruments. Images of Max and Fibbin and so many others lingered, thickening her thoughts every time she jerked awake again. Then the day arrived. She had donned her robe almost with a sense of relief that now, at least, it was all finally approaching an end. But what end? A slight chimney emerged from the most recent test booth, mopped her forehead with the sleeve of her silvery tunic, and walked tiredly over to join Galet. Michaela Noddings was only an elementary school teacher and a green card, but she had proven more adaptable and enduring than quite a few blues who were now walking the lonely spiral back down again. Galet felt deep relief on seeing her new friend still among the candidates. She reached out to take the other Chimmy's hand.
I almost flunked that one, Galet,
Michaela said. Her fingers trembled in Galet's grasp.
Now don't you dare flake out on me, Michaela,
Galet said soothingly. She brushed her companion's sweaty locks.
You're my strength. I couldn't go on if you weren't here.
In Michaela's brown eyes was a soft gratitude, mixed with irony.
You're a liar, Galet. That's sweet of you to say, but you don't need any of us, let alone little me. Whatever I can pass, you take it a breeze.
Of course, that wasn't strictly true. Galet had figured out that the examinations offered by the Uplift Institute were scaled somehow, in order to measure not only how intelligent the subject was, but also how hard he or she was trying. Sure, Galet had advantages over most of the other chimps, in training and perhaps in IQ, but at each stage her own trials got harder too. Another chim, a probationer known as Weasel, emerged from the booth and sauntered over to where Iron Grip waited with the third member of their band. Weasel did not seem to be much put out. In fact, All three of the surviving probationers looked relaxed, confident. Iron Grip noticed Galet's glance and winked at her. She turned away quickly. One last chim came out then and shook his head. "That's it," he said. "Then, Professor Simmons—" When he shrugged, Galet sighed. This just did not make sense. Something was wrong when fine, erudite chims were failing, and yet the tests did not cull out Iron Grip's bunch from the very start. Of course, the Uplift Institute might judge advancement differently than the human-led Earth Clan did. Iron Grip and Weasel and Steel Bar were intelligent, after all. The Galactics might not view the probationers' various character flaws as all that terrible, loathsome as they were to Terrans. But no, that wasn't the reason at all, Galet realized, as she and Michaela stepped past the remaining 20 or so to lead the way upward again. Galet knew that something else had to be behind this. The probies were just too cocky. Somehow they knew that a fix was in. It was shocking. The Galactic Institutes were supposed to be above reproach, but there it was. She wondered what, if anything, could be done about it. As they approached the next station, this one manned by a plump, leathery Sorrow inspector and 6 robots, Galet looked around and noticed something for the first time. That nearly all of the brightly dressed galactic observers, the aliens unaffiliated with the Institute who had come to watch and engage in informal diplomacy, nearly all of them had drifted away. A few could still be seen, moving swiftly downslope and to the east, as if drawn by something interesting happening off that way. Of course they won't bother telling us what's going on, she thought bitterly. "Okay, Galet," Michaela sighed. "You first again. Show 'em we can talk real good." So even a prim schoolteacher will use grunt dialect as an affectation, a bond. Galet sighed. "Yeah, me go do that thing." Iron Grip grinned at her, but Galet ignored him as she stepped up to bow to the Sorrow and submit to the attentions of the robots. Chapter 89. Galactics. The suzerain of beam and talon strutted back and forth under the flapping fabric of the Uplift Institute pavilion. The Gubru Admiral's voice throbbed with a vibrato of outrage.
"Intolerable! Unbelievable! Impermissible! This invasion must be stopped, held back, put into abeyance."
The smooth routine of a normal uplift ceremony had been shattered. Officials and examiners of the Institute, galactics of many shapes and sizes, now rushed about under the great canopy, hurriedly consulting portable libraries, seeking precedents for an event none of them had ever witnessed or imagined before. An unexpected disturbance had triggered chaos everywhere, and especially in the corner where the suzerain danced its outrage before a spider-like being. The Grand Examiner, an arachnoid Serentini, stood relaxed in a circle of data tanks, listening attentively to the Gubru officer's complaint.
"Let it be ruled a violation, an infraction, a capital offense. My soldiers shall enforce propriety severely."
The suzerain fluffed its down to display the pinkish tint already visible under the outer feathers, as if the Serentini would be impressed to see that the admiral was nearly female, almost a queen. But the sight failed to impress the Grand Examiner. Serentini were all female, after all, so what was the big deal? The Grand Examiner kept her amusement hidden, however.
"The new arrivals fit all of the criteria for being allowed to participate in this ceremony."
she replied patiently in Galactic 3.
They have caused consternation, of course, and will be much discussed long after this day is done. Still, they are only one of many features of this ceremony which are, well, unconventional.
The Guru's beak opened, then shut.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that this is the most irregular uplift ceremony in mega years. I have several times considered canceling it altogether.
You dare not. We should appeal, seek redress, seek compensation.
Oh, you would love that, wouldn't you?
The Grand Examiner sighed.
Everyone knows the Guru are overextended now, but a judgment against one of the institutes could cover some of your costs, no?
This time the Guru was silent. The Grand Examiner used 2 feelers to scratch a crease in her carapace.
Several of my associates believe that was your plan all along. There are so many irregularities in this ceremony you've arranged, but on close examination, each one seems to stop just short of illegality. You have been clever at finding precedents and loopholes. For instance, there is the matter of human approval of a ceremony for their own clients. It is unclear these hostage officials of yours understood what they were agreeing to when they signed the documents you showed me.
They had been offered library access.
A skill for which wolflings are not renowned. There is suspicion of coercion.
We have a message of acceptance from Earth, from their homeworld, from their nest mothers.
Aye, the Sarantini agreed. They accepted your offer of peace and a free ceremony. What poor wolfling race in their dire circumstances could turn down such a proposal? But semantic analysis shows that they thought they were only agreeing to discuss the matter further. They obviously did not understand that you had purchased liberation of their old applications, some made more than 50 paktars ago. This allowed the waiting period to be waived.
Their misunderstandings are not our concern,
clipped the suzerain of Beam and Talon.
Indeed? And does the suzerain of propriety hold with this view?
This time there was only silence. Finally the Grand Examiner lifted both forelegs and crossed them in a formal bow.
Your protest is acknowledged. The ceremony shall continue under the ancient rules set down by the progenitors.
The Gubru commander had no choice. It bowed in return. Then it swiveled and flounced outside, angrily pushing aside a crowd of its guards and aides, leaving them cackling, disturbed in its wake. The examiner turned to a robot assistant.
What were we discussing before the suzerain arrived?
An approaching craft whose occupants claim diplomatic protection and observer status,
the thing replied in Galactic 1.
Ah, yes, those.
They are growing quite perturbed, as Gubru interceptors now seem about to cut them off and may do them harm.
The examiner hesitated only a moment.
Please inform the approaching envoys that we will be only too happy to grant their request. They should come directly to the Mount under the protection of the Uplift Institute.
The robot hurried off to pass on the order. Other aides then approached, waving readouts and picking preliminary reports on still more anomalies. One after another of the hollow screens lit up to show the crowd that had arrived at the base of the hill, tumbling out of rusty boats and surging up the unguarded slopes.
This event grows ever more interesting.
The Grand Examiner sighed reflectively.
I wonder what will happen next.
Chapter 90. Galet. It was after sunset, and Gimel High had already sunk below a western horizon, turbid with dark clouds, by the time the worn-down survivors finally passed through the last examination screen, to collapse in exhaustion upon a grassy knoll. 6 Chens and 6 Chimmeys lay quietly close to each other for warmth. They were too tired to engage in the grooming all felt they needed.
Mama, why didn't they choose dogs to uplift instead? Or pigs?
One of them moaned. Baboons, another voice suggested, and there was a murmur of agreement. Such creatures deserved this kind of treatment.
Anybody but us,
a third voice summarized succinctly.
Ex exaltavit humilis,
Galet thought silently.
They have lifted up the humble of origins.
The motto of the Tarragon's Uplift Board had its origins in the Christian Bible. To Galet, it had always carried the unfortunate implication that someone, somewhere, was going to get crucified. Her eyes closed, and she felt a light sleep close in immediately.
Just a catnap,
she thought. But it did not last long. Galet felt a sudden return of that dream, the one in which a gubru stood over her, peering down the barrel of a malevolent machine. She shivered and opened her eyes again. The last shreds of twilight were fading. Bitterly clear, the stars twinkled as if through something more refracting than mere atmosphere. She and the others stood up quickly as a brightly lit floater car approached and settled down in front of them. Out stepped 3 figures: a tall, downy white gubru, a spider-like galactic, and a pudgy human Mel, whose official gown hung on him like a potato sack. As she and the other Chims bowed, Galet recognized Cordwainer Appleby, the head of Garth's local uplift board. The man looked bewildered. Certainly he must be overawed to be taking part in all this. Still, Galet also wondered whether Appleby was drugged.
I want to congratulate you all, he said, stepping just ahead of the other 2. You should know how proud we are of all of you. I've been told that while there are certain test scores that are still in dispute, the overall judgment of the Uplift Institute is that Pan-Argonostes, the Neo-Chimpanzees of Earth Clan, are, or, well, actually have been ready for Stage 3 for quite some time.
The arachnoid official stepped forward then.
That is true. In fact, I can promise that the Institute will favorably consider any future applications by EarthClan for further examinations. Thank you,
Galet thought as she and the others bowed again.
But please, don't bother picking me for the next one.
Now the Grand Examiner launched into a lengthy speech about the rights and duties of client races. She spoke of the long-departed progenitors who began galactic civilization so long ago, and the procedures they set down for all succeeding generations of intelligent life to follow. The Examiner used Galactic 7, which most of the Chims could at least follow. Galet tried to pay attention, but within her, troubled thoughts kept turning to what was certainly to come after this. She was sure she felt underfoot an increase in the faint trembling which had accompanied them all the way up the mountain. It filled the air with a low, barely audible rumbling. Galet swayed as a wave of unreality seemed to pass through her. She looked up and saw that several of the evening stars appeared to flare suddenly brighter. Others fled laterally as an oval distortion inserted itself directly overhead. A blackness began to gather there. The examiner's aeolian speech droned on. Cordwainer Appleby listened raptly, a bemused expression on his face, but the white-plumed guru grew visibly impatient with each passing moment. Gaylett could well understand why. Now that the hyperspace shunt was warmed up and ready, every passing minute was costing the invaders. When she realized this, Gaylett felt warmer toward the droning Serentini official. She nudged Michaela when her friend seemed about to doze off, and put on an attentive expression. Several times the guru opened its beak as if about to commit the ungraceful act of interrupting the examiner. Finally, when the spider-like being stopped briefly for a breath, the avian cut in sharply. Gaylett, who had been studying hard for months, easily understood the clipped words in Galactic 3.
Delaying, dawdling, stalling. Your motives are in doubt, incredible, suspect. I insist that you proceed. Move along. Get on with it.
But the examiner scarcely missed a beat, continuing in Galactic 7.
In passing the formidable gauntlet you faced today, more rigorous than any testing I have heretofore witnessed, you have demonstrated your worthiness as junior citizens of our civilization, and bring credit to your clan. What you receive today, you have earned. The right to reaffirm your love of your patrons, and to choose a stage consort. The latter decision is an important one. As consort, you must select a known, oxygen-breathing, star-faring race, one that is not a member of your own clan. This race will defend your interests and impartially intercede in disputes between you and your patrons. If you wish, you may select the Timbrimi of the clan of the Crowneth, who have been your consort advisors up until now. Or you may make a change. Or you may choose yet another option, to end your participation in galactic civilization and ask that the meddling of Uplift be reversed. Even this drastic step was prescribed by the progenitors as insurance of the fundamental rights of living things. Could we? Could we really do that? Gaylett felt numb at the very idea, even though she knew it was almost never allowed in practice. The option was there. She shuddered and refocused her attention as the Grand Examiner lifted two arms in a benediction. In the name of the Institute of Uplift, and before all of galactic civilization, I therefore pronounce you the representatives of your race, qualified and capable of choosing and bearing witness. Go forth and do all living things proud.
The Serentini stepped back, and at last it was the turn of the ceremony's sponsor. Normally this would have been a human, or perhaps a Timbrimi, but not this time. The Gubru emissary did a little dance of impatience. Quickly it barked into a Vodor, and words in Galactic 7 boomed forth.
10 of you shall accompany the final representatives to the shunt and offer witness. The selected pair shall carry the burden of choice and honor. These two I shall name now. Dr. Gaylett Jones, female, citizen of Garth, Kerrigan's Federation, Clan of Earth.
Gaylett did not want to move, but Michaela, her friend, betrayed her by planting a hand in the small of her back and gently urging her forward. She stepped a few paces toward the dignitaries and bowed. The Vodor boomed again.
Iron Grip Hansen, male, citizen of Garth, Terrigan's Federation, Clan of Earth.
Most of the Chims behind her gasped in shock and dismay. But Galet only closed her eyes as her worst fears were confirmed. Up until now she had clung to a hope that the suzerain of propriety might still be a force among the Gubru, that it might yet compel the triumvirate to play fair. But now she felt him step up next to her, and knew the Chen she hated most was wearing that grin.
Enough. I've stood for this long enough. Surely the Grand Examiner suspects something. If I tell her...
But she did not move. Her mouth did not open to speak. Suddenly, and with brutal clarity, Galet realized the real reason why she had gone along with this farce for so long.
They fooled with my mind.
It all made sense. She recalled the dreams, nightmares of helplessness under the subtle, adamant coercion of machines held in ruthless talons.
The Uplift Institute wouldn't be equipped to test for that.
Of course they wouldn't. Uplift ceremonies were invariably joyous occasions, celebrated by patron and client alike. Who ever heard of a race representative having to be conditioned or forced to participate?
It must have been done after Fibbin was taken away. The suzerain of propriety couldn't have agreed to such a thing. If the Grand Examiner only knew, we could squeeze a planet's worth of reparation guild from the Gubru.
Galet opened her mouth. She tried to make words come. The Grand Examiner looked at her. Perspiration condensed on Galet's brow. All she had to do was make the accusation, even hint at it. But her brain was frozen. It felt as if she had forgotten how to make words. Speech lock. Of course, the Gubru had learned how easy it was to impose on a neo-chimpanzee. A human, perhaps, might have been able to break the hold, but Galet recognized how futile it was in her case. She could not read arthropoid expressions, but it seemed somehow as if the Sarantini looked disappointed. The examiner stepped back.
Proceed to the hyperspace shunt,
she said.
No!
Galet wanted to cry, but all that escaped was a faint sigh as she felt her right hand lift of its own accord and meet Iron Grip's left. He held on, and she could not let go. That was when she felt an image begin to form in her mind, an avian face with a yellow beak and cold, unblinking eyes. No effort could rid her of the picture. Galet knew with terrible certainty that she was about to carry that image with her to the top of the ceremonial mound, and once there, she and Iron Grip would send it upward into the oval of warped space overhead for all to see, here and on 1,000 other worlds. The part of her mind that still belonged to her, the logical entity, now cut off and isolated, saw the cold, covetous logic of the plan. Oh, humans were sure to claim that the choice made today had been rigged, and probably more than half of the clans in the 5 galaxies would believe it. But that wouldn't change anything. The choice would still stand. The alternative would be to discredit the entire system. Stellar civilization was under such pressure right now that it could not stand much further strain. In fact, quite a few clans might decide that there had already been quite enough trouble over one little tribe of wolflings. Whatever the rights and wrongs, there would be substantial sentiment for ending the problem once and for all. It came to Galet all in a rush. The Gubru did not merely want to become Chim's new stage consort protectors. They meant to bring about the extinction of humanity. Once that was accomplished, her own people would be up for adoption, and she had little doubt how that would go. Galet's heart pounded. She struggled not to turn in the direction Iron Grip was guiding her, but to no avail. She prayed that she would have a stroke.
Let me die.
Her life hardly mattered. They certainly planned to have her disappear immediately after the ceremony anyway, to dispose of the evidence.
Oh, Goodall and Ifni, strike me down now.
She wanted to scream. At that moment, words came. The words. But it was not her voice that spoke them.
Stop. An injustice is being done, and I demand a hearing.
Galet had not thought her heart could beat any quicker, but now tachycardia made her feel faint.
Oh, God, let it be.
She heard Iron Grip curse and let go of her hand. That alone brought her joy. There was the sound of squawking, Gubru anger, and high eeps of Chim's surprise. Someone, Michaela, she realized, took her arm and turned her around. It was full night now. Scattered clouds were underlit by the bright beacons of the mound, and by the turbulent, lambent tunnel of energy now taking form above the artificial mountain. Into the stark light of the floater car's headlamps, a solitary neo-chimpanzee in a dust-coated formal robe approached from the last test station. He wiped sweat from his brow and strode purposefully toward the three surprised officials.
Fibbin,
Galet thought. Dazed, she found that old habits were the first to reassert themselves.
Oh, Fibbin, don't swagger. Try to remember your protocol.
When she realized what she was doing, Galet suddenly giggled in a brief wave of hysteria. It shook her partially free of her immobility, and she managed to lift her hand to cover her mouth.
Oh, Fibbin,
she sighed. Iron Grip growled, but the new arrival only ignored the probationer. Fibbin caught her eye and winked. It struck Galet how the gesture that had once so infuriated her now made her knees feel weak with joy. He stepped before the three officials and bowed low. Then, with hands clasped respectfully, Fibbin awaited permission to speak.
Dishonorable, incorrigible, impermissible interruptions,
the Gubru's Vodor boomed.
We demand immediate removal and sanction. Punishment.
The noise suddenly cut off as the Grand Examiner used one of her forward arms to reach up and switch the Vodor off. She stepped daintily forward and addressed Fibbin.
Young one, I congratulate you on making your way up to this place all alone. Your ascent provided much of the excitement and unconventionality that is making this one of the most memorable of all ceremonies on record. By virtue of your test scores and other accomplishments, you have earned a place on this pinnacle.
The Sarantini crossed two arms and lowered her forebody.
Now,
she said as she rose again,
can we assume that you have a complaint to voice? One important enough to explain such abruptness of tone?
Galet tensed. The Grand Examiner might be sympathetic, but there was a veiled threat implied in those words. Fibbin had better make this good. One mistake, and he could make matters even worse than before. Fibbin bowed again.
I respectfully request an explanation of how the race representatives were chosen.
Not too bad.
Still, Galet struggled against her conditioning. If only she could step forward and help. For some time, the dim slopes beyond the circle of lights had begun to fill with the galactic dignitaries, those who had departed earlier to watch unknown events down slope. Now they were all hushed, watching a humble client from one of the newest of all species, demand answers from the Lord of the Institute. The Grand Examiner's voice was patient when she answered.
It is traditional for the ceremony sponsors to select a pair from among those who pass all trials. While it is true that the sponsors are, on this occasion, declared enemies of your clan, their enmity will officially end upon completion of the rites. Peace will exist between the clan of Terrans and that of Guxiu Gubru. Do you object to this, young one?
No. Fibbin shook his head.
Not to that. I just want to know this. Do we absolutely have to accept the sponsor's choice as our representatives?
The Gubru emissary immediately squawked indignantly. The Chims looked at one another in surprise. Iron Grip muttered, "When this is over, I'm going to take that little frat boy and—" The examiner waved for silence. Its many-faceted eyes focused upon Fibbin.
Young one, what would you do were it up to you? Would you have us put it to a vote of your peers?
Fibbin bowed.
I would, Your Honor.
This time the Gubru's shriek was positively painful to the ear. Galet tried once again to step forward, but Iron Grip held her arm tightly. She was forced to stand there, listening to the probationer's muttered curses. The Sarantini official spoke at last.
Although I am sympathetic, I cannot see how I can allow your request. Without precedent.
But there is precedent. It was a new, deep voice coming from the dim slope behind the officials. From the crowd of galactic visitors, 4 figures now emerged into the light, and if Galet had felt surprise before, now she could only stare in disbelief.
Uther Calving!
The slender Timbrimi was accompanied by a bearded human Mel, whose ill-fitting formal robe had probably been borrowed from some bipedal, but not quite humanoid galactic, and was thrown over what seemed to be animal skins. Beside the young man walked a neo-chimp, who had obvious trouble standing completely erect, and who bore many of the stigmata of atavism. The Chim hung back when they approached the clearing, as if he knew he did not belong on this ground. It was the 4th being, a towering figure whose bright, inflated crest ballooned upward in dignity, who bowed casually and addressed the Grand Examiner.
I see you, Quinn 3 of the Uplift Institute.
The Sarantini bowed back.
I see you, honored Ambassador Colt of the Feminine, and you, Uther Calving of the Timbrimi, and your companions. It is pleasant to witness your safe arrival.
The big Feminine spread his arms apart.
I thank Your Honor for allowing me to use your transmitting facilities to contact my clan, after so long an enforced isolation.
This is neutral ground,
the Uplift official said.
I also know that there are serious matters regarding this planet which you wish to press with the Institute once this ceremony is at an end. But for now, I must insist we maintain pertinence. Will you please explain the remark you made on your arrival?
Colt gestured toward Uther Calving.
This respected envoy represents the race which has served as stage consort and protector to the neo-chimpanzees ever since their wolfling patrons encountered galactic society. I shall let him tell you.
All at once, Galet noticed how tired Uther Calving looked. The Tim's usually expressive tendrils lay flat, and his eyes were set close together. It was with obvious effort that he stepped forward and offered a small black cube.
"Here are the references," he began.
A robot came forward and plucked the data out of his hand. From that instant, the Institute staff would be inspecting the citations. The examiner herself listened attentively to Uther Calding.
"The references will show that very early in galactic history, uplift ceremonies evolved out of the progenitors' desire to protect themselves from moral fault. They who began the process we now know as uplift frequently consulted with their client races, as humans do with theirs today, and the client's representatives were never imposed upon them."
Uther Calding gestured toward the assembled Chims.
"Strictly speaking, the ceremonial sponsors are making a suggestion when they make their selection. The clients, having passed all the tests appropriate to their stage, are legally permitted to ignore the choice. In the purest sense, this plateau is their territory. We are here as their guests."
Galet saw that the galactic observers were agitated. Many consulted their own data wells, accessing the precedents Uther Calding had provided. Polylingual chatter spread around the periphery. A new floater arrived, carrying several Gubru and a portable communications unit. Obviously, the invaders were doing furious research of their own. All this time, the power of the hyperspace shunt could be felt building just upslope. The low rumbling was now omnipresent, making Galet's tendons quiver in imposed rhythm. The Grand Examiner turned to the nominal human official, Cordwainer Appleby.
"In the name of your clan, do you support this request for a departure from normal procedure?"
Appleby bit his lower lip. He looked at Uther Calding, then at Fibbin, then back at the Timbrimi ambassador. Then, for the first time, the man actually smiled.
"Hell yes, I sure do,"
he said in Anglic. Then he blushed and switched to carefully phrased Galactic 7.
"In the name of my clan, I support Ambassador Uther Calding's request."
The examiner turned away to hear a report from her staff. When she came back, the entire hillside was hushed. Suspense held them all riveted, until she bowed to Fibbin.
"Precedent is, indeed, interpretable in favor of your request. Shall I ask your comrades to indicate their choice by hand or by secret ballot?"
"Right," came an Anglic whisper. The young human who had accompanied Uther Calding grinned and gave Fibbin a thumbs-up sign. Fortunately, none of the Galactics were looking that way to witness the impertinence. Fibbin forced a serious expression and bowed again.
"Oh, a hand vote will do nicely, Your Honor. Thank you."
Galet was more bemused than anything as the election was held. She tried hard to decline her own nomination, but the same captation, the same implacable force that had kept her from speaking earlier, made her unable to withdraw her name. She was chosen unanimously. The contest for male representative was straightforward as well. Fibbin faced Iron Grip, looking calmly up into the tall probationer's fierce eyes. Galet found that the best she could make herself do was abstain, causing several of the others to look at her in surprise. Nevertheless, she almost sobbed with relief when the poll came in 9-3 in favor of Fibbin Bolger. When he finally approached, Galet sagged into his arms and sobbed. There, he said. And it wasn't so much the cliché as the sound of his voice that comforted her.
I told you I'd come back, didn't I?
She sniffed and rubbed away tears as she nodded. One cliché deserved another. She touched his cheek, and her voice was only slightly sardonic as she said,
My hero.
The other chimps, all except the outnumbered probies, gathered around, pressing close in a jubilant mass. For the first time it began to look as if the ceremony just might turn into a celebration after all. They formed ranks, 2 by 2, behind Fibbin and Galet, and started forth along the final path toward the pinnacle, where quite soon there would be a physical link from this world to spaces far, far away. That was when a shrill whistle echoed over the small plateau. A new hover car landed in front of the chimps, blocking their path. Oh no, Fibbin groaned, for he instantly recognized the barge carrying the 3 suzerains of the Gubru invasion force. The suzerain of propriety looked dejected. It drooped on its perch, unable to lift its head, even to look down at them. The other 2 rulers, however, hopped nimbly onto the ground and tersely addressed the examiner.
We, as well, wish to present, offer, bring forward a precedent.
Chapter 91. Fibbin. How easily is defeat snatched from the jaws of victory? Fibbin wondered about that as he stripped out of his formal robe and allowed 2 of the chimps to rub oil into his shoulders. He stretched and tried to hope that he would remember enough from his old wrestling days to make a difference.
I'm too old for this,
he thought.
And it's been a long, hard day.
The Gubru hadn't been kidding when they gleefully announced that they had found an out. Galet tried to explain it to him while he got ready. As usual, it all seemed to have to do with an abstraction. As I see it, Fibbin, the Galactics don't reject the idea of evolution itself, just evolution of intelligence. They believe in something like what we used to call Darwinism for creatures all the way up to presentience. What's more, it's assumed that nature is wise in the ways she forces every species to demonstrate its fitness in the wild. Fibbin sighed.
Please, get to the point, Galet. Just tell me why I have to go face to face against that Momser. Isn't trial by combat pretty silly even by E.T. standards?
She shook her head. For a little while she had seemed to suffer from speech lock, but that had disappeared as her mind slipped into the familiar pedantic mode.
No, it isn't. Not if you look at it carefully. You see, one of the risks a patron race runs in uplifting a new client species all the way to starfaring intelligence is that by meddling too much, it may deprive the client of its essence, of the very fitness that made it a candidate for uplift in the first place.
You mean?
I mean that the Gubru can accuse humans of doing this to chimps, and the only way to disprove it is by showing that we can still be passionate and tough and physically strong.
But I thought all those tests...
Galet shook her head.
They showed that everyone on this plateau meets the criteria for Stage 3. Even...
Galet grimaced as she seemed to have to fight for the words.
Even those probies are superior, at least in most of the ways Institute regulations test for. They're only deficient by our own quaint Earth standards.
Such as decency and body odor, yeah. But I still don't get...
Fibbin, the Institute really doesn't care who actually steps into the shunt, not once we've passed all its tests. If the Gubru want our male race representative to prove he's better by one more criterion,
That of fitness. Well, it's precedented all right. In fact, it's been done more often than voting. Across the small clearing, Iron Grip flexed and grinned back at Fibbin, backed up by his two confederates. Weasel and Steel Bar joked with the powerful probationer chief, laughing confidently over this sudden swerve in their favor. Now it was Fibbin's turn to shake his head and mutter lowly.
Goodall, what a way to run a galaxy. Maybe Prophet Chilthorne was right after all.
What was that, Fibbin? Nothing, he said, as he saw the referee, a Pila Institute official, approach the center of the ring. Fibbin turned to meet Galet's eyes.
Just tell me you'll marry me if I win.
But, she blinked, then nodded. Galet seemed about to say something else, but that look came over her again, as if she simply could not find the phrases. She shivered, and in a strange, distant voice, she managed to choke out 5 words.
Kill him for me, Fibbin.
It was not feral bloodlust, that look in her eyes, but something much deeper. Desperation. Fibbin nodded. He suffered no illusions over what Iron Grip intended for him. The referee called them forward. There would be no weapons, there would be no rules. Underground the rumbling had turned into a hard, angry growl, and the zone of non-space overhead flickered at the edges, as if with deadly lightning. It began with a slow circling, as Fibbin and his opponent faced each other warily, sidestepping a complete circuit of the arena. 9 of the other Chims stood on the upslope side, alongside Uthakalding and Colt and Robert Oneagle. Opposite them, the Gubru and Iron Grip's 2 compatriots watched. The various galactic observers and officials of the Uplift Institute took up the intervening arcs. Weasel and Steel Bar made fist signs to their leader and bared their teeth.
Go get 'em, Fibbin,
one of the other Chims urged. All of the ornate ritual, all of the arcane and ancient tradition and science had come to this, then. This was the way Mother Nature finally got to cast the tie-breaking vote.
Begin!
The Pila referee's sudden shout struck Fibbin's ears as an ultrasonic squeal, an instant before the Vodor boomed. Iron Grip was quick. He charged straight ahead, and Fibbin almost decided too late that the maneuver was a feint. He started to dodge to the left, and at barely the last moment changed directions, striking out with his trailing foot. The blow did not finish in the satisfying crunch he'd hoped for. But Iron Grip did cry out and reel away, holding his ribs. Unfortunately, Fibbin was thrown off balance and could not follow up his brief opportunity. In seconds it was gone, as Iron Grip moved forward again, more warily this time, with murder written in his eyes.
Some days it just doesn't pay to get out of bed,
Fibbin thought, as they resumed circling. Actually, today had begun when he awoke in the notch of a tree, a few miles outside the walls of Port Helena, where plate ivy parachutes festooned the stripped branches of a winter barren orchard. Iron Grip jabbed, then punched out with a hard right. Fibbin ducked under his opponent's arm and riposted with a backhand blow. It was blocked, and the bones of their forearms made a loud crack as they met. The Talon soldiers had shown grudging courtesy, so he rode Tycho hard until he arrived at the old prison. A fist whistled past Fibbin's ear like a cannonball. Fibbin stepped inside the outstretched arm and swiveled to plant his elbow into his enemy's exposed stomach. Staring at the abandoned room, he had known that there was very little time left. Tycho had galloped through the deserted streets, a flower dangling from his mouth. The jab wasn't hard enough. Worse, he was too slow to duck aside as Iron Grip's arm folded fast to come around across his throat. And the docks had been filled with chims. They lined the wharves, the buildings, the streets, staring. A crushing constriction threatened to cut off his breath. Fibbin crouched, dropping his right foot backward between his opponent's legs. He tensed in one direction until Iron Grip counterbalanced. Then Fibbin whirled and threw his weight the other way while he kicked out. Iron Grip's right leg slipped out from under him, and his own straining overbalance threw Fibbin up and over. The probationer's incredible grasp held for an astonishing instant, tearing loose only along with shreds of Fibbin's flesh. He traded his horse for a boat and headed across the bay toward the barrier buoys. Blood streamed from Fibbin's torn throat. The gash had missed his jugular vein by half an inch. He backed away when he saw how quickly Iron Grip found his feet again. It was downright intimidating how fast the Chen could move. He fought a mental battle with the boys, earning through reason the right to pass through. Iron Grip bared his teeth, spread his long arms, and let out a blood-curdling shriek. The sight and sound seemed to pierce Fibbin like a memory of battles fought long before Chims ever flew starships, when intimidation had been half of any victory. "You can do it, Fibbin!" Robert On-Eagle cried, countering Iron Grip's threat magic. "Come on, guy! Do it for Simon!" Shit, Fibbin thought. Typical human trick, guilt-tripping me. Still, he managed to wipe away the momentary wave of doubt and grin back at his enemy. "Sure, you can scream, but can you do this?" Fibbin thumbed his nose. Then he had to dive aside quickly as Iron Grip charged. This time both of them landed clear blows that sounded like beaten drums. Both Chims staggered to opposite ends of the arena before managing to turn around again, panting hard and baring their teeth. The beach had been littered, and the trail up the bluffs was long and hard. But that turned out to be only the beginning. The surprised Institute officials had already started disassembling their machines when he suddenly appeared, forcing them to remain and test just one more. They assumed it would not take long to send him home again. The next time they came together, Fibbin endured several hard blows to the side of his face in order to step inside and throw his opponent to the ground. It wasn't the most elegant example of jiu-jitsu. Forcing it, he felt a sudden tearing sensation in his leg. For an instant, Iron Grip was rolling, helpless. But when Fibbin tried to pounce, his leg nearly collapsed. The probationer was on his feet again in an instant. Fibbin tried not to show a limp, but something must have betrayed him, for this time Iron Grip charged his right side. And when Fibbin tried to backpedal, the left leg gave way. Grueling tests, hostile stares, the tension of wondering if he would ever make it in time. As he fell backward, he kicked out, but all that earned him was a grip that seized his ankle like a roller press. Fibbin scrambled for leverage, but his fingers clawed in the loose soil. He tried to slip aside as his opponent hauled him back and then fell upon him. And he had gone through all of that just to arrive here? Yeah. All in all, it had been one hell of a day. There are certain tricks a wrestler can try against a stronger opponent in a much heavier weight class. Some of these came back to Fibbin as he struggled to get free. Had he been a little less close to utter exhaustion, one or two of them might even have worked. As it was, he managed to reach a point of quasi-equilibrium. He attained a small advantage of leverage, which just counterbalanced Iron Grip's horrendous strength. Their bodies strained and tugged as hands clutched, probing for the smallest opening. Their faces were pressed near the ground and close enough together to smell each other's hot breath. The crowd had been silent for some time. no more shouts of encouragement came from one side or the other. As he and his enemy rocked gradually back and forth in a deadly serious battle of deceptive slowness, Fibbin found himself with a clear view of the downward slope of the ceremonial mound. With a small corner of his awareness, he realized that the crowd was gone now. Where there had been a dense gathering of multiformed galactics, now there was only an empty stretch of trampled grass. The remnants could be seen hurrying downhill and eastward, shouting and gesticulating excitedly in a variety of tongues. Fibbin caught a glimpse of the arachnoid Serentini, the Grand Examiner, standing amid a cluster of her aides, paying no attention any longer to the two Chims fight. Even the Pila referee had turned away to face some growing tumult downslope. This, after talking as if the fate of everything in the universe depended upon a battle to the death between two Chims? That same detached part of Fibbin felt insulted. Curiosity betrayed him, even here and now. He wondered, what in the world are they up to? Lifting his eyes even an inch in an attempt to see was enough to do it. He missed by milliseconds an opening Iron Grip created as the probationer shifted his weight slightly. Then, as Fibbin followed through too late, Iron Grip took advantage in a sudden slip and hold. He began applying pressure. "Fibbin!" It was Galet's voice, thick with emotion. So he knew that at least somebody was still paying attention, if only to watch his final humiliation and end. Fibbin fought hard. He used tricks dragged up out of the well of memory, but the best of them required strength he no longer had. Slowly he was forced back. Iron Grip grinned as he managed to lay his forearm against Fibbin's windpipe. Suddenly breath came in hard, high whistles. Air was very dear, and his struggles took on new desperation. Iron Grip held on just as urgently. His bared canines reflected bitter highlights as he panted in an open-mouthed grin over Fibbin. Then the glints faded as something occulted the lights, casting a dark shadow over both of them. Iron Grip blinked, and all at once seemed to notice that something bulky had appeared next to Fibbin's head. A hairy black foot. The attached brown leg was short, as stout as a tree trunk, and led upwards to a mountain of fur. For Fibbin, the world which had started to spin and go dim came slowly back into focus as the pressure on his air pipe eased somewhat. He sucked air through the constricted passage and tried to look to see why he was still alive. The first thing he saw was a pair of mild brown eyes, which stared back in friendly openness from a jet-black face set at the top of a hill of muscle. The mountain also had a smile. With an arm the length of a small chimpanzee, the creature reached out and touched Fibbin curiously. Iron Grip shuddered and rocked back in amazement, or maybe fear. When the creature's hand closed on Iron Grip's arm, it only squeezed hard enough to test the Chim's strength. Obviously, there was no comparison. The big male gorilla chuffed, satisfied. It actually seemed to laugh. Then, using one knuckle to help it walk, it turned and rejoined the dark band that was even then trooping past the amazed rank of Chims. Galet stared in disbelief, and Utha Calding's wide eyes blinked rapidly at the sight. Robert On-Eagle seemed to be talking to himself, and the Gubru gabbled and squawked. But it was Colt who was the focus of the gorilla's attention for a long moment. 4 females and 3 males clustered around the big Thenanin, reaching up to touch him. He responded by speaking to them, slowly, joyfully. Fibbin refused to make the same mistake twice. What gorillas were doing here, atop the ceremonial mound the Gubru invaders had built, was beyond his ability to guess, and he wasn't even about to try. His concentration returned just a split instant sooner than his opponent's. When Iron Grip looked back down, the probie's eyes betrayed instantaneous dismay as he recognized the looming shape of Fibbin's fist. The small plateau was a cacophony, a mad scene devoid of any vestige of order. The boundaries of the combat arena did not seem to matter anymore, as Fibbin and his enemy rolled about under the legs of chimps and gorillas and gubru, and whatever else could walk or bounce or slither about. Hardly anybody seemed to be paying them any attention, and Fibbin did not really care. All that mattered to him was that he had a promise that he had to keep. He pummeled Iron Grip, not allowing him to regain balance until the Chen roared, and in desperation threw Fibbin off like an old cloak. As he landed in a painful jolt, Fibbin caught a glimpse of motion behind him and turned his head to see the probationer called Weasel lifting his leg, preparing to strike down with his foot. But the blow missed as the probie was grabbed up by an affectionate gorilla, who lifted him into a crushing embrace. Iron Grip's other comrade was held back by Robert Oneagle, or rather, held up. The male chim might have vastly greater strength than most humans, but it did him no good suspended in midair. Robert raised steel bar high overhead, like Hercules subduing Antaeus. The young man nodded to Fibbin. "Watch out, old son." Fibbin rolled aside as Iron Grip hit the ground where he had lain, sending dust plumes flying. Without delay, Fibbin leaped onto his opponent's back and slipped into a half-Nelson hold. The world spun as he seemed to ride a bucking bronco. Fibbin tasted blood, and the dust seemed to fill his lungs with clogging, searing pain. His tired arms throbbed and threatened to cramp, but when he heard his enemy's labored breathing, he knew he could stand it for a little while longer. Down, down Iron Grip's head went. Fibbin got his feet around the chim and kicked the other's legs out from under him. The probationer's solar plexus landed on Fibbin's heel, and while a flash of pain probably meant several of Fibbin's toes were broken, there was also no mistaking the whistling squeak as Iron Grip's diaphragm momentarily spasmed, stopping all flow of air. Somewhere he found the energy. In a whirl, he had his foe turned over. Gripping in a tight scissors lock, he brought his forearm around and applied the same illegal but who cares strangulation hold that had earlier been used on him. Bone ground against gristle. The ground beneath them seemed to throb, and the sky rumbled and growled. Alien feet shuffled on all sides, and there was the incessant squawking and chatter of a dozen jabbering tongues. Still, Fibbin listened only for the breath that did not flow through his enemy's throat, and felt only for the throbbing pulse he so desperately had to silence. That was when something seemed to explode inside his skull. It was as if something had broken open within him, spilling what seemed a brilliant light outward from his cortex. Dazzled, Fibbin first thought a probationer or a gubru must have struck him a blow to the head from behind. But the luminance was not the sort coming from a concussion. It hurt, but not in that way. Fibbin concentrated on first priorities, holding tightly to his steadily weakening opponent. But he could not ignore this strange occurrence. His mind sought something to compare it to, but there was no correct metaphor. The soundless outburst felt somehow simultaneously alien and eerily familiar. All at once, Fibbin remembered a blue light which danced in hilarity as it fired infuriating bolts at his feet. He remembered a stink bomb that had sent a pompous, furry little diplomat scurrying off in abandoned dignity. He remembered stories told at night by the general. The connections made him suspect. All around the plateau, galactics had ceased their multi-tongued babble and stared, upslope. Fibbin would have to lift his head a bit to see what so captivated them. Before he did so, however, he made certain of his foe. When Iron Grip managed to drag in a few thin, desperate breaths, Fibbin restored just enough pressure to keep the big Chen balanced on the edge of consciousness. That accomplished, he raised his eyes.
"Uther Calling,"
Fibbin whispered, realizing the source of his mental confusion. The Timbrimi stood a little uphill from the others. His arms opened wide, and the cape-like folds of his formal robe flapped in the cyclone winds circling the gaping hyperspace shunt. His eyes were set far apart. Uther Calding's corona tendrils waved, and over his head something whirled. A Chim moaned and pressed her palms against her temples. Somewhere a Pring's tooth mashes clattered. To many of those present, the glyph was barely detectable, but for the first time in his life, Fibbin actually kenned. And what he kenned named itself Tutsunukan. The glyph was a monster, titanic with long-pent energy, the essence of delayed indeterminacy. It danced and whirled, and then without warning, it blew apart. Fibbin felt it sweep around and through him, nothing more or less than distilled, unadulterated joy. Uther Calding poured the emotion forth as if a dam had burst.
"Na esrutu anu ka hamint athaklena withtana," he cried. "Daughter, do you send these to me and so return what I have lent you? Oh, what interest compounded and multiplied! What a fine jest to pull upon your proud parent!"
His intensity affected those standing nearby. Chims blinked and stared. Robert On-Eagle wiped away tears. Uther Calding turned and pointed up the trail leading toward the site of choosing. There, at the pinnacle of the ceremony mound, everyone could see that the shunt was connected at last. The deeply buried engines had done their job, and now a tunnel gaped overhead, one whose edges glistened, but whose interior contained a color emptier than blackness. It seemed to suck away light, making it difficult even to recognize that the opening was there, and yet Fibbin knew that this was a link in real time, from this place to countless others, where witnesses had gathered to observe and commemorate the evening's events.
"I hope the 5 galaxies are enjoying the show."
When Iron Grip showed signs of reviving, Fibbin gave the Proby a whack to the side of the head and looked up again. Halfway up the narrow trail leading to the pinnacle, there stood 3 ill-matched figures. The first was a small neo-chimpanzee whose arms seemed too long and whose ill-formed legs were bowed and short. Jojo held on to one hand of Colt, the huge Thenodin ambassador. Colt's other massive paw was grasped by a tiny human girl, whose blonde hair flapped like a bright banner in the whirling breeze. Together the unlikely trio watched the pinnacle itself, where an unusual band had gathered. A dozen gorillas, males and females, stood in a circle directly under the half-invisible hole in space. They rocked back and forth, staring up into the yawning emptiness overhead, and crooned a low atonal melody. "I believe," said the awed Serentini Grand Examiner of the Uplift Institute,
"I believe this has happened before, once or twice, but not in more than 1,000 eons."
Another voice muttered, this time in gruff, emotion-drenched Anglic.
"It's no fair. This was supposed to be our time."
Fibbin saw tears streaming down the cheeks of several of the Chims. Some held each other and sobbed. Galet's eyes welled also, but Fibbin could tell that she saw what the others did not. Hers were tears of relief, of joy. From all sides there were heard other expressions of amazement.
"But what sort of creatures, entities, beings can they be?"
one of the Gubru suzerains asked.
"Presentients,"
another voice answered in Galactic 3.
They passed through all the test stations, so they had to be ready for a stage ceremony of some sort,
mumbled Cordwainer Appleby.
But how in the world did Gorilla...
Robert On-Eagle interrupted his fellow human with an upraised hand. "Don't use that old name anymore. Those, my friend, are Garthlings." Ionization filled the air with the smell of lightning. Uthakalding chanted his pleasure at the symmetry of this magnificent surprise, this great jest, and in his Timbrimi voice it was a rich, unearthly sound. Caught up in the moment, Fibbin did not even notice climbing to his feet, standing to get a better view. Along with everyone else, he saw the coalescence that took place above the giant apes, humming and swaying on the hilltop. Over the gorillas' heads, a milkiness swirled and began to thicken with the promise of shapes.
"In the memory of no living race has this happened,"
the Grand Examiner said in awe.
"Client races have had countless uplift ceremonies over the last billion years. They have graduated levels and chosen uplift consorts to assist them. A few have even used the occasion to request an end of uplift, to return to what they had been before."
The filminess assumed an oval outline, and within, dark forms grew more distinct, as if emerging slowly from a deep fog.
"But only in the ancient sagas has it been told of a new species coming forth of its own will, surprising all galactic society and demanding the right to select its own patrons."
Fibbin heard a moan and looked down to see Iron Grip beginning to rise, trembling to his elbows. A cruor of blood-tinted dust covered the battered Chen from face to foot.
"Gotta hand it to him. He's got stamina."
But then Fibbin did not imagine he himself looked a whole lot better. He raised his foot. It would be so easy. He glanced aside and saw Galet watching him. Iron Grip rolled over onto his back. He looked up at Fibbin in blank resignation.
"Aw, hell."
Instead, he reached down and offered his hand to his former foe.
"I don't know what we were fighting over. Somebody else got the brass ring anyway."
A moan of surprise rippled through the crowd. From the Gubru came grating wails of dismay. Fibbin finished hauling Iron Grip to his feet, got him stable, then looked up to see what the gorillas had wrought to cause such consternation. It was the face of a Thenanin, giant, clear as anything. The image hovering in the focus of the hyperspace shunt looked enough like Colt to be his brother.
Such a sober, serious, earnest expression,
Fibbin thought. So typically Thenanin. A few of the assembled galactics chattered in amazement, but most acted as if they had been frozen in place, all except Uthakalding, whose delighted astonishment still sparked in all directions like a Roman candle.
"Zwirtin's daughter. I worked for this, and never knew."
The titanic image of the Thenanin drifted backward in the milky oval. All could see the thick, slitted neck, and then the creature's powerful torso. But when its arms came into view, it became clear that two figures stood on either side of it, holding its hands.
"Duly noted,"
the Grand Examiner said to her aides.
"The unnamed Stage 1 client species, tentatively called Garthlings, have selected as their patrons the Feminine, and as their consorts and protectors they have jointly chosen the neo-chimpanzees and humans of Earth."
Robert On-Eagle shouted. Cordwainer Appleby fell to his knees in shock. The sound of renewed gubru screeching was quite deafening. Fibbin felt a hand slip into his. Galet looked up at him, the poignancy in her eyes now mixed with pride.
"Oh, well," he sighed. "They wouldn't have let us keep 'em anyway. At least, this way we get visitation rights. And I hear the Feminine aren't too bad as ETs go."
She shook her head.
"You knew something about these creatures and didn't tell me?"
He shrugged.
"It was supposed to be a secret. You were busy. I didn't want to bother you with unimportant details. I forgot. Mea culpa. Don't hit, please."
Briefly her eyes seemed to flash. Then she, too, sighed and looked back up the hill.
"It won't take them long to realize these aren't really Garthlings, but creatures of Earth."
"What'll happen then?" It was her turn to shrug.
"Nothing, I guess. Wherever they come from, they're obviously ready for Uplift. Humans signed a treaty, unfair as it was, forbidding Earth Clan to raise them, so I guess this'll stand. Fait accompli. At least we can play a role, help see the job's done right."
Already the rumbling beneath their feet had begun to diminish. Nearby, the cacophony of gubru squawking rose in strident tones to replace it. But the Grand Examiner appeared unmoved. Already she was busy with her assistants, ordering records gathered, detailing follow-up tests to be made, and dictating urgent messages to Institute headquarters.
"And we must help Colt inform his clan,"
she added.
"They will no doubt be surprised at this news."
Fibbin saw the suzerain of Beam and Talon stalk off to a nearby gubru flyer and depart at top speed. The boom of displaced air ruffled the feathers of the avians who remained behind. It happened then that Fibbin's gaze met that of the suzerain of Propriety, staring down from its lonely perch. The alien stood more erect now. It ignored the babbling of its fellows and watched Fibbin with a steady, unblinking yellow eye. Fibbin bowed. After a moment, the alien politely inclined its head in return. Above the pinnacle and the crooning gorillas, now officially the youngest citizens of the civilization of the 5 galaxies, the opalescent oval shrank back into the narrowing funnel. It diminished, but not before those present were treated to yet one more sight none had ever seen before, one they were not likely ever to see again. Up there in the sky, the image of the Feminine and those of the Chim and Human all looked at each other. Then the Feminine's head rocked back, and he actually laughed. Richly, deeply, sharing hilarity with its diminutive partners, the leathery figure chortled. It roared. Among the stunned onlookers, only Uther Calding and Robert On-Eagle felt like joining in, as the ghostly creature above did what Feminine were never known to do. The image kept right on laughing, even as it faded back, to be swallowed up at last by the closing hole in space and covered by the returning stars. Part 6. Citizens. I am a kind of farthing dip, unfriendly to the nose and eyes, a blue-behinded ape I skip upon the trees of paradise. Robert Louis Stevenson. A Portrait. Chapter 92. Galactics.
They exist. They have substance. They are.
The assembled Gubru officials and officers bobbed their downy heads and cried out in unison, Zoon!
This prize was denied us. Honor was set aside. Opportunity abandoned. All in the name of penny-pinching, miserly bean-counting. Now the cost will be greater, multiplied, exponentiated.
The suzerain of cost and caution stood miserably in the corner, listening amid a small crowd of loyal assistants, while it was berated from all sides. It shivered each time the conclave turned and shouted its refrain. The suzerain of propriety stood tall upon its perch. It stepped back and forth, fluffing up to best display the new color that had begun to show under its molting plumage. The assembled Gubru and Kwaku reacted to that shade with chirps of passionate devotion.
And now a derelict, recalcitrant, stubborn one forestalls our molt and consensus, out of which we might at least regain something. Gain honor and allies. Gain peace.
The suzerain spoke of their missing colleague, the military commander who dared not, it seemed, come and face propriety's new color, its new supremacy. A four-legged Kwaku hurriedly approached, bowed, and delivered a message to its leader's perch. Almost as an afterthought, a copy made its way to the suzerain of cost and caution as well. The news from the Poorman transfer point was not surprising. Echoes had been heard of great starships bearing down upon Garth in mighty numbers. After that debacle of an uplift ceremony, the new arrivals were only to be expected.
Well,
the suzerain of propriety queried the several military officers who were present.
Does Beam and Talon plan a defense of this world, against all advice, all wisdom, and all honor?
The officers, of course, did not know. They had deserted their warrior leader as the confusing, unhappy molt coalescence suddenly reversed direction. The suzerain of propriety danced a dance of impatience.
You do me no good, do the clan no good, standing about in righteousness. Go back, seek out, return to your posts. Do your duties as he commands, but keep me informed of what he plans and does.
Use of the male pronoun was deliberate. Though molt was not yet complete, anyone could tell without dropping feathers which way the wind was blowing. The officers bowed and rushed as one out of the pavilion. Chapter 93. Robert. Debris littered the now quiescent ceremonial mound. Stiff easterly winds riffled the lawn-like slopes, tugging at stringy rubbish blown in earlier from the distant mountains. Here and there city chimps poked through trash on the lower terraces, looking for souvenirs. Higher up, only a few pavilions still stood. Around these, several dozen large black forms lazily groomed each other's fur and gossiped with their hands, as if they had never had anything more momentous on their minds than who would mate with whom, and what they would be fed next meal. To Robert it seemed as if the gorillas were quite well satisfied with life. I envy them, he thought. In his case, even a great victory did not bring an end to worry. Things were still quite dangerous on Garth. Perhaps even more so than 2 nights ago, when fate and coincidence intervened to surprise them all. Life was troubling sometimes. All the time. Robert returned his attention to his data well, and the letter the Uplift Institute officials had relayed to him only an hour before. Of course, it's very hard for an old woman, especially one who, like me, has grown so used to having her own way. But I know I must acknowledge how mistaken I was about my own son. I have wronged you, and for that I am sorry. In my own defense, I can only say that outward appearances can be misleading. And you were outwardly such an aggravating boy. I suppose I should have had the sense to see underneath to the strength you have shown during these months of crisis, but that just never occurred to me. Perhaps I was afraid of examining my own feelings too closely. In any event, we'll have much time to talk about this after peace comes. Let's let it go now by saying that I am very proud of you. Your country and your clan owe you much, as does your grateful mother. With affection, Megan. How odd, Robert thought, that after so many years despairing of ever winning her approval, now he had it, and didn't know how to deal with it. Ironically, he felt sympathy for his mother. It was obviously so very difficult for her to say these things at all. He made allowances for the cool tone of the words themselves. All Garth saw Megan Oneagle as a gracious lady and fair administrator. Only her wandering husbands and Robert himself knew the other side, the one so utterly terrified by permanent obligation and issues of private loyalty. This was the first time in all his life that Robert recalled her apologizing for something really important, something involving family and intense emotions. Blurring of vision made him close his eyes. Robert blamed the symptoms on the fringing fields of a lifting starship whose keening engines could be heard all the way from the spaceport. He wiped his cheeks and watched the great liner, silvery and almost angelic in its serene beauty, rise and pass overhead on its leisurely way out to space and beyond. One more batch of fleeing rats, he murmured. Uther Calding did not bother turning to look. He lay back on his elbows, watching the gray waters.
The galactic visitors have already had more entertainment than they bargained for, Robert. That uplift ceremony was plenty. To most of them, the prospect of a space battle and siege are much less enticing.
One of each has been quite enough for me, Fibbin Bulger added without opening his eyes. He lay a little downslope, his head on Galet Jones's lap. For the moment, she also had little to say, but concentrated on removing a few tangles from his fur, careful of his still livid black and blue bruises. Meanwhile, Jojo groomed one of Fibbin's legs. Well, he's earned it, Robert thought. Although the uplift ceremony had been preempted by the guerrillas, the test scores handed down by the Institute still held. If humanity managed to get out of its present troubles and could afford the expense of a new ceremony, 2 rustic colonials from Garth would lead the next procession, ahead of all the sophisticated chims of Terra. Though Fibbin himself seemed uninterested in the honor, Robert was proud of his friend. A female chim wearing a simple frock approached up the trail. She bowed languidly in a brief nod to Uther Calding and Robert. "Who wants the latest news?" Michaela Noddings asked.
"Not me," Fibbin grumped. "Tell the universe to go
Fibbin?" Galet chided gently. She looked up at Michaela. "I want to hear it." The chimneys sat and began working on Fibbin's other shoulder. Mollified, he closed his eyes again. "Colt has heard from his people," Michaela said. "The Fenenen are on their way here." "Already," Robert whistled. "They aren't wasting any time, are they?" Michaela shook her head. Cult's folk have already contacted the Terrigan's Council to negotiate purchase of the fallow gorilla genetic base and to hire Earth experts as consultants. I hope the Council holds out for a good price.
Beggars can't be choosers, Galet suggested. According to some of the departing galactic observers, Earth is in pretty desperate straits, as are the Timbrimi. If this deal means we lose the Thenanin as enemies and maybe win them as allies instead, it could be vital. At the price of losing gorillas, our cousins, as clients of our own, Robert mulled. On the night of the ceremony, he had only seen the hilarious irony of it all, sharing that Timbrimi way of viewing things with Uther Calding. Now, though, it was harder not to count the cost in serious terms. They were never really ours in the first place, he reminded himself. At least, we'll have a say in how they're raised, and Uther Calding says some Thenanin aren't as bad as many. What about the Gubru? He asked. They agreed to make peace with Earth in exchange for acceptance of the ceremony. Well, it wasn't exactly the sort of ceremony they had in mind, was it? Galet answered. What do you think, Ambassador Uther Calding? The Timbrimi's tendrils waved lazily. All of yesterday and this morning he had been crafting little glyphs of puzzle-like intricacy, far beyond Robert's limited ability to ken, as if he were delighting in the rediscovery of something he had lost.
They will act in what they see to be their own self-interest, of course, Uther Calding said. The question is whether they will have the sense to know what is good for them.
What do you mean?
I mean that the Gubru apparently began this expedition with confused goals. Their triumvirate reflected conflicting factions back home. The initial intent of their expedition here was to use the hostage population of Garth to pry secrets out of the Terrigan's Council. But then they learned that Earth is as ignorant as everybody else about what that infamous dolphin ship of yours discovered.
Has there been any new word about the streaker? Robert interrupted. Spiraling off a Palang glyph, Uther Calding sighed.
The dolphins seem to have miraculously escaped a trap set for them by a dozen of the most fanatic patron lines, an astonishing feat by itself. And now the streaker seems to be loose on the star lanes. The humiliated fanatics lost tremendous face, and so tensions have reached an even higher level than before. It is one more reason why the Gubru roostmasters grow increasingly frightened.
So, when the invaders found they couldn't use hostages to coerce secrets out of Earth, the suzerains searched for other ways to make some profit out of this expensive expedition, Galet surmised.
Correct. But when the first suzerain of Cost and Caution was killed, it threw their leadership process out of balance. Instead of negotiating toward a consensus of policy, the three suzerains engaged in unbridled competition for the top position in their moult. I'm not sure that even now I understand all of the schemes that might have been involved, but the final one, the one they settled on at last, will cost them very dearly. Blatantly interfering with the proper outcome of an uplift ceremony is a grave matter.
Robert saw Galet wince in revulsion, as she obviously recollected how she had been used. Without opening his eyes, Fibbin reached out and took her hand. "Where does that leave us now?" Robert asked Uther Calding.
Both common sense and honor would demand the Gubru keep their bargain with Earth. It's the only way out of a terrible bind.
But you don't expect them to see it that way.
Would I remain confined here on neutral ground if I did? You and I, Robert, would be with Athaclena right now, dining on kugra and other delicacies I'd cached away, and we would speak for hours of, so many things. But that will not happen until the Gubru decide between logic and self-immolation.
Robert felt a chill. How bad could it get? He asked in a low voice. The Chims, too, listened quietly. Uthakalding looked around. He inhaled the sweet, chill air, as if it were of fine vintage.
This is a lovely world, he sighed. And yet it has suffered horror. Sometimes so-called civilization seems bent on destroying those very things which it has sworn to protect.
Chapter 94. Galactics.
"After them!"
cried the suzerain of beam and talon.
"Chase them! Pursue them!"
Talon soldiers and their battle drones swooped down upon a small column of neo-chimpanzees, taking them by surprise. The hairy earthlings turned to fight, firing their ill-sorted weapons upward at the stooping Gubru. 2 small fireballs did erupt, emitting sprays of singed feathers, but for the most part resistance was useless. Soon the suzerain was stepping delicately among the blasted remains of trees and mammals. It cursed as its officers reported only chim bodies. There had been stories of others, humans and Timbrimi, and yes, thrice cursed Thenanin. Had not one of them suddenly appeared out of the wilderness? They had to all be in league together. It had to be a plot. Now there were constant messages, entreaties, demands that the admiral return to Port Helena, that it join with the other commanders for a conclave, a meeting, a new struggle for consensus. Consensus. The suzerain of beam and talon spat on the trunk of a shattered tree. Already you could feel the ebbing of hormones, the leaching away of color that had almost been its own. Consensus? The admiral would show them consensus. It was determined to win back its position of leadership, and the only way to do that, after the catastrophe of an uplift ceremony, was to demonstrate the efficacy of the military option. When the Thenanin came to claim their Garthling prizes, they would be met with force. Let them engage in uplift of their new clients from deep space. Of course, to keep them at bay, in order to return this world for the Roost Masters, there must be complete surety that there would be no attacks from behind, from the surface. The ground opposition had to be eliminated. The suzerain of beam and talon refused even to consider the possibility that anger and revenge might also have colored its decisions. To have admitted that would be to begin to fall under the sway of propriety. Already several good officers had deserted down that path, only to be ordered back to their posts by the sanctimonious high priest. That was particularly galling. The admiral was determined to win their loyalty back in its own right with victory.
"The new detectors are effective, are efficient."
It danced in satisfaction.
"They let us hunt the Earthlings without needing to scent special materials. We trace them by their very blood."
The suzerain's assistants shared its satisfaction. At this rate, the irregulars should soon all be dead. A pall fell over the celebration when it was reported that one of the troop carriers that had brought them here had broken down, another casualty of the plague of corrosion that had struck Gubru equipment all over the mountains and the Vale of Sind. The suzerain had ordered an urgent investigation.
"No matter. We shall all ride the remaining carriers. Nothing, nobody, no event shall stop our hunt."
The soldiers chanted, "Zoon." Chapter 95. Athaklina. She watched as the hirsute human read the message for the 4th time, and could not help wondering whether she was doing the right thing. Rank-haired, bearded, and naked, Major Prathachilthorne looked the very essence of a wild, carnivorous wolfling, a creature far too dangerous to trust. He looked down at the message, and for a moment all she could read were the waves of tension that coursed up his shoulders and down his arms to those powerful, tightly flexed hands. It appears that I am under orders to forgive you and to follow your policies, Miss. The last word ended in a hiss. Does this mean that I'll be set free if I promise to be good? How can I be sure this order is for real? Athaclena knew she had little choice. In the days ahead, she would not be able to spare the Chim power to continue guarding Prathachilthorne. Those she could rely upon to ignore the human's command voice were very few, and he had already nearly escaped on 4 separate occasions. The alternative was to finish him off here and now, and for that, she simply had not the will.
I have no doubt you would kill me the instant you discovered the message wasn't genuine,
Athaclena replied. His teeth seemed to flash. You have my word on that, he assured her.
And on what else?
He closed and then reopened his eyes.
According to these orders from the government in exile, I have no choice but to act as if I was never kidnapped, to pretend there was no mutiny, and to conform my strategy to your advice. All right, I agree to this, as long as you remember that I'm going to appeal to my commanders on Earth, first chance I get, and they will take this to the TAASF. And once Coordinator on Eagle is overruled, I will find you, my young Tim Brimmy. I will come to you.
The bald, open hatred in his mind simultaneously made her shiver, and also reassured her. The man held nothing back. Truth burned beneath his words. She nodded to Benjamin.
Let him go.
Looking unhappy and avoiding eye contact with the dark-haired human, the Chims lowered the cage and cut open the door. Prathachilthorne emerged, rubbing his arms. Then quite suddenly he whirled and leaped in a high kick, landing in a stance 1 blow away from her. He laughed as Athaclena and the Chims backed away. "Where is my command?" he asked tersely.
I do not know precisely,
Athaclena answered, as she tried to abort a gear flux.
We've scattered into small parties, and even had to abandon the caves when it was clear they were compromised.
And what about this place? Prathachilthorne motioned to the steaming slopes of Mount Fosse.
We expect the enemy to stage an assault here at any moment,
she replied honestly. Well, he said, I didn't believe half of what you told me yesterday about that uplift ceremony and its consequences, but I'll give you this. You and your dad do seem to have stirred up the Gubru good. He sniffed the air as if already he were trying to pick up a spoor. I assume you have a tactical situation map and a data well for me? Benjamin brought one of the portable computer units forward, but Prathachilthorne held up a hand. Not now. First, let's get out of here. I want to get away from this place. Athaclena nodded. She could well understand how the man felt. He laughed when she declined his mock chivalrous bow, and insisted that he go first. As you wish, he chuckled. Soon they were swinging through the trees and running under the thick forest canopy. Not much later, they heard what sounded like thunder back where the refuge had been, even though there were no clouds in the sky. Chapter 96. Sylvie. The night was lit by fiery beacons, which burst forth actinically and cast stark shadows as they drifted slowly groundward. Their impact on the senses was sudden, dazzling, overwhelming even the noise of battle and the screams of the dying. It was the defenders who sent the blazing torches into the sky, for their assailants needed no light to guide them. Streaking in by radar and infrared, they attacked with deadly accuracy until momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the flares. Chims fled the evening's fireless camp in all directions, naked, carrying only food and a few weapons on their backs. Mostly they were refugees from mountain hamlets burned down in the recent surge of fighting. A few trained irregulars remained behind in a desperate rear-guard action to cover the civilians' retreat. They used what means they had to confuse the airborne enemy's deadly precise detectors. The flares were sophisticated, automatically adjusting their fulminations to best interfere with active and passive sensors. They slowed the avians down, but only for a little while, and they were in short supply. Besides, the enemy had something new, some secret system that was letting them track Chims even under the heaviest growth, even naked, without the simplest trappings of civilization. All the pursued could do was split up into smaller and smaller groups. The prospect facing those who made it away from here was to live completely as animals, alone, or, at most, in pairs, wild-eyed and cowering under skies that had once been theirs to roam at will. Sylvie was helping an older Chimmy and 2 children climb over a vine-covered tree trunk, when suddenly upraised hackles told her of gravitics drawing near. She quickly signed for the others to take cover, but something, perhaps it was the unsteady rhythm of those motors, made her stay behind, peering over the rim of a fallen log. In the blackness she barely caught the flash of a dim, whitish shape plummeting through the starlit forest to crash noisily among the branches and then disappear into the jungle gloom. Sylvie stared down the dark channel the plunging vessel had cut. She listened, chewing on her fingernails, as debris rained down in its wake.
"Donna,"
she whispered. The elderly Chimmy lifted her head from under a pile of leaves.
"Can you make it with the children the rest of the way to the rendezvous?"
Sylvie asked.
"All you have to do is head downhill to a stream, then follow that stream to a small waterfall and cave. Can you do that?"
Donna paused for a long moment, concentrating, and at last nodded.
"Good,"
Sylvie said.
"When you see Petrie, tell him I saw an enemy scout come down, and I'm going to go and look it over."
Fear had widened the older Chimmy's eyes, so that the whites shone around her irises. She blinked a couple of times, then held out her arms for the children. By the time they were gathered under her protection, Sylvie had already cautiously entered the tunnel of broken trees.
"Why am I doing this?"
Sylvie wondered, as she stepped over broken branches still oozing pungent sap. Tiny skittering motions told of native creatures seeking cover after the ruination of their homes. The smell of ozone put Sylvie's hair on end. And then, as she drew nearer, there came another familiar odor, one of overripe bird. Everything looked eerie in the dimness. There were absolutely no colors, only shades of Stygian gray. When the off-white bulk of the crashed aircraft loomed in front of her, Sylvie saw that it lay canted at a 40-degree slope, its front end quite crumpled from the impact. She heard a faint crackling as some piece of electronics shorted again and again. Other than that, there came no sound from within. The main hatch had been torn half off its hinges. Touching the still warm hull for guidance, she approached cautiously. Her fingers traced the outlines of one of the gravitic impellers, and flakes of corrosion came off.
"Lousy maintenance," she
thought, partly in order to keep her mind busy.
"I wonder if that's why it crashed."
Her mouth was dry, and her heart felt in her throat as she reached the opening and bent to peer around the corner. 2 gubru still lay strapped at their stations, their sharp-beaked heads lolling from slender, broken necks. Sylvie tried to swallow. She made herself lift one foot and step gingerly onto the sloping deck. Her pulse threatened to stop when the plates groaned and one of the Talon soldiers moved. But it was only the broken vessel, creaking and settling slightly.
"Good all,"
Sylvie moaned as she brought her hand down from her breast. It was hard to concentrate with all of her instincts screaming just to get the hell out of here. As she had for many days, Sylvie tried to imagine what Galet Jones would do under circumstances like this. She knew she would never be the Chimmy Galet was. That just wasn't in the cards. But if she tried hard...
"Weapons,"
she whispered to herself, and forced her trembling hands to pull the soldiers' sidearms from their holsters. Seconds seemed like hours, but soon 2 racked saber rifles joined the pistols in a pile outside the hatch. Sylvie was about to lower herself to the ground when she hissed and slapped her forehead.
"Idiot! Athaklena needs intelligence more than pop guns."
She returned to the cockpit and peered about, wondering if she would recognize something significant even if it lay right in front of her.
"Come on. You're a Terrigan citizen with most of a college education, and you spent months working for the Gubru."
Concentrating, she recognized the flight controls and, from symbols obviously pertaining to missiles, the weapons console. Another display, still lit by the craft's draining batteries, showed a relief territory map with multiple sigils and designations written in Galactic 3.
"Could this be what they are using to find us?"
she wondered. A dial just below the display used words she knew in the enemy's language. "Band selector," the label said. Experimentally, she touched it. A window opened in the lower left corner of the display. More arcane writing spilled forth, much too complex for her. But above the text, there now whirled a complex design that an adult of any civilized society would recognize as a chemical diagram. Sylvie was no chemist, but she had had a basic education, and something about the molecule depicted there looked oddly familiar to her. She concentrated and tried to sound out the identifier, the word, just below the diagram. The Gal 3 syllabary came back to her.
Hemug.
Sylvie felt her skin suddenly coarse with goosebumps. She traced the line of her lips with her tongue and then whispered a single word.
Hemoglobin.
Chapter 97. Galactics.
Biological warfare.
The suzerain of Beam and Talon hopped about the bridge of the cruising battleship on which it held court and pointed at the Kwaku technician who had brought the news.
This corrosion, this decay, this blight on armor and machinery, it was created by design?
The technician bowed.
Yes, there are several agents, bacteria, prions, molds. When we saw the pattern, countermeasures were instituted at once. It will take time to treat all affected surfaces with organisms engineered against theirs, but success will eventually reduce this to a mere nuisance.
Eventually, the Admiral thought bitterly.
How were these agents delivered?
The Kwaku pulled from its pouch a filmy clump of cloth-like material bound by slender strands.
When these things began blowing in from the mountains, we consulted library records and questioned the locals. Irritating infestations occur regularly on this continental coast with the onset of winter, so we ignored them. However, it now appears the mountain insurgents have found a way to infect these airborne spore carriers with biological entities destructive to our equipment. By the time we were aware, the dispersal was nearly universal. The plot was most ingenious.
The military commander paced.
How bad, how severe, how catastrophic is the damage?
Again, a deep bow.
1/3 of our planet-side transport is affected. 2 of the spaceport defense batteries will be out of commission for 10 planetary days. 10 days! As you know, we are no longer receiving spares from the homeworld.
The Admiral did not need to be reminded. Already most roads to Gimel High had been interdicted by the approaching alien armadas, now patiently clearing mines away from the fringes of Garth's system. And if that weren't enough, the 2 other suzerains were now united in opposing the military. There was nothing they could do to prevent the coming battles if the Admiral's party chose to fight, but they could withhold both religious and bureaucratic support. The effects of that were already showing. The pressures had built until a steady, throbbing pain seemed to pulse within the Admiral's head.
They will pay!
The suzerain shrieked. Curse the limitations of priests and egg counters. The suzerain of Beam and Talon recalled with fond longing the grand fleets it had led into this system. But long ago most of those ships had been pulled away by the roost masters to meet other desperate needs, and probably quite a few of them were already smoking ruins or vapor out on the contentious galactic marches. In order to avoid such thoughts, the Admiral contemplated instead the noose now tightening around the shrinking mountain strongholds of the insurgents. Soon that worry, at least, would be over forever. And then, well, let the Uplift Institute enforce the neutrality of its sacred ceremonial mound in the midst of a pitched planet space battle. Under such circumstances, missiles were known to fall astray, such as into civilian towns or even neutral ground. Too bad. There would be commiseration, of course. Such a pity. But those were the fortunes of war. Chapter 98. Uthakalding. No longer did he have to hold secret the yearnings in his heart, or keep contained his deep-stored reservoir of feelings. It did not matter if alien detectors pinpointed his psychic emanations, for they surely would know where to find him when the time came. At dawn, while the east grew gray with the cloud-shrouded sun, Uthakalding walked along the dew-covered slopes and reached out with everything he had. The miracle of some days back had burst the chrysalis of his soul. Where he thought only winter would forever reign, now bright shoots burst forth. To both humans and Timbrimi, love was considered the greatest power. But there was indeed something to be said for irony as well.
I live, and ken the world as beautiful.
He poured all of his craft into a glyph which floated, delicate and light, above his wafting tendrils. To be brought to this place, so near where his schemes began, and to witness how all his jests had been turned around upon himself, giving him all he had wanted, but in such amazing ways. Dawn brought color to the world. It was a winter land and seascape of barren orchards and tarp-covered ships. The waters of the bay wore lines of wind-flecked foam, and yet the sun gave warmth. He thought of the universe, so strange, often bizarre, and so filled with danger and tragedy, but also surprise.
Surprise, the blessing that tells one that this is real.
He spread his arms to encompass it all.
That even the most imaginative of us, could not have made all this up within his own mind.
He did not set the glyph free. It cast loose as if of its own accord, and rose unaffected by the morning winds, to drift wherever chance might take it. Later came long consultations with the Grand Examiner, with Colt, and Cordwainer Appleby. They all sought his advice. He tried not to disappoint them. Around noon, Robert Oneagle drew him aside and brought up again the idea of escape. The young human wanted to break out of their confinement on the ceremonial mound and head off with Fibbin to cause the Gubru grief. They all knew of the fighting in the mountains, and Robert wanted to help Athaclena in any way possible. Uther Calding sympathized.
"But you underestimate yourself in thinking you could ever do this, my son," he told the young man.
Robert blinked. "What do you mean?"
"I mean that the Gubru military are now well aware of how dangerous you and Fibbin are, and perhaps through some small efforts of my own, they include me on their list. Why do you think they maintain such patrols when they must have other pressing needs?"
He motioned at the craft, which cruised just beyond the perimeter of Institute territory. No doubt even the coolant lines leading to the power stations were watched by expensive drones of deadly sophistication. Robert had suggested using homemade gliders, but the enemy was surely wise even to that wolfling trick by now. They had had expensive lessons.
"In this way we help Athaclena,"
Uther Calding said.
"by thumbing our noses at the enemy, by smiling as if we have thought of something special which they have not, by frightening creatures who deserve what they get for having no sense of humor."
Robert made no outward gesture to show that he understood, but to Uther Calding's delight he recognized the glyph the young man formed, a simple version of Kinnywoolen. He laughed. Obviously it was one Robert had learned and earned from Athaclena.
"Yes, my strange adopted son, we must keep the Gubru painfully aware that boys will do what boys do."
It was later, though, toward sunset, that Uther Calding stood up suddenly in his dark tent and walked outside. He stared again to the east, tendrils waving, seeking. Somewhere out there he knew his daughter was thinking furiously. Some news perhaps had come to her, and now she was concentrating as if her life depended on it. Then the brief, fey moment of linkage passed. Uther Calding turned, but he did not go back to his own shelter. Instead, he wandered a little north and pulled aside the flap of Robert's tent. The human looked up from his reading, the light of the data well casting a wild expression onto his face.
"I believe there actually is one way by which we could get off this mountain,"
he told the human.
"At least for a little while."
"Go on," Robert said. Uther Calding smiled.
"Did I not once say to you, or was it your mother, that all things begin and end at the library?"
Chapter 99. Galactics. Matters were dire. Consensus was falling apart irreparably, and the suzerain of propriety did not know how to heal the breach. The suzerain of cost and caution had nearly withdrawn into itself. The bureaucracy operated on inertia without guidance, and their vital third, their strength and virility, the suzerain of beam and talon, would not answer their entreaties for a conclave. It seemed, in fact, bound and determined upon a course that might bring on not only their own destruction, but possibly vast devastation to this frail world as well. If that occurred, the blow to the already tottering honor of this expedition, this branch of the clan of Guksu Gubru, would be more than one could stand. And yet, what could the suzerain of propriety do? The roost masters, distracted with problems closer to home, offered no useful advice. They had counted on the expedition triumvirate to meld, to molt, and to reach a consensus of wisdom. But the molt had gone wrong, desperately wrong, and there was no wisdom to offer them. The suzerain of propriety felt a sadness, a hopelessness that went beyond that of a leader riding a ship headed for shoals. It was more that of a priest doomed to oversee sacrilege. The loss was intense and personal, and quite ancient at the heart of the race. True, the feathers sprouting under its white down were now red, but there were names for Gubru queens who achieved their femaleness without the joyous consent and aid of two others, two who share with her the pleasure, the honor, the glory. Her greatest ambition had come true, and it was a barren prospect, a lonely and bitter one. The suzerain of propriety tucked her beak under her arm, and, in the way of her own people, softly wept. Chapter 100. Athaclena. Vampire plants, was how Lydia McHugh summed it up. She stood watch with two of her Tarragon's Marines, their skins glistening under painted layers of monolayer camouflage. The stuff supposedly protected them from infrared detection, and, one could hope, the enemy's new resonance detector as well.
Vampire plants?
Athaclena thought.
Indeed, it is a good metaphor.
She poured about a liter of a bright red fluid into the dark waters of a forest pool, where hundreds of small vines came together in one of the ubiquitous nutrient trading stations. Elsewhere, far away, other groups were performing similar rituals in little glades. It reminded Athaclena of wolfling fairy tales, of magical rites in enchanted forests and mystical incantations. She would have to remember to tell her father of the analogy, if she ever got the chance.
Indeed,
she said to Lieutenant McHugh.
My chims drained themselves nearly white to donate enough blood for our purposes. There are certainly more subtle ways to do this, but none possible in the time available.
Lydia answered with a grunt and a nod. The Earthwoman was still in conflict with herself. Logically, she probably agreed that the results would have been catastrophic had Major Prathachulthorne been left in charge weeks ago. Subsequent events had proven Athaclena and Robert right. But Lieutenant McHugh could not dissociate herself so easily from her oath. Until recently, the two women had begun to become friends, talking for hours and sharing their different longings for Robert Oneagle. But now that the truth about the mutiny and kidnapping of Major Prathachulthorne was out, a gulf lay between them. The red liquid swirled among the tiny rootlets. Clearly, the semi-mobile vines were already reacting, drawing in the new substances. There had been no time for subtlety, only a brute force approach to the idea that had struck her suddenly, soon after hearing Sylvie's report.
Hemoglobin. The Gubru had detectors that can trace resonance against the primary constituent of earthling blood. At such sensitivity, the devices must be frightfully expensive.
A way had to be found to counteract the new weapon, or she might be left the only sapient being in the mountains. The one possible approach had been drastic and symbolic of the demands a nation made of its people. Her own unit of guerrillas now tottered around, so depleted by her demands for raw blood that some of the chims had changed her nickname. Instead of the General, they had taken to referring to Athaclena as the Countess. and then grimacing with outthrust canines. Fortunately, there were still a few chim technicians, mostly those who had helped Robert devise little microbes to plague enemy machinery, who could help her with this slapdash experiment.
Bind hemoglobin molecules to trace substances sought by certain vines. Hope the new combination still meets their approval, and pray the vines transfer it along fast enough.
A chim messenger arrived and whispered to Lieutenant McHugh. She, in turn, approached Athelclena.
"The Major is nearly ready,"
the dark human woman told her. Casually, she added,
"And our scouts say they detect aircraft heading this way."
Athelclena nodded.
"We are finished here. Let us depart. The next few hours will tell."
Chapter 101 Galactics.
There! We know the concentration, gathering, accumulation of the impudent enemy. The wolflings flee in a predictable direction, and now we may strike, pounce, swoop to conquer.
Their special detectors made plain the quarry's converging trails through the forest. The suzerain of Beam and Talon spoke a command, and an elite brigade of Gubru soldiery stooped upon the little valley where their fleeing prey was trapped, at bay.
Captives, hostages, new prisoners to question. These I want.
Chapter 102 Major Prathachulthorn. The bait was invisible. Their lure consisted of little more than a barely traceable flow of complex molecules coursing through the intricate, lacy network of jungle vegetation. In fact, Major Prathachulthorn had no way of knowing for certain that it was there at all. He felt awkward laying enfilade and ambush on the slopes overlooking a series of small ponds in an otherwise unoccupied forest vale. And yet there was something symmetrical, almost poetic about the situation. If this trick by some chance actually worked, there would be the joy of battle on this morn. And if it did not, then he intended to have the satisfaction of throttling a certain slender alien neck, whatever the effects on his career and his life. "Thing!" he snapped at one of his Marines. "Don't scratch!" The Marine corporal quickly checked to make sure he had not rubbed off any of the monolayer coating that gave his skin a sickly greenish cast. The new material had been mixed quickly, in hopes of blocking the hemoglobin resonance the enemy were using to track Terrans under the forest canopy. Of course, their intelligence on that matter might be completely wrong. Prathachulthorn had only the word of chims, and that damned "Major!" someone whispered. It was a neo-chimpanzee trooper, looking even more uncomfortable in green-tinted fur. He motioned quickly from midway up a tall tree. Prathachulthorn acknowledged and sent a hand gesture rippling in both directions. "Well," he thought, "some of these local chims are turning into pretty fair irregulars, I'll admit." A series of sonic booms rocked the foliage on all sides, followed by the shriek of approaching aircraft. They swept up the narrow valley at treetop level, following the hilly terrain with computer-piloted precision. At just the right moment, Talon soldiers and their accompanying drones spilled out of the long troop carriers to fall serenely toward a certain jungle grove. The trees there were unique in only one way, in their hunger for a certain trace chemical brought to them by far-reaching, far-trading vines. Only now those vines had delivered something else as well, something drawn from earthly veins. "Wait," Prathachulthorn whispered. "Wait for the big boys." Sure enough, Soon they all felt the effects of approaching gravitics, and on a major scale. Over the horizon appeared a Gubru battleship, cruising serenely several hundred meters above. Here was a target well worth anything they had to sacrifice. Up until now, though, the problem had been how to know in advance where one would come. Flickers, swivers were wonderful weapons, but not very portable. One had to set them up well in advance, and surprise was essential. "Wait," he murmured as the great vessel drew nearer. "Don't spook 'em." Down below, the Talon soldiers were already chirping in dismay, for no enemy awaited them, not even any Chim civilians to capture and send above for questioning. At any moment one of the troopers would surely guess the truth. Still Major Prathachulthorn urged, "Wait just a minute more, until—" One of the Chim gunners must have lost patience. Suddenly lightning lanced upward from the heights on the opposite side of the valley. In an instant, 3 more streaks converged. Prathachulthorn ducked and covered his head. Brilliance seemed to penetrate from behind, through his skull. Waves of déjà vu alternated with surges of nausea, and for a moment it felt as if a tide of anomalous gravity were trying to lift him from the forest loam. Then the concussion wave hit. It was some time before anyone was able to look up again. When they did, they had to blink through clouds of drifting dust and grit, past toppled trees and scattered vines. A seared, flattened area told where the Gubru battlecruiser had hovered only moments ago. A rain of red-hot debris still fell, setting off fires wherever the incandescent pieces landed. Prathachulthorn grinned. He fired off a flare into the air, the signal to advance. Several of the enemy's grounded aircraft had been broken by the overpressure wave. 3, however, lifted off and made for the sites where the missiles had been fired, screaming for vengeance. But their pilots did not realize they were facing Terrigan's Marines now. It was amazing what a captured saber rifle could do in the right hands. Soon 3 more burning patches smoldered on the valley floor. Down below, grim-faced Chims moved forward, and combat soon became much more personal. A bloody struggle fought with lasers and pellet guns, with crossbows and arbalests. When it came down to hand, Prathachulthorn knew that they had won. "I cannot leave all of the close-in stuff to these locals," he thought. That was how he came to join the chase through the forest, while the Gubru rear guard furiously tried to cover the survivors' escape. And for as long as they lived thereafter, the Chims who saw it talked about what they saw. A pale green figure in loincloth and beard, swinging through the trees, meeting fully armed Talon soldiers with knife and garrote. There seemed to be no stopping him, and indeed, nothing living withstood him. It was a damaged battle drone, brought back into partial operation by self-repair circuitry, perhaps making a logical connection between the final collapse of the Gubru forces and this fearsome creature who seemed to take such joy in battle. Or maybe it was nothing more than a final burst of mechanical and electrical reflex. He went as he would have wanted to, wearing a bitter grin, with his hands around a feathered throat, throttling one more hateful thing that did not belong in the world he thought ought to be. Chapter 103. Athaklina.
"So,"
she thought, as the excited Chim messenger gasped forth the joyous news of total victory. On any scale, this was the insurgents' greatest coup.
"In a sense, Garth herself became our greatest ally, her injured but still subtly powerful web of life."
The Gubru had been lured by fragments of Chim and human hemoglobin, carried to one site by the ubiquitous transfer vines. Frankly, Athaklena was surprised their makeshift plan had worked. Its success proved just how foolish had been the enemy's overdependence on sophisticated hardware.
Now, we must decide what to do next.
Lieutenant McHugh looked up from the battle report the winded Chim messenger had brought and met Athaklena's eyes. The two women shared a moment's silent communion.
"I'd better get going,"
Lydia said at last.
"There'll be reconsolidation to organize, captured equipment to disperse, and I am now in command."
Athaklena nodded. She could not bring herself to mourn Major Prathachulthorne, but she acknowledged the man for what he had been, a warrior.
"Where do you think they will strike next?"
she asked.
"I couldn't begin to guess, now that their main method of tracking us has been blown. They act as if they haven't much time."
Lydia frowned pensively.
"Is it certain the Thenanin fleet is on its way here?"
Lydia asked.
"The Uplift Institute officials speak about it openly on the airwaves. The Thenanin come to claim their new clients, and as part of their arrangement with my father and with Earth, they are bound to help expel the Gubru from this system."
Athaklena was still quite in awe over the extent to which her father's scheme had worked. When the crisis began, nearly one Garth year ago, it had been clear that neither Earth nor Tim Brin would be able to help this faraway colony, and most of the moderate galactics were so slow and judicious that there was little hope of persuading one of those clans to intervene. Uthakalding had hoped to fool the Thenanin into doing the job instead, pitting Earth's enemies against each other. The plan had worked beyond Uthakalding's expectations, because of one factor her father had not known of: the gorillas. Had their mass migration to the ceremonial mound been triggered by the Sustruthun exchange, as she had earlier thought? Or was the Institute's Grand Examiner correct to declare that fate itself arranged for this new client race to be at the right time and place to choose? Somehow Athaklena felt sure there was more to it than anyone knew, or perhaps ever would know.
"So the Thenanin are coming to chase out the Gubru?"
Lydia seemed uncertain what to make of the situation.
"Then we've won, haven't we? I mean, the Gubru can't hold them off indefinitely. Even if it were possible militarily, they'd lose so much face across the 5 galaxies that even the moderates would finally get upset and mobilize."
The Earthwoman's perceptiveness was impressive. Athaklena nodded.
"Their situation would seem to call for negotiation, but that assumes logic. The Gubru military, I'm afraid, is behaving irrationally."
Lydia shivered.
"Such an enemy is often far more dangerous than a rational opponent. He doesn't act out of intelligent self-interest." "My father's last call indicated that the Gubru are badly divided,"
Athaklena said. The broadcasts from Institute territory were now the guerrillas' best source of information. Robert and Fibbin and Uthakalding had all taken turns, contributing powerfully to the mountain fighters' morale and surely adding to the invaders' severe irritation.
"We'll have to act under the assumption the gloves are off, then."
The woman Marine sighed.
"If galactic opinion doesn't matter to them, they may even turn to using space weaponry down here on the planet. We'd better disperse as widely as possible." "Yes,"
Athaklena nodded.
"But if they use burners or hell bombs, all is lost anyway. From such weapons we cannot hide." "I cannot command your troops, Lieutenant, but I would rather die in a bold gesture, one which might help stop this madness once and for all, than end my life burying my head in the sand like one of your earthly oysters.
Despite the seriousness of the proposition, Lydia McHugh smiled, and a touch of appreciative irony danced along the edges of her simple aura.
Ostriches,
the Earthwoman corrected gently.
It's big birds called ostriches that bury their heads. Now, why don't you tell me what you have in mind?
Chapter 104 Galactics. Buwalt of the Thenanin inflated his ridge crest to its maximum height and preened his shining elbow spikes before stepping out upon the bridge of the great warship Athanosphire. There, beside the grand display where the disposition of the fleet lay spread out in sparkling colors, the human delegation awaited him. Their leader, an elderly female whose pale hair tendrils still gleamed in places with the color of a yellow sun, bowed at a prim, correct angle. Buwalt replied with a precise waist bend of his own. He gestured toward the display.
Admiral Alvarez, I assume you can perceive for yourself that the last of the enemy's mines have been cleared. I am ready to transmit to the Galactic Institute for Civilized Warfare our declaration that the Gubru interdiction of this system has been lifted by force majeure.
That is good to hear,
the woman said. Her human-style smile, a suggestive baring of teeth, was one of their easier gestures to interpret. One as experienced with galactic affairs as the legendary Helene Alvarez surely knew the effect the wolfling expression often had on others. She must have made a conscious decision to use it. Well, such subtle intimidations played an acceptable role in the complex game of bluff and negotiation. Buwalt was honest enough to admit that he did it too. It was why he had inflated his towering crest before entering.
It will be good to see Garth again,
Alvarez added.
I only hope we aren't the proximate cause of yet another holocaust on that unfortunate world.
Indeed, we shall endeavor to avoid that at all costs. And if the worst happens, if this band of Gubru are completely out of control, then their entire nasty clan shall pay for it.
I care little about penalties and compensation. There are people and an entire frail ecosphere at risk here.
Buwalt withheld comment. I must be more careful, he thought. It is not meet for others to remind Thenanin, defenders of all potential, of the duty to protect such places as Garth. It was especially galling to be chided righteously by wolflings. And from now on they will be at our elbows, carping and criticizing, and we will have to listen, for they will be stage consorts to one of our clients. It is only one price we must pay for this treasure Colt found for us. The humans were pressing negotiations hard, as was to be expected from a clan as desperate for allies as they. Already Thenanin forces had withdrawn from all areas of conflict with Earth and Timbrim, but the Terrigans were demanding much more than that in exchange for help managing and uplifting their new client race called Gorilla. In effect, they were demanding that the great clan of the Thenanin ally itself with forlorn and despised wolflings and bad boy prankster Timbrimi. This, at a time when the horrible Sorrow-Tandu alliance appeared to be unstoppable out on the star lanes. Why, to do so might conceivably risk annihilation for the Thenanin themselves. If it were up to Buwalt, who had had enough of Earthlings to last him a lifetime, The choice would be to tell them to go to Ifni's hell and seek their allies there. But it was not up to Buwalt. There had long been a strong minority streak of sympathy for EarthClan back home. Colt's coup, allowing the Great Clan to achieve another treasured laurel of patronhood, could win that faction government soon. Under such circumstances, Buwalt figured it was wise to keep his own opinions to himself. One of his under-commanders approached and saluted.
"We have determined the positions taken up by the Gubru Defense Flotilla," he reported. "They are clustered quite close to the planet. Their disbursement is unusual. Our battle computers are finding it very hard to crack."
Yes, Buwalt thought on examining the close-in display.
A brilliant arrangement of limited forces. Even original, perhaps. How unlike the Gubru. "No matter," he huffed. "Even if there is no subtle way, they will nonetheless see that we came with more than adequate firepower to do the job by brute force if necessary. They will concede. They must concede."
"Of course they must," the human admiral agreed. But she did not sound convinced. In fact, she seemed worried.
"We are ready to approach to fail-safe envelopment," the officer of the deck reported.
Buwalt nodded quickly.
"Good. Proceed. From there we can contact the enemy and announce our intentions."
Tension built as the Armada advanced closer to the system's modest yellow sun. Although the Thenanin claimed proudly to possess no psychic powers, Buwalt seemed to feel the gaze of the Earthling woman upon him, and he wondered how it was possible that he found her so intimidating.
"She is only a wolfling,"
he reminded himself.
"Shall we resume our discussions, Commander?"
Admiral Alvarez asked at last.
He had no choice but to comply, of course. It would be best if much was decided before they arrived, and the siege manifesto was read aloud. Still, Buwalt planned to sign no agreements until he had a chance to confer with Colt. That Thenanin had a reputation for vulgarity and, well, frivolity that had won him exile to this backwater world, but now he appeared to have achieved unprecedented miracles. His political power back home would be great. Buwalt wanted to tap Colt's expertise, his apparent knack at dealing with these infuriating creatures. His aides and the human delegation filed out of the bridge toward the meeting room. But before Buwalt left, he glanced one more time back at the situation tank and the deadly-looking Gubru battle array. Air noisily escaped his breathing slits. "What are the avians planning?" he wondered. "What shall I do if these Gubru prove to be insane?" Chapter 105. Robert. In some parts of Port Helena, there were more guard drones than ever, protecting their masters' domains rigorously, lashing out at anyone who passed too near. Elsewhere, however, it was almost as if a revolution had already taken place. The invaders' posters lay tattered in the gutters. Above one busy street corner, Robert glimpsed a new mural that had recently been erected in place of Gubru propaganda. Painted in the style called focalist realism, it depicted a family of gorillas staring with dawning but hopeful sentience out upon a glowing horizon. Protectively standing beside them, showing the way to that wonderful future, was a pair of idealized, high-browed neo-chimpanzees. Oh yes, there had also been a human and a Thenanin in the picture, vague and in the background. Robert thought it really nice of the artist to have remembered to include them.
The heavily guarded shuttle he was in passed through the intersection too quickly to see much detail, but he thought the rendering of the female Chim hadn't quite done Gaelic justice. Fibbin, on the other hand, ought to be flattered. Soon the free parts of town were behind them, and they passed westward into areas patrolled with strict military discipline. When they landed, their taloned soldier guards hurried outside and stood watch as Robert and Utha Calding left the shuttle to climb the ramp leading to the shining new branch library. "This is an expensive setup, isn't it?" he asked the Timbrimi ambassador. "Do we get to keep it if the Thenanin manage to kick the birds out?" Utha Calding shrugged.
"Probably, and maybe the ceremonial mound as well. Your clan is due reparations, certainly."
"But you have your doubts." Utha Calding stood in the vast entranceway, surveying the vaulted chamber and the towering cubic data store within.
"It is just that I think it would be unwise to count your chickens before they have met the rooster."
Robert understood Utha Calding's point. Even defeat for the Gubru might come at unthinkable cost. "It's counting one's eggs before they're laid," he told the Timbrimi, who was always anxious to improve his grasp of Anglic metaphors. This time, however, Utha Calding didn't thank Robert. His widespread eyes seemed to flash as he looked back sidelong.
"Think about it," he said.
Soon Utha Calding was deep in conversation with the Kantan chief librarian. At a loss to follow their rapid, inflected galactic, Robert started a circuit of the new library, taking its measure and looking at its current users. Except for a few members of the Grand Examiner's team, all of the occupants were avians. The Gubru present were divided by a gulf he could ken, as well as see. Nearly 2/3 of them clustered over to the left. They cooed and cast disapproving glances at the smaller group, which consisted almost entirely of soldiers. The military did not give off happy vibrations, but they hid it well, strutting about their tasks with crisp efficiency, returning their peers' disapproval with arrogant disdain. Robert made no effort to avoid being seen. The wave of stares he attracted was pleasing. They obviously knew who he was. If just passing near caused an interruption in their work, so much the better. Approaching one cluster of Gubru, by their ribbons, obviously members of the priestly caste of propriety, he bowed to an angle he hoped was correct, and grinned as the entire offended gaggle was forced to form up and reply in kind. Finally, Robert came upon a data station formatted in a way he understood. Utha Calding was still immersed in conversation with the librarian, so Robert decided to see what he could find out on his own. He made very little progress. The enemy had obviously set up safeguards to prevent the unauthorized from accessing information about near space, or the presumably converging battle fleets of the Thenanin. Still, Robert kept on trying. Time passed as he explored the current datanet, finding out where the invaders had set up their blocks. So intense was his concentration that it took a while before he grew aware that something had changed in the library. Automatic sound dampers had kept the growing hubbub from intruding on his concentration, but when he looked up at last, Robert saw that the Gubru were in an uproar. They waved their downy arms and formed tight clusters around holotanks. Most of the soldiers had simply vanished from sight. What on Garth has gotten into them? He wondered. Robert didn't imagine the Gubru would welcome him peering over their shoulders. He felt frustrated. Whatever was happening, it sure had them perturbed. Hey, Robert thought, maybe it's on the local news. Quickly he used his own screen to access a public video station. Until recently, censorship had been severe, but during the last few days, as soldiers were called away to combat duty, the networks had fallen under the control of the caste of cost and caution. Those glum, apathetic bureaucrats now hardly enforced even modest discipline. The tank flickered, then cleared to show an excited Chim reporter.
And so, at latest reports, it seems the surprise offensive from the Mulun hasn't yet engaged the occupation forces. The Gubru seem unable to agree on how to answer the manifesto of the approaching forces.
Robert wondered, had the Thenanin made their pronouncement of intent already? That had not been expected for a couple of days at least. Then one word caught in his mind. From the Mulun?
We'll now rebroadcast the statement read just 5 minutes ago by the Joint Commanders of the Army, right now marching on Port Helena.
The view in the holotank shifted. The Chim announcer was replaced by a recently recorded image showing 3 figures standing against a forest background. Robert blinked. He knew these faces, 2 of them intimately. One was a Chen named Benjamin. The other 2 were women he loved.
And so we challenge our oppressors. In combat we have behaved well, under the dicta of the Galactic Institute for Civilized Warfare. This cannot be said of our enemies. They have used criminal means and have allowed harm to non-combatant fallow species native to a fragile world. Worst of all, they have cheated.
Robert gaped. The image panned back to show platoons of Chims, bearing a motley assortment of weapons, trooping forth from the forest out into the open, accompanied by a few fierce-eyed humans. The one speaking into the camera was Lydia McHugh, Robert's human lover. But Athaklena stood next to her, and in his alien consort's eyes he saw and knew who had written the words. And he knew without any doubt whose idea this was.
We demand, therefore, that they send forth their best soldiers, armed as we are armed, to meet our champions out in the open, in the valley of the Sind.
Utha calling, he said hoarsely. Then again, louder. Utha calling! The noise suppressors had been developed by 100 million generations of librarians. But in all that time, there had been only a few wolfling races. For just an instant, the vast chamber echoed before dampers shut down the impolite vibrations and imposed hushed quiet once again. There was nothing, however, to be done about running in the halls. Chapter 106. Gaelic.
Recombatant rats!
Fibbin cried upon hearing the beginnings of the declaration. They watched a portable hollow set up on the slopes of the ceremonial mound. Gaelic gestured for silence.
Be quiet, Fibbin. Let me hear the rest of it.
But the meaning of the message had been obvious from the first few sentences. Columns of irregulars wearing makeshift uniforms of homespun cloth marched steadily across open, winter-barren fields. 2 squads of horse cavalry skirted the ragged army's perimeter, like escapees from some pre-contact flat movie. The marching Chims grinned nervously and watched the skies, fondling their captured or mountain-made weapons. But there was no mistaking their attitude of grim resolve. As the cameras panned back, Fibbin did a quick count.
That's everybody,
he said in awe.
I mean, allowing for recent casualties, it's everybody who's had any training or would be any good at all in a fight. It's all or nothing.
He shook his head.
clip my blue card if I can figure what she hopes to accomplish.
Galet glanced up at him.
Some blue card, she sniffed. And I'd have to say she knows exactly what she's doing, Fibbin. But the city rebels were slaughtered out on the Sind.
She shook her head.
That was then. We didn't know the score. We hadn't achieved any respect or status. Anyway, there weren't any witnesses. But the mountain forces have won victories. They've been acknowledged, and now the 5 galaxies are watching.
Galet frowned.
Oh, Ethiclena knows what she's doing. I just didn't know things were this desperate.
They sat quietly for a moment longer, watching the insurgents advance slowly across orchards and winter-barren fields. Then Fibbin let out another exclamation.
What?
Galet asked. She looked where he pointed in the tank, and it was her turn to hiss in surprise. There, carrying a saber rifle along with the other Chim soldiers, strode someone they both knew. Sylvie did not seem uncomfortable with her weapon. In fact, she appeared an island of almost zen-like calm in the sea of nervous neo-chimpanzees.
Who would have figured it?
Galet thought.
Who would have thought that about her?
They watched together. There was little else they could do. 107. Galactics.
This must be handled with delicacy, care, rectitude,
the suzerain of propriety proclaimed.
If necessary, we must meet them one-on-one. But the expense,
wailed the suzerain of cost and caution.
The losses to be expected.
Gently the high priest bent over from her perch and crooned to her junior.
Consensus, share with me a vision of harmony and wisdom. Our clan has lost much here, and stands in dire jeopardy of losing far more. But we have not yet forfeited the one thing that will maintain us even at night, even in darkness, our nobility, our honor.
Together they began to sway. A melody rose, one with a single lyric. Zoon. Now, if only their strong third were here. Coalescence seemed so near. A message had been sent to the suzerain of Beam and Talon, urging that he return to them, join them, become one with them at last.
How?
She wondered.
How could he resist knowing, concluding, realizing, at last, that it is his fate to be my male? Can an individual be so obstinate? The 3 of us can yet be happy.
But a messenger arrived with news that brought despair. The battle-cruiser in the bay had lifted off and was heading inland with its escorts. The suzerain of Beam and Talon had decided to act. No consensus would restrain him. The high priest mourned.
We could have been happy.
Chapter 108. Ethiclena. Well, this may be our answer, Lydia commented resignedly. Ethiclena looked up from the awkward, unfamiliar task of controlling a horse. Mostly, she let her beast simply follow the others. Fortunately, it was a gentle creature who responded well to her coronal singing. She peered in the direction pointed out by Lydia McHugh, where scattered clouds and haze partially obscured the western horizon. Already many of the Chims were gesturing that way. Then Ethiclena also saw the glint of flying craft, and she kenned the approaching forces: confusion, determination, fanaticism, regret, loathing. A turmoil of alien-tinged feelings bombarded her from the ships. But one thing was clear above all. The Gubru were coming with vast and overwhelming strength. The distant dots took shape,
I believe you are right, Lydia,
Athaklena told her friend.
It seems we have our answer.
The woman Marine swallowed. Shall I order a dispersal? Maybe a few of us can get away. She sounded doubtful. Athaklena shook her head. A sad glyph formed.
No, we must play this out. Call all units together, have the cavalry bring everyone to yonder hilltop.
Any particular reason we should make things easy for them? Above Athaklena's waving tendrils, the glyph refused to become one of despair.
Yes,
she answered.
There is a reason. The best reason in all the world.
Chapter 109. Galactics. The stoop colonel of Talon soldiers watched the ragged army of insurgents on a holoscreen and listened as its high commander screamed in delight.
They shall burn, shall smoke, shall curl into cinders under our fire.
The stoop colonel felt miserable. This was intemperate language, bereft of proper consideration of consequences. The stoop colonel knew deep within that even the most brilliant military plans would eventually come to nothing if they did not take into account such matters as cost, caution, and propriety. Balance was the essence of consensus, the foundation of survival. And yet the Earthlings' challenge had been honorable. It might be ignored, or even met with a decent excess of force, but what the leader of the military now planned was unpleasant, his methods extreme. The stoop colonel noted that it had already come to think of the suzerain of Beam and Talon as he. The suzerain of Beam and Talon was a brilliant leader who had inspired his followers, but now, as a prince, he seemed blind to the truth. To even think of the commander in this critical way caused the stoop colonel physical pain. The conflict was deep and visceral. The doors to the main lift opened, and out onto the command dais stepped a trio of white-plumed messengers, a priest, a bureaucrat, and one of the officers who had deserted to the other suzerains. They strode toward the admiral and proffered a box crafted of richly inlaid wood. Shivering, the suzerain of Beam and Talon ordered it opened. Within lay a single luxuriant feather, colored iridescent red along its entire length, except at the very tip.
Lies, deceptions, an obvious hoax,
the admiral cried, and knocked the box and its contents out of the startled messenger's arms. The stoop colonel stared as the feather drifted in eddies from the air circulators before fluttering down to the deck. It felt like sacrilege to leave it lying there, and yet the stoop colonel dared not move to pick it up. How could the commander ignore this? How could he refuse to accept the rich blue shades spreading now at the roots of his own down?
The moult can reverse again,
the suzerain of Beam and Talon cried out.
It can happen if we win victory at arms.
Only now what he proposed would not be victory. It would be slaughter.
The Earthlings are gathering, clustering, coming together upon a single hill mount,
one of the aides reported.
They offer, display, present us with a single, simple target.
The stoop colonel sighed. It did not take a priest to tell what this meant. The Earthlings, realizing that there would be no fair fight, had come together to make their demise simple. Since their lives were already forfeit, there was only one possible reason.
They do it in order to protect the frail ecosystem of this world. The purpose of their lease grant was, after all, to save Garth.
In their very helplessness, the stoop colonel saw and tasted bitter defeat. They had forced the Gubru to choose flatly between power and honor. The crimson feather had the stoop colonel captivated, its colors doing things to its very blood.
I shall prepare my Talon soldiers to go down and meet the Terrans, the stooped colonel suggested hopefully. We shall drop down, advance, attack in equal numbers, lightly armed, without robots. No! You must not, will not, shall not. I have carefully assigned roles for all my forces. I need require them all when we deal with the Feninin. There shall be no wasteful squandering. Now heed me. At this moment, this instant, the earthlings below shall feel, bear, sustain my righteous vengeance.
The suzerain of beam and talon cried out,
I command that the locks be removed from the weapons of mass destruction. We shall sear this valley, and the next, until all life in these mountains...
The order was never finished. The stooped colonel of Talon's soldiers blinked once, then dropped its saber pistol to the deck. The clatter was followed by a double thump, as first the head and then the body of the former military commander tumbled as well. The stooped colonel shuddered. Lying there, the body clearly showed those iridescent shades of royalty. The admiral's blood mixed with the blue princely plumage and spread across the deck, to join at last with the single crimson feather of his queen. The stooped colonel told its stunned subordinates, Inform, tell, transmit to the suzerain of propriety that I have placed myself under arrest, pending the outcome, result, determination of my fate. Refer to their majesties what it is that must be done. For a long, uncertain time, completely on inertia, the task force continued toward the hilltop where the earthlings had gathered, waiting. Nobody spoke. On the command dais there was hardly any movement at all. When the report arrived, it was like confirmation of what they had known for some time. A pall of mourning had already settled over the Gubru administration compound. Now the former suzerain of propriety and the former suzerain of cost and caution crooned together a sad dirge of loss. Such great hopes, such fine prospects they had had on setting out for this place, this planet, this forlorn speck in empty space. The Roostmasters had so carefully planned the right oven, the correct crucible, and just the right ingredients. 3 of the best, 3 fine products of genetic manipulation, their very finest.
We were sent to bring home a consensus,
the new queen thought.
And that consensus has come. It is ashes. We were wrong to think this was the time to strive for greatness.
Oh, many factors had brought this about. If only the first candidate of cost and caution had not died. If only they had not been fooled twice by the trickster Timbrimmy and his Garthlings. If only the Earthlings had not proven so wolfishly clever at capitalizing on every weakness. This last maneuver, for instance, forcing Gubru soldiery to choose between dishonor and regicide.
But there are no accidents, she knew. They could not have taken advantage if we had not shown flaws.
That was the consensus they would report to the Roostmasters, that there were weaknesses, failures, mistakes, which this doomed expedition had tested and brought to light. It would be valuable information.
Let that console me for my sterile, infertile eggs,
she thought, as she comforted her sole remaining partner and lover. To the messengers, she gave one brief command.
Convey to the stooped colonel our pardon, our amnesty, our forgiveness, and have the task force recalled to base.
Soon the deadly cruisers had turned about and were headed homeward, leaving the mountains and the valley to those who seemed to want them so badly. Chapter 110 Athoclena. The chim stared in amazement as death seemed to change its mind. Lydia McHugh blinked up at the retreating cruisers and shook her head. "You knew," she said, as she turned to look at Athoclena. Again she accused. "You knew." Athoclena smiled. Her tendrils traced faint, sad imprints in the air. "Let us just say that I thought there was a possibility," she said at last. "Had I been wrong, this would still have been the honorable thing to do. I am very glad, however, to find out that I was right." Part 7. Wolflings. Not a whit we defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Hamlet, Act 5, Scene 2. Chapter 111. Fibbin.
Goodall, how I hate ceremonies.
The remark brought a jab in his ribs.
"Quit fidgeting, Fibbin. The whole world is watching."
He sighed and made an effort to sit up straight. Fibbin could not help remembering Simon Levin and the last time they had stood parade together, just a short distance from here. Some things never change, he thought. Now it was Galet nagging him to try to look dignified. Why did everyone who loved him also incessantly try to correct his posture? He muttered, "If they wanted clients who looked elegant, they'd have up—" The words cut short in an oof of exhaled breath. Galet's elbows were sure a lot sharper than Simon's had been. Fibbin's nostrils flared, and he chuffed irritably, but he kept quiet. So prim in her well-cut new uniform, she might be glad to be here, but had anyone asked him if he wanted a damn medal? No, of course not. Nobody ever asked him. At last, the triple-cursed Fennanin admiral finished his droning, boring homily on virtue and tradition, garnering scattered applause. Even Galet seemed relieved as the hulking galactic returned to his seat. Alas, so many others also seemed to want to make speeches. The mayor of Port Helena, back from internment on the islands, praised the doughty urban insurrectionists and proposed that his chim deputy ought to take over City Hall more often. That got him hearty applause, and probably a few more chim votes come next election, Fibbin thought cynically. Cough Quinn 3, the Uplift Institute examiner, summarized the agreement recently signed by Colt on behalf of the Fennanin, and for Earth Clan by the legendary Admiral Alvarez, under which the fallow species, formerly called gorillas, would henceforth enter upon the long adventure of sapiency. The new galactic citizens, already widely known as the client race that chose, would be given leasehold on the mountains of Mulan for 50,000 years. Now they were, in truth, Garthlings. In return for technical assistance from Earth and fallow gorilla genetic stock, the mighty clan of the Fennanin would also undertake to defend the Terran leasehold of Garth, plus 5 other human and Timbrimi colony worlds. They would not interfere directly in conflicts now raging with the Soro and Tandu and other fanatic clans, but easing pressure on those fronts would allow desperately needed help to go to the homeworlds. And the Fennanin themselves were no longer enemies of the trickster Wolfling alliance. That fact alone was worth the power of great armadas. We've done what we can, and more, Fibbin thought. Until this point, it had seemed that the great majority of galactic moderates would simply sit aside and let the fanatics have their way. Now there was some hope that the apparent inevitable tide of history that was said to doom all wolfling clans would not be seen as quite so unstoppable. Sympathy for the underdogs had grown as a result of events here on Garth. Whether there actually were more allies to be won, more magic tricks to be pulled, Fibbin couldn't predict. But he was pretty sure the final outcome would be decided thousands of parsecs away from here, perhaps on old Mother Earth herself. When Megan On-Eagle began speaking, Fibbin realized it was finally time to get through the morning's worst unpleasantness.
Will turn out to be a total loss if we do not learn from months such as those we have just passed through. After all, what is the use of hard times if they do not make us wiser? For what did our honored dead give up their lives?
The planetary coordinator coughed for a brief moment and rustled her old-fashioned paper notes.
We shall propose modification of the probation system, which causes resentments the enemy were able to exploit. We'll endeavor to use the new library facilities for the benefit of all. And we certainly shall service and maintain the equipment on the ceremonial mound against the day when peace returns and it can be used for its proper purpose. The celebration of status the race of Pan-Argonostes so richly deserves. And most important of all, we shall use Gubru reparations to finance resumption of our major job here on Garth, reversing the decline of this planet's frail ecosphere, using hard-won knowledge to halt the downward spiral and return this, our adopted home, to its proper task, the task of breeding wonderful species diversity, the wellspring of all sentience. More of these plans will be presented for public discussion over the coming weeks.
Megan looked up from her notes and smiled.
But today, we also have an added chore, the pleasurable chore of honoring those who have made us proud, those who made it possible for us to stand here in freedom today. It is our chance to show them how grateful we are, and how very much they are loved.
You love me? Fibbin asked silently. Then let me out of here.
Indeed,
the coordinator went on.
For some of our Chim citizens, recognition of their achievements will not finish with their lives, or even with their places in history books, but shall continue in the veneration with which we hold their descendants, the future of their race.
From his left, Sylvie leaned forward far enough to look across Fibbin to Galet on his right. The two shared a glance and a grin. Fibbin sighed. At least he had persuaded Cordwainer Appleby to keep that damned upgrade to White Card secret. Fat lot of good it would do, of course. Green and blue status chimneys from all over Port Helena were after him already. And Galet and Sylvie were hardly any help at all. Why the hell had he married them anyway, if not for protection? Fibbin sniffed at the thought. Protection, indeed. He suspected the two of them were interviewing and evaluating candidates. Whether or not two species came from the same clan, or even the same planet, there would always be some basics that were different between them. Look at how much pre-contact humans had varied for simply cultural reasons. Of course, matters of love and reproduction among Chims had to be based on their own sexual heritage, from long before Uplift. Still, there was enough human conditioning in Fibbin to make him blush when he thought of what these two were going to put him through, now that they were close friends.
How did I let myself get into such a situation?
Sylvie caught his eye and smiled sweetly. He felt Galet's hand slip into his.
Well, he admitted with a sigh, I guess it wasn't all that hard.
They were reading names now, calling people up to accept their medals. But for a while, Fibbin felt just the three of them, sitting there together, as if the rest of the world were only an illusion. Actually, under his outward cynicism, he felt pretty good. Robert On-Eagle rose and stepped to the dais to accept his medal, looking much more comfortable in his uniform than Fibbin felt. Fibbin watched his human pal.
I've got to ask him who his tailor is.
Robert had kept his beard, and the hard body won in rugged mountain living. He was no stripling any longer. In fact, he looked every inch a storybook hero.
Such nonsense,
Fibbin sniffed in disgust.
Gotta get that boy pissed drunk real soon. Beat him arm wrestling. Save him from believing everything the press writes.
Robert's mother, on the other hand, seemed to have aged appreciably during the war. Over the last week, Fibbin had seen her repeatedly blink up at her tall, bronzed son, walking by with the grace of a jungle cat. She seemed proud, but bewildered at the same time, as if the fairies had taken away her own child and left a changeling in its place.
It's called growing up, Megan.
Robert saluted and turned to head back toward his seat. As he passed in front of Fibbin, his left hand made a quick motion, sign talk, spelling out a single word. Beer. Fibbin started laughing, but choked it back as both Sylvie and Galet turned to look at him sharply. No matter. It was good to know Robert felt as he did. Talon soldiers were almost preferable to this ceremonial nonsense. Robert returned to his seat next to Lieutenant Lydia McHugh, whose own new decoration shone on the breast of her glistening dress tunic. The woman Marine sat erect and attentive to the proceedings, but Fibbin could see what was invisible to the dignitaries and the crowd, that the toe of her boot had already lifted the cuff of Robert's trouser leg. Poor Robert fought for composure. Peace, it seemed, offered its own travails. In its way, war was simpler. Out in the crowd, Fibbin caught sight of a small cluster of humanoids, slender bipedal beings whose fox-like appearance was belied by fringes of gently waving tendrils just above their ears. Among the gathered Timbremi, he easily picked out Uthacaldi and Athaglena. Both had declined every honor, every award. The people of Garth would have to wait until the two departed before erecting any memorials. That restraint, in a sense, would be their reward. The ambassador's daughter had erased many of the facial and bodily modifications which had made her look so nearly human. She chatted in a low voice with a young male Tim, who Fibbin supposed could be called handsome, in an E.T. sort of way. One would think the two young people, Robert and his alien consort, had readjusted completely to returning to their own folk. In fact, Fibbin suspected each was now far more at ease with the opposite sex than they had been before the war. And yet, he had seen them come together once, briefly, during one of the endless series of diplomatic receptions and conferences. Their heads had drawn quite near, and although no words were exchanged, Fibbin was certain he saw or sensed something whirl lightly in the narrow space between them. Whatever mates or lovers they would have in the future, it was clear that there was something Athaglena and Robert would always share, however much distance the universe put between them. Sylvie returned to her seat upon receiving her own commendation. Her dress could not quite hide the rounding of her figure. Another change Fibbin would have to get used to pretty soon. He figured the Port Helena Fire Department would probably have to hire more staff when that little kid started taking chemistry in school. Gaylett embraced Sylvie, and then approached the podium herself. This time the cheers and applause were so sustained that Megan On-Eagle had to motion for order. But when Gaylett spoke, it was not the rousing victory paean the crowd obviously expected. Her message, it seemed, was much more serious.
Life is not fair,
she said. The murmuring audience went silent as Gaylett looked out across the assembly and seemed to meet their eyes as individuals.
Anyone who says it is, or even that it ought to be, is a fool or worse. Life can be cruel. Ifni's tricks can be capricious games of chance and probability, or cold equations will cut you down if you make one mistake in space, or even step off the sidewalk at the wrong moment and try too quickly to match momentum with a bus. This is not the best of all possible worlds, for if it were, would there be illogic, tyranny, injustice? Even evolution, the wellspring of diversity and the heart of nature, is so very often a callous process, depending on death to bring about new life. No, life is not just. The universe is not fair. And yet...
Gaylett shook her head.
And yet, if it is not fair, at least it can be beautiful. Look around you now. There is a sermon greater than anything I can tell you. Look at this lovely, sad world that is our home. Behold Garth.
The gathering took place upon the heights just south of the new branch library, in a meadow with an open view in all directions. To the west, all could see the Sea of Silmar, its gray-blue surface colored with streaks of floating plant life, and dotted with the spume-like trails of underwater creatures. Above lay the blue sky, scrubbed clean by the last storm of winter. Islands gleamed in the morning sunlight like distant magical kingdoms. On the north side of the meadow lay the beige tower of the branch library, its rayed spiral sigil embossed in sparkling stone. Freshly planted trees from 20 worlds swayed gently in the breezes, stroking over and around the great monolith, as timeless as its store of ancient knowledge. To the east and south, beyond the busy waters of Aspinall Bay, lay the valley of the Sind, already beginning to sprout with early green shoots, filling the air with the aromas of spring. And in the distance, the mountains brooded, like sleeping titans ready to shrug off their brumal coats of snow.
Our own petty lives, our species, even our clan, feel terribly important to us. But what are they next to this? This nursery of creation. This was what was worth fighting for. Protecting this.
She waved at the sea, the sky, the valley, and the mountains.
Was our success. We Earthlings know better than most how unfair life can be. Perhaps not since the progenitors themselves has a clan understood so well. Our beloved human patrons nearly destroyed our more beloved Earth before they learned wisdom. Chimps and dolphins and gorillas are only the beginnings of what would have been lost had they not grown up in time.
Her voice dropped, when hushed.
As the true Garthlings were lost 50,000 years ago, before they ever got the chance to blink in amazement at a night sky and wonder, for the first time, what that light was that glimmered in their minds.
Gaylett shook her head.
No, the war to protect potential has gone on for many eons. It didn't finish here. It may indeed never end.
When Gaylett turned away, there was at first only a long, stunned silence. The applause that followed was scattered and uncomfortable. But when she returned to Sylvie's and Fibbin's embrace, Galet smiled faintly.
"That's telling 'em," he said to her.
Then, inevitably, it was Fibbin's turn. Megan On-Eagle read a list of accomplishments that had obviously been gone over by some publicity department hack in order to hide how dirty and smelly and founded on simple dumb luck it all had been. Read aloud this way, it all sounded unfamiliar. Fibbin hardly remembered doing half the stuff attributed to him. It hadn't occurred to him to wonder why he'd been selected to go last. Probably, he assumed, it had been out of pure spite.
Following an act like Galet will be pure murder, he realized.
Megan called him forward. The hated shoes almost made him trip as he made his way to the dais. He saluted the planetary coordinator and tried to stand straight as she pinned on some garish medal and an insignia making him a reserve colonel in the Garth Defense Forces. The cheers of the crowd, especially the Chims, made his ears feel hot, and it only got worse when, per Galet's instructions, he grinned and waved for the cameras.
"Okay, so maybe I can stand this in small doses."
When Megan offered him the podium, Fibbin stepped forward. He had a speech of sorts, scrawled out on sheets in his pocket, but after listening to Galet, he decided he had better merely tell them all thank you and then sit down again. Struggling to adjust the podium downward, he began.
"There's just one thing I want to say, and that's yelp!"
He jerked as sudden electricity coursed through his left foot. Fibbin hopped, grabbing the offended member, but then another shock hit his right foot. He let out a shriek. Fibbin glanced down just in time to see a small blue brightness emerge slightly from beneath the podium and reach out now for both ankles. He leaped, hooting loudly, 2 meters into the air, alighting atop the wooden lectern. Panting, it took him a moment to separate the panicked roaring in his ears from the hysterical cheering of the crowd. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and stared. Chims were standing on their folding chairs and waving their arms. They were jumping up and down, howling. Confusion reigned in the ranks of the polished militia honor guard. Even the humans were laughing and clapping uproariously. Fibbin glanced, dumbfounded, back at Galet and Sylvie, and the pride in their eyes explained what it all meant.
"They thought that was my prepared speech," he realized.
In retrospect, he saw how perfect it was indeed. It broke the tension and seemed an ideal commentary on how it felt to be at peace again.
"Only I didn't write it, damn it."
He saw a worried look on the face of his lordship, the mayor of Port Helena.
"No, next they'll have me running for office. Who did this to me?"
Fibbin searched the crowd and noticed immediately that one person was reacting differently, completely unsurprised. He stood out from the rest of the crowd partly due to his widely separated eyes and waving tendrils, but also because of his all-too-human expression of barely contained mirth. And there was something else, some non-thing that Fibbin somehow sensed was there, floating above the laughing Timbrimi's wafting coronae. Fibbin sighed. And if looks alone could maim, Earth's greatest friends and allies would have to send a replacement ambassador to the posting on Garth right away. When Athaclana winked at Fibbin, it just confirmed his suspicions.
"Very funny,"
Fibbin muttered caustically under his breath, even as he forced out another grin and waved again to the cheering crowds.
"Terrifically funny, Uther Calving."
The end. You've been listening to The Uplift War by David Brin.